Chapter 1. In a golden desert, a whirlwind blew, and golden sand filled the air. The sand danced leisurely in this world. The scorching sun shone on the desert, making it look like a land cast in gold. It was quite dazzling, and the heat was dense. Even the space had some slight dislocations under this high temperature. The wilderness was quiet, and the world was silent. The world suddenly darkened, and the golden light converged. The cyclone condensed at the top of the sand dune, like a yellow typhoon. Patches of dark clouds inexplicably appeared above the sand dune, as if the dark clouds were about to destroy the city. If it was in other places, it might not be a big deal. But this was a boundless desert, and even the oases were pitifully few. There were not even 2 drops of rain in a year. Why was there suddenly a bolt from the blue? A faint green light flickered in the dark clouds, accompanied by a few silver dragons wandering in the clouds. From time to time, low muffled thunder could be heard. After a long while, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the middle of the dark clouds that covered the sky. In the center of the darkness, a green light danced along with a silver dragon. Huge lightning bolts constantly fell on the desert, blasting out sand pits and splashing up a lot of dust. Suddenly, a huge green pillar of light pierced through the heavens and earth. Vast amounts of energy surged like a shockwave, spreading out from the clouds with extreme speed. The surrounding space completely collapsed, and a pit dozens of meters deep was opened up in the desert below. It was like a basin, and the green pillar of light pierced straight into the sky. It was clearly visible for thousands of miles. The green light beam dyed the surrounding world with a faint green color, alternating with gold to create a magnificent scenery. At the same time, the surrounding dark clouds collapsed in an instant, leaving behind a huge green light beam. A moment later, the light beam flickered and slowly dimmed. And at the moment when the green light beam dimmed, a black figure slowly floated down from the light beam. When it landed properly on the sand dune, the green light beam flickered and disappeared. After the light beam disappeared, the sky was full of sunlight again. It was still a golden desert. The wind and sand blown by the hot wind covered everything that had just happened. It seemed that no one had noticed what had just happened, except for a small sandbag on the sand dune below. The sky was slowly dyed dark, and the icy blue moon slowly climbed up from the horizon. At this moment, the slightly bulging sandbag on the sand dune trembled. A slender and fair arm slowly stretched out from the sandbag, followed by a second arm. With both hands on the sand, a black shadow sat up. Fine golden sand slid down from his soft long hair, and his black windbreaker was stained with sand. The cold moonlight shone on a fair and handsome face, even a little feminine. It was a boy of 14 or 15 years old. If one didn't look carefully, one would think that he was a girl. He was the kind of existence that would attract attention no matter where he went. Where is this place? Why am I here? The boy muttered to himself, his face full of confusion. Who am I? Why can't I remember anything? Looking at the sand dunes in the distance, a towering ancient tree suddenly flashed in his mind. A vague voice lightly reverberated in his mind. Brother, home. Come back, home. The boy was puzzled. Yes, I have to go back. I want to go home. Someone is waiting for me. Standing up from the sand pile with difficulty, the purplish-black greatsword silently slid down the windbreaker and sank deep into the sand. The boy squatted down and looked at the greatsword in confusion. After a long while, he picked it up and hugged it in his arms. He lifted his feet and walked forward unsteadily. Standing on the top of the sand dune, the boy looked at the desert world in a daze. The icy blue moonlight shone on his eyes that were getting more and more unfocused. He lifted his feet in a daze, but he missed a step and slid down the sand slope to the bottom of the sand dune, kicking up a cloud of dust. Taking a breath of the gradually cold air, the boy looked at the blurry sand dune and used his hands and feet to cut open the sand in front of him. Like a worm, he slowly crawled forward, leaving a long trail on the sand. I have to go back, someone who is waiting for me. I have to go back. The boy kept muttering to himself. His fingernails were filled with sand, and his unkempt appearance was very embarrassing. After crawling for dozens of meters with difficulty, he finally dropped his outstretched hand, and his eyelids closed uncontrollably. Before his consciousness dissipated, there seemed to be a call from afar. When he woke up again, it was due to a violent jolt. The bones in his body made sounds that were on the verge of falling apart, and there was a tearing pain in his head. The boy struggled to open his eyes. What entered his eyes was a large ceiling. His vision was a little dim, and a faint light shone in from outside the window. He could vaguely see some creatures that looked like cows and elephants pulling carts loaded with goods outside. In that case, was he picked up from the desert by a convoy? The boy struggled to sit up. His fingers brushed against the cold wall of the car, and he sighed softly. He looked at himself carefully. He was still wearing the same black windbreaker and holding the purplish-black greatsword in his hand. His fingers stroked the greatsword that exuded an ancient aura. Some fleeting light seemed to flash in his head, but he could not grasp it. "I can't remember anything," shaking his swollen head. The boy stared out of the car sullenly, not knowing what to do. When the boy was in a daze, the curtain of the car was gently lifted, and the dazzling sunlight shone in. A sturdy, middle-aged man slowly appeared in the boy's line of sight. When the man saw the boy looking at him in a daze, he smiled and said, "You're awake, little girl." The boy opened his mouth. After a long while, he said in a clear voice, "I'm a man." After saying that, he stared blankly at the man with unfocused eyes and sighed gloomily. Did he look like a girl? The middle-aged man was a little embarrassed to meet the boy's soulless gaze. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Our convoy found you in the desert. You have been unconscious for 4 days, and we thought it would take some time for you to wake up. We are a convoy from Xingling City's Qin family. This time we happen to pass by here on a mission. Speaking of which, you are quite lucky. There are always large wild beasts wandering in this desert at night. If you were not careful and bumped into them, there would not even be bones left. Thank you for saving me." The boy nodded. His stiff face twitched slightly. Then he used 2 slender fingers to pull the corners of his mouth into an arc, as if he wanted to smile. "Little fellow, how should I address you?" Seeing this, the middle-aged man chuckled and asked. The boy tilted his head and tapped it with his fingers. He shook his head gently, indicating that he could not remember anything. "Have you lost your memory?" The middle-aged man sighed and patted the boy's shoulder with his large hand, comforting him. "It's all right. You will remember sooner or later. We still have about 5 days before we reach Xingling City. When that time comes, we will see if we can find someone to help you clear your memory. For now, you should have a good sleep." After patting the boy's shoulder again, the middle-aged man turned around and got off the car. The boy turned his head and stared blankly out the window. In his head, a lump of paste was stirring vigorously. Who am I? Why did I appear here? Where am I going back? The intense headache caused the boy to furrow his brows. A row of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. His 2 hands clutched his head tightly as his consciousness gradually blurred. "I can't remember anything." 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the boy stayed in the car and did not get off. Because his body was still a little weak, his basic necessities were taken care of by the middle-aged man. This caused the boy to feel a little embarrassed. However, since he could not move, he could only resign himself to his fate and stay in the car. Xingling City was located in the northwest of the mainland. It was close to the edge of Taiyuan region and was the only city within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The degree of its prosperity could not be compared to the average large city. The forces within the city were tangled and complicated. As one of the members, although the Qin family could not be considered the local landlords, they were still considered to be relatively famous. When the Qin family's convoy entered a relatively large manor, the middle-aged man could not wake the boy up no matter how much he called out to him. Therefore, he could only personally send the boy into the Qin family and place him in a room. At the same time, he also brought a person who looked like a doctor over. It was somewhat inconceivable that he could do this for a stranger. After the doctor finished taking the boy's pulse and treating him, he sighed and respectfully said, "It's nothing. He just fainted from exhaustion. He will be fine after some rest." However, I have tried to remember his memories, but there was no effect. It should not be unblocked. Perhaps the family head will have to find an alchemist. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Alchemists were rare creatures, and there were not many in Xingling City. It was not easy to find one just because one wanted to. When the boy opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a wooden bed. The soft bedding made him feel the urge to fall asleep. There was a faint fragrance in the room, and he was still holding the incomparably large purple-black greatsword in his hand. The sky was still bright, and a slight breeze came in through the window. At this moment, the feeling was incomparably comfortable. The door was gently pushed open, and the middle-aged man walked in with a kind face. He smiled at the boy and said, "Little guy, you really can sleep. You slept for 5 days straight. How are you? Are you feeling better?" Seeing him come in, the boy supported himself against the wall and sat up. Something suddenly flashed through his mind. He held his head with one hand, and his slender eyebrows were tightly knitted. It was as if he was trying hard to recall something. "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man saw his pained expression and quickly asked, "Yun, Nuo, Xing." After a moment, the boy squeezed out these 3 words through gritted teeth. "What? Name? Your memory has recovered?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then he was slightly delighted. When he returned home, he found a doctor to treat him. Although the doctor said that the effect was not great, he did not expect that he would remember the name. "I think it is, I don't know." The boy, Yin Nuoxing, knocked on his head and nodded. Then he shook his head. He was not too sure. "Anyway, this should be the name. Otherwise, how could I remember it?" The middle-aged man touched his chin and said, "As for the other things, don't worry. You will remember it one day. Don't force yourself for now." He patted the boy's head with a serious face. The middle-aged man reminded him a few more times before he got up and left. Yin Nuoxing nodded and watched him leave. Then, he lay down and wanted to continue sleeping. However, he could not fall asleep no matter what with his eyes open. In his mind, the 3 words, Yin Nuoxing, kept echoing as if they were about to be engraved. "Father, father, is that my brother?" Just as the middle-aged man stepped out, a 4 or 5-year-old girl ran over and quickly jumped onto him. Her delicate little face was very cute, and her pair of big eyes kept blinking. The middle-aged man hugged the little girl. His face was full of doting. He reached out and rubbed her little head. He smiled and said, "No, your brother's gone to a very, very far place." When he said this, the man's face was a little sad. When he thought of his son who had passed away, his heart was filled with sorrow. However, the boy's arrival made him feel a little relieved. Furthermore, the boy had lost his memory. Then when will he come back? When you grow up, you'll be able to see him. In the room, the huge sword beside the bed emitted a faint light. Wisps of purple energy were channeled into Yin Nuoxing's head. Chapter 2. Half a month had passed. Yin Nuoxing, who had recovered, had been taken care of by others, so it was not appropriate for him to leave immediately. He decided to stay for a period of time. Although he wanted to help, there was nothing much for him to do. The Qin family still had some status here, which could be seen from the number of servants. The daily chores were basically done by the servants. It was not his turn to manage the market, so he had nothing to do. When he was free, he could only accompany the family head's youngest daughter, Qinyu. Perhaps it was because he looked kind. The little girl was not estranged from him at all. She followed him in and out like a little tail. Perhaps it was because of the loss of his son, the family head of the Qin family, who was the middle-aged man. Yin Nuoxing's memory loss evoked his love for his son. Although Yin Nuoxing wanted to leave, he was persuaded to stay in every possible way. Usually, he took care of Yin Nuoxing no less than his own son. This made Yin Nuoxing suppress the idea of running away. Although it was a little awkward in the first 1 or 2 months, after all, no matter what the family head of the Qin family thought, Yin Nuoxing was still living under someone else's roof and was a little uncomfortable. However, after getting familiar with him, he got used to everything. Although Yin Nuoxing wanted to recover his memory, he remembered that day when the family head of the Qin family found a doctor for him and said that the possibility of recovery was not high. Although Yin Nuoxing was a little doubtful, he did not say anything. He had also found a doctor in the city, but most of them said that there was no cure which made him a little depressed. However, at this time, having a place to stay was also a good choice for a person of unknown identity and origin like him. After losing his memory, there were only two things left with him: the nameless ancient sword in his hand and a sparkling and translucent purple-red pendant hanging in front of his chest. Looking at the energy contained in it, other than knowing that it was not an ordinary item, he did not gain anything else. Usually, he would wander around this big city. From time to time, he would walk into some jade shops and weapon shops and take out these two things, hoping that someone would recognize what they were. However, no one had seen the sword before, and no one knew who it was. Instead, they met someone who wanted to buy the sword. Crystal pendants like this can be found all over the streets. You can buy them in any jewelry store. Although your pendant's craftsmanship is very exquisite, who are you going to ask? Maybe it's custom-made. This sword is very old. It should be an antique. Little brother, do you want to sell it? I'll buy it. The news he heard was all irrelevant, which made him speechless. He decisively turned around and left. It was only when he started running that he managed to shake off the guy who was shouting about buying a sword. After strolling around like this for half a year, he had visited almost half of Star Spirit City, visited all the jade artifact shops, and visited many strange people. However, he couldn't get a single word out of them. At this time, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Other than the academy and the city, he had basically visited all the other places. Along the way, he even followed the head of the Qin clan, Qin Hui, to the place where he was first picked up. However, half a year had passed. Even if something was really left behind, it would have been picked up if it was dropped in an ordinary place. Moreover, it was in this place that was covered in yellow sand all year round. It might have been buried under the sand. When they followed the original path and made a trip back, they found that everything had changed. Naturally, they couldn't find any valuable clues. Under this kind of clueless wandering, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. His memory didn't recover at all. The only thing he remembered was that he caught a glimpse of a towering tree and an illusory voice at that moment. If it's such a big tree that towered into the clouds, it must be an ancient species that has been left behind for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Those things aren't easy to find now. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's description, Qin Hui scratched his head in distress. He could only squeeze out this sentence after racking his brain. Big brother, why are you looking for that big tree? On the other hand, the 6-year-old Qin Yu often wandered around him. Her delicate face and big watery eyes moved strangely. Her innocent and cute appearance made Yun Nuoxing want to pinch her cheeks every time. Oh! Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and hugged the little girl who was scratching his long hair in front of him. He rubbed her head lovingly and said with a smile, "Perhaps that place is my home. I heard that only demons live in forests with big trees. Could it be that Big Brother is a big demon?" Ah! Qin Yu smiled faintly and scratched Yun Nuoxing, then ran away happily. Yun Nuoxing, was there such a handsome demon? Rubbing his fair face, Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and reached out to grab her from a distance. He hugged her in his arms and scratched her. Hee, Big Brother, stop scratching me. You won't laugh at you anymore. Qin Yu giggled in his arms and shook her little head to avoid him. Ancient area. Okay, I'll remember it. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her little head and smiled. He looked at Qin Hui and nodded. Qin Hui rubbed Yun Nuoxing's head and didn't say anything. Although he took care of Yun Nuoxing as if he was his son who had already passed away, it was ultimately just a dream. There would be a day when he would wake up from his dream and Yun Nuoxing would also leave. Perhaps the only thing that wouldn't change was the time they spent together. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the family head. He saw a trace of loneliness in his eyes and sighed inwardly. He naturally understood what he understood, so he didn't expose anything. In the past year or so, he also understood the family head situation and felt some sympathy in his heart. During this period of time, he also tried his best to play the role of a son, so Qin Hui would be more or less comforted. Ever since he received this information from Yun Nuoxing, Qin Hui ordered the Qin family to search for information about ancient areas in the desolate border. Of course, This excluded the forbidden areas that all living beings in the world avoided. The realm of the gods was extremely vast, to the extent that it was immeasurable. It was generally divided into 5 regions. In a counterclockwise direction, they were the Sourcepeak region, the Extreme Plain region, the Ganyuan region, the Kuan Origin region, and the Divine Land in the center. Star Spirit City was located in the extreme northwest of the Sourcepeak region. Although it was called a city, it spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, most of it was undeveloped areas, such as the desert. A city like this was merely a drop in the ocean in the Sourcepeak region. There were countless cities in the Sourcepeak region, and mortals would only be able to walk through 1 or 2 cities in their lifetime. In addition to the Sourcepeak region in the northwest, there was the Extreme Plain region in the southwest, the Kuan Origin region in the northeast, the Ganyuan region in the southeast, and the Divine Land in the center. Among them, the Divine Land was the most vast. Mortals might not be able to cross a single region in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. With such a vast region, it was inevitable that some strange things would be born. Forbidden areas. No one knew how these regions were born. They had existed since the beginning of the world. Strange energies flowed within them. Chaotic space-time and strange force fields have been passed down to this day. Many people and many forces had tried to force their way in, but the result was that no eggs would remain intact when the nest was overturned. There was even a first-rate force on the continent that went to explore, but in the end, no one came out alive. At this point, people's expressions changed when they talked about the forbidden areas. Then, what exactly is in the forbidden areas? Why are so many people willing to risk their lives to go in? Yin Nuashing asked. Some people say that every forbidden area has a ruin left behind by a high ancient god. Others say that several gods are buried inside. Perhaps there are also some extremely precious items? I'm not too sure. After all, ordinary people like us don't have the qualifications to come into contact with the core information. All the information I know is passed down from the common folk. Qin Hui scratched his head and said helplessly. Also, if you want to find a tree, the Divine Land's Divine Wood Palace might be a good choice. This force is very famous in the entire realm of the gods. Oh, night fell. On the horizon, a crimson moon quietly climbed up and sprinkled its ice-cold moonlight on the earth, draping a thin veil over the world. Everything was silent. It was a quiet night. In a huge Qin manor, Yin Nuashing sat in a quiet pavilion by the lake and kept playing with Qin Yu, who was sitting beside him. The little girl's giggles made the night seem more lively. The little girl liked to stick to him. He didn't know if she thought of him as an older brother that she had never met before. Yin Nuashing was also happy to play with her every day. He was like a male nanny. When the crimson moon climbed to the top of the sky, it was already late at night. Yin Nuashing saw Qin Yu yawning, and only then did he see the crimson crescent moon above his head. Yu, it's late. It's time to sleep. Yin Nuashing said gently as he stroked Qin Yu's little head. No, big brother, you haven't finished telling me the story yet. Little Yu yawned and shook her head. She kept shaking Yin Nuashing's arm, begging him to finish the story. Yin Nuashing was silent for a while, then nodded and said, Okay. Hee. Little Yu had a joyful look on her face as her tender laughter reverberated throughout the pavilion. The moon was setting in the west. It wasn't until it had descended for a while that little Yu fell asleep in Yin Nuashing's arms. Yin Nuashing sighed and carried her back to her room. He lifted the blanket and covered her with it, then quietly returned to his room. It's been 2 years. In the end, I still have to leave. Yin Nuashing sat in front of the table, one hand supporting his fair face. 2 years had passed, but his appearance hadn't changed at all. He still looked like he was 14 or 15 years old, and it was as if his growth had stopped. 2 hours before dawn, Yin Nuashing put down a piece of paper on the table and kept his purplish-black greatsword in his pendant. His soft black hair that reached his waist was draped behind his windbreaker. Before he left, he took one last look at the room, and his eyes revealed some longing. He gently closed the door. Under the crimson moonlight and with a faint mist surrounding him, he took one last look around the Qin family manor. His gaze lingered on a few places, then he quietly walked to the main door. "I will miss you." Yin bowed deeply to the manor behind him. Then he leaped and flew towards the east. He didn't look back, afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would give up on the idea of leaving. On the small mountain behind the manor, Qin Hui kept looking at the black figure gradually disappearing into the distance. His eyes were filled with gentleness and reluctance. "Child, have a safe journey. If you're tired, come back. This will also be your home," Qin Hui murmured. He didn't stop Yin Nuoxing. That would be unfair to Yin Nuoxing. After all, he also had things that he wanted to find and things that he couldn't let go of. Yin Nuoxing, who was far away, naturally didn't hear the murmurs on the mountain. His figure nimbly leaped between the eaves without making any sound. He left as soon as he said he would. In fact, he didn't have a specific destination. Most of the ancient areas were guarded by powerful wild beasts, so he couldn't go to those places. As for the forbidden areas, that was even more impossible. Moreover, he didn't think that he would settle down in those places. Perhaps it was just as the family had said, and he had to make a trip to the Divine Continent first. However, the distance between the Taiyuan region and the Divine Continent. Hiss. When he thought of that astronomical figure, Yin Nuoxing immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a little dizzy. "Now, I can only take one step at a time." Yin Nuoxing patted his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly regretted walking out. However, there was no turning back. He could only move forward. In the Qin manor, in Yin Nuoxing's original room. "Father, father, where did big brother go?" Little Yi rolled around on the bed and hugged the quilt into a ball as she asked Qin Hui, who was standing in front of the table. Qin Hui gently opened the paper lying on the table. He couldn't help but smile when he glanced at it. "I went out to play." That was the only sentence written on the paper. Then, there was a drawing of Yin Nuoxing making a face at the side. "This kid." Qin Hui smiled and shook his head. He smiled at Qin Yu, who was entangled in the quilt, and said, "Big brother went out because he had something to do. He told little Yaya to eat until you're white and chubby so that he can come back and pinch you in the future." "TSK, I won't let him pinch me." Little Yaya shook her head unhappily. Chapter 3. The sun hung high up in the sky, shining its scorching rays down. The hot air of midsummer was like a tongue of fire licking at one's body, causing one to sweat profusely and feel sticky all over. It had to be said that Star Spirit City was so big that there was no end to it. Just the residential area alone had taken Yin Nuoxing 2 months of running. Fortunately, he had saved up the pocket money that Qin Hui had given him, so he didn't have to eat and sleep in the open. If he was tired, he would have to stay in a hotel. If he was hungry, he would have to go to a hotel. Even so, the exhaustion of running during this period of time was enough for him to raise his middle finger at the city. Why is this city so big? Looking back at the tall city walls, Yin Nuoxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed angrily. Without looking back, he walked towards the dense forest in front of him. Strolling in the forest, the trees filtered out the heat and the cool sunlight shone on his body. Although it was still hot, there was a warm feeling. Yin Nuoxing took out a bit of his mind and let the burning soul technique operate on its own, allowing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cleanse his body. This was something that had awakened in his memory when the patriarch had taught him a profound technique. At that time, he felt that since it was something that was engraved in his memory, it shouldn't be too bad. Thus, he learned it. However, he felt that this profound technique was abnormally strange. It was related to the strength of the soul, and it actually consumed the strength of the soul to operate it. One had to know that normally there weren't many people who would specifically cultivate the strength of the soul. Only with age or a breakthrough in level would the strength of the soul increase. Using the burning soul technique would consume the strength of the soul. If one didn't cultivate the strength of the soul, it would be difficult for them to bear such a consumption. When Yin Nuoxing learned it, it was just for fun. He felt that a strange technique must have its strong points. After actually leaving the city, Yin Nuoxing wasn't in a hurry to travel. After all, the current him didn't have the ability to travel across the entire Taiyuan region. Mortals could walk for hundreds of millions of years and still wouldn't be able to finish traversing the entire Taiyuan region. He was just a bit stronger than ordinary people. Even if he was a cultivator, when faced with the distance between two regions, he could only shake his head and sigh. If he rashly walked on the road, he would either die of exhaustion, be eaten alive by some wild beast, or be skinned alive by others. Yin Nuoxing walked along the river. Her body was bathed in the warm sunlight. With a bamboo shoot in her mouth, she closed her eyes in satisfaction. In the past few months, she had been walking along the river. At night, she would lean against a tree and sleep. Occasionally, she would hunt a few wild beasts to satisfy her hunger. Although it was a little more tiring than when she was in the Qin family, it was a different feeling in her heart. So, suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from the forest. A black arrow shot straight towards Yin Nuoxing, who was by the river. Although she didn't see anything, the instinctive sense of danger made Yin Nuoxing shudder. She opened her eyes abruptly and took a step to the side. Then, an arrow followed and stabbed into the ground where she had just stood. Yin Nuoxing was silent for a moment. What the hell? Yin Nuoxing grabbed the black arrow and took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly roared, "Damn you! Who did I provoke?" A faint echo came from the silent forest. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and looked at the forest. He sensed a few auras flying through the forest. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and quickly chased after them. In the forest, 5 or 6 people were holding long swords and longbows. They were continuously attacking a red, slender figure in front of them. From time to time, a few torrents of energy brushed past the figure. "That little girl in front, why are you being so stubborn? Just obediently stop, and we'll leave after we take the things. I guarantee that we won't hurt you." A burly man wearing an eye patch and holding a demon-headed broadsword laughed loudly from behind. "As if I believe you." The red-clothed girl in front turned around and scolded. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the black box. She hurriedly circulated the origin energy in her body to increase the speed. The girl was extremely beautiful. Her pair of slender eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her quick-witted, ink-black eyes flickered with mischievous craftiness and anger. Her fair skin looked as if it could be broken by the wind. Her charming face was completely pale. A trace of blood was faintly discernible at the side of her rosy little mouth. "Hey, since it's like this, don't blame us for being impolite. Brothers, go. Capture her alive and properly serve her." The burly man gave a lewd laugh. One of his eyes impudently swept over that exquisite body. When the 5 people beside the burly man heard this, they also grinned a few times. The weapons in their hands mercilessly sent out a few waves of energy. The energy whistled through the air, and when the red-clothed girl heard it, her charming face slightly changed. "Bastard! Slut! Shameless! Pervert!" The red-clothed girl angrily cursed. She freed a hand and waved out a flame, burning the energy that rushed up behind her to ashes. However, after making this counterattack, the girl's already pale face became even paler. Her body was a little shaky, and even her speed slowed down. It seemed that she was about to reach her limit. "Hey!" Seeing this, the burly man with the eye patch laughed. He took this opportunity to rush to the girl's side. A fist the size of a head directly smashed towards her shoulder. A strong gust of wind came from the side. The girl intended to dodge this attack, but her body suddenly became sluggish. She couldn't dodge and could only watch as the fist smashed towards her. Pump! The muffled sound of flesh colliding rang out. After taking this fist head-on, the girl gave a muffled groan and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her body flew a few meters away and smashed into the ground. She struggled a few times but couldn't stand up. "Yo, why aren't you running?" Seeing this, the burly man led the others down and slowly walked towards the girl. He laughed sinisterly, and the ghost-head broadsword in his hand reflected a faint cold light under the sunlight. The girl sat on the ground and fiercely ground her silver teeth. She refused to let go of the black box in her arms. She stared at the burly man and his group who were walking towards her. There seemed to be a ball of fire burning in her eyes, but the powerlessness in her body made her feel very helpless. Cha! On the side, Yin Nuoxing suddenly rushed out of the forest. She looked at the girl, who was suddenly overjoyed, and the burly man with a gloomy expression. She ignored their gazes and waved the black arrow in her hand. She asked, "This arrow, is it yours?" "What, little girl? Are you trying to play with us?" The burly man and his group threw their heads back and laughed. One of them even waved the longbow in his hand, as if to indicate that the arrow was his. A few veins popped out on Yin Nuoxing's forehead. She forcefully broke the arrow in her hand. Then, her figure flashed and left behind a streak of golden light. She instantly appeared in front of the man with the longbow and slapped him across the face. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. The man was still laughing a second ago, but in the next second, his body was suddenly sent flying. He spun a few rounds and spat out a mouthful of white teeth. He fell straight to the ground with white foam coming out of his mouth. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Damn it, get your weapons. F***, kill this little girl?" The burly man was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted fiercely. He didn't expect that someone would be defeated so quickly. It was so fast that he couldn't even react. "Damn you, I'm a man." Hearing him call her a little girl, Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. She moved her body and rushed in front of the burly man. She directly punched his chin. When the burly man saw a fist appear directly in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. Then, a vicious look flashed across his eyes. He raised his fist, which was the size of a praying mat, and smashed it towards Yin Nuoxing's little fist. Looking at the two mismatched fists, Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. Before her fist made contact, her fist turned into a palm. Then, she directly hugged the two thick arms. "Huh!" Yin Nuoxing shouted. She exerted strength in her arms and flung the burly man away. Then, with a shake of her body, she avoided the strong wind that came from behind her and appeared in front of the burly man again. In a flash, the burly man saw the blue sky and white clouds. Then, in the next moment, Yin Nuoxing's figure appeared in front of him. A large foot was rapidly enlarging in front of him. Bam! A foot directly covered the door. The burly man only felt his vision go dark, and then he fell heavily to the ground. The dull sound made him unable to help but muffled a groan, and then a scream came out. "Ah, damn you!" Seeing the burly man lying unconscious on the ground, Yin Nuoxing pursed her lips. She glanced at the four people who were carefully retreating. Then, she snorted. Her figure flashed, and she chased after them. She waved her hand at them. "Damn you, second uncle. Damn you, third uncle. Damn you, fourth uncle. Damn you, fifth uncle." After taking care of the burly man quickly, the remaining four people also shouted, "Damn you, third uncle." They were sent flying, leaving behind a ground full of teeth and hideous blood. Each of them lay by the side, holding their chins and wailing. Professional painless tooth extraction business. I'm honest. I won't take any money this time. Yin Nuoxing clapped her hands, looked around, and picked up a passable long sword. "Ow! We agreed that I won't take any money. Ow!" The owner of the sword covered his mouth and said with difficulty, "Damn you. This is called spoils of war. You guys are so thick-skinned. Do you know that my hand hurts from hitting you?" Yin Nuoxing gave him a kick. Then, she took out a rope and tied the six of them to a big tree. Then, she knocked them out one by one. Then, she glanced at the woman in red who was in a daze in the distance. Ignoring her, she walked in another direction. "Young lady, wait." Seeing that he was about to leave, the woman immediately came back to her senses. She looked at the six loaches on the tree happily and staggered after him. Crack! Yin Nuoxing seemed to have heard the sound of his brain's nerve center breaking. He immediately laughed sinisterly in a bad mood. He twisted his handsome face and turned around. He smiled sinisterly at the woman who was standing in front of him, who was constantly panting. "Miss I am a of ah ah." The woman was shocked by Yin Nuoxing's angry roar. Then, she looked at him carefully. After a long time, she said, "I'm sorry, I didn't see clearly. However, you really look like a girl." After saying that, she stuck out her tongue coquettishly. "Oh, no." Yin Nuoxing slapped his forehead. His heart was about to break down. However, she didn't have any ill intentions, so he couldn't lose his temper. Then, he angrily reached out and pinched her delicate face. "Little brat, how dare you pinch me?" The woman shook her head and glared at him unhappily. "Umph." Yin Nuashing turned his face to the side and ignored her. He walked straight in another direction. "Hey, little brat, don't go." Seeing that he was about to leave again, the woman hurriedly reached out and pulled him back. "What?" Yin Nuashing took a step back and looked at her warily. He was displeased. "Hee, can you do me a favor? There will definitely be a reward after this." "No." Yin Nuashing was decisive. "I haven't said what it is." The woman lowered her head and muttered. "First, it's usually a little dangerous to help if there's a reward. Second, you're being hunted down, so you must have offended someone. Who knows, you might have a force of your own. I don't want to get involved in a dispute between two forces. Third, it's so troublesome. I'm too lazy." After saying that, Yin Nuashing shrugged and turned around to continue walking. Hey, don't, young lady. Help me." The woman pulled him back with a pitiful look. Her limpid eyes were shining, and she looked like she was about to fall in love with someone. "Just because you call me a young lady, I definitely won't help you." Yin Nuashing flew into a rage. "Little brat, I see that you're handsome and mighty. Your martial arts are unparalleled. You have delicate features and a peerless charm. You must be a martial arts genius. What about the truth? You look like a girl. Get lost." Yin Nuashing flew into a rage. He quickened his steps and couldn't wait to disappear. "Don't sob. Can you bear to see a weak woman like me get bullied?" The woman acted cute and stared at him expectantly. "No discussion. Sob. You're so heartless. You're abandoning me after having sex with me." Chapter 4. The sky was dyed dark, and the sky blue feather coat was gradually replaced by black clothes. A crescent blue moon wandered on the horizon. The night was silent, and everything was dormant. The red-clothed girl was jumping on the eaves. After an afternoon of rest, it seemed that her injuries had healed. At least she had the strength to dance now. Her fiery red dress danced in the air along with her waterfall-like black hair. Her graceful and delicate body stretched out with beautiful curves, and she was like a fairy dancing under the moonlight. Her red lips, white teeth, and fair skin were extremely dazzling under the moonlight. Her limpid eyes flickered with a crafty light. "In the end, I still came." Yin Nuashing leaned on the eaves and muttered in his heart. After all, if he didn't come at that time, who knew what kind of shocking words she would say in the future? How unlucky. I just left the house, and I already met this ancestor. Who knows how unlucky I will be in the future? Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where was the cute and moving girl or hot-blooded and energetic youth that he had imagined? She was indeed quite beautiful, but it was a little different from what he had imagined. How is it? Is it beautiful? After the girl finished a round, she landed in front of Yin Nuashing. Her Mei Mao was curved into a crescent moon shape, and she stared at his eyes with some anticipation. Too close. Smelling the fragrance on her body, Yin Nuashing calmly took 2 steps to the side. He looked at her and said, "Oh, I didn't look, but it's probably quite good because the moonlight is gone." He pointed at the dark clouds and smiled. "Little brat, you dare to laugh at me." The girl puffed up her cheeks unhappily. She stomped her slender legs and reached out to pinch his face. Yin Nuashing calmly took 2 steps back and said indifferently, "I have a name. Don't call me little brat. Little Yin Yun." The girl dragged her voice, and it was so sweet that it was sickening. Yin Nuashing shivered. He reached out to scratch the goosebumps on his arm and glared at her with a bitter face. "My name is Yuin. Thank you for your guidance tonight." Yuin smiled and extended her flawless hand. Glancing around, Yin Nuashing took a step forward and reached out to gently hold that jade-like hand. Her soft and boneless touch made others have the urge to play with it. However, he only shook her hand symbolically before letting go. Looking at the dazzling city in the distance, Yin Nuashing said, "Now, can you tell me what you need my help with?" Yuin nodded and said, "That city is the residence of the Wei clan in Star Spirit City." Wait, What city is this? Yin Nuashing felt that something was amiss. Star Spirit City. Yuan looked at him in surprise. Huh? Yin Nuashing opened her mouth wide. After a while, she said, why is it still Xingling City? I've been walking east for a few months and even sat on a flying beast. Why is it still Xingling City? I've never been to school. Don't lie to me. Yes, this is Xingling City. It's the east of Xingling City. You must have come from a city in the west, right? Yuan touched her cheek with her finger and thought for a while before saying, covering her forehead with her palm. Yin Nuashing was on the verge of collapse. How is this a city? This was more like a region. She said it's okay. Continue. Yuan nodded and continued. In the east of Xingling City, the two biggest clans are the Wei clan and our Yu clan. The two clans have been fighting for a long time. This time, they didn't hesitate to ask for external help to eliminate the other party. This time, the Yu clan had their external help stolen from the Wei clan. Although it was only half of it, if they lost it, they wouldn't be able to answer to the other party. Is it that black box? What is it? Yin Nuashing tilted her head and asked. I'm not sure. This time, I was just being playful. I suddenly felt that I should do something for my clan. That's why I took the initiative to ask for a gift. Originally, there were 2 boxes. Who knew that something like this would happen? Yuan stuck out her tongue and smiled. You exposed yourself. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at her and said, originally, there were 2 of them. Now, one of them has been stolen, right? Yeah. Yuan lowered her head and softly replied. Then how do you want to get it back? Break into the city and take the stronghold? Or steal it? Yin Nuashing nodded. Yuan lowered her head. Embarrassed, she didn't say anything. All right, I don't have a plan. Yin Nuashing looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. This job wasn't going to be easy. What's the level of the strongest person in the Wei clan? I think it's the Myriad God Realm, Yuan said with uncertainty. There's a difference of 1 level. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. She was only at the late stage of the Divine Heart Realm. There was a difference of 1 level between her and the Myriad God Realm. Of course, it wasn't an insurmountable gap. What about you? Me? Yuan stuck out her tongue and said with a red face, I'm at the middle stage of the Divine Soul Realm. So weak. You won't be of any use at all. Yin Nuashing facepalmed. Hey, Big Sister's talent is very good. Okay? I'm just a little lazy. Forget it. Yuan said with her hands on her hips. However, the more she spoke, the softer her voice became. All right. I know. I'm just a little lazy. I'm much better than those who haven't come into contact with the emptiness realm of the Divine Soul Realm. Amen. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at her, nodded, and said seriously. Yuyan's face was red with embarrassment. Anyway, let's go take a look first. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Then, she leaped up and rushed toward the dazzling city palace. Little brat, Yuan murmured and followed her unwillingly. In the city mansion, waves of noise came one after another, as if they wanted to flip the eaves over. Looking at the entrance, one could see people dressed in all kinds of clothes coming and going. They were all rushing into the mansion, congratulatory words coming out of their mouths. It seemed like they were celebrating something. Congratulations, Master. You've gotten 2 magical artifacts. It shouldn't be a problem for you to destroy the Yu family and dominate the East City. Master, you're so wise. You thought of intercepting the Yu family's goods and destroying the Yu family in return. I'm afraid the title of 2 families in 1 city will be removed from now on. Now, the Wei family is still the dominant family. On the main seat in the palace, a middle-aged man was congratulating the people who came from all directions politely. His face was full of pride. His broad hand covered the black box on the table beside him. So lively. Do you really think you've defeated the Yu family? On the roof, Yuan listened to the people below talking about the Yu family and Wei family. She was so angry that she wanted to find something to bite. By the way, can't you ask for help from your family? Yin Nuashing leaned on the roof and looked at the lively scene below. She didn't know why, but she felt a little unhappy. This will cause the 2 families to fight in advance. No matter which side wins, the foundation of the family will be damaged. Father wouldn't want to see such an ending. That's why he asked for help. It's all my fault, Yin said with grievance. Yin Nuashing patted her head and said, Can you control the fire element from a distance? Yin shook her head and said, I don't think I can do it before I reach the mortal level. Now I can only set fire at a short distance. What about the delayed combustion? If it should be possible, how fast can you run? You can't outrun the realm of 10,000 gods. Yin blushed a little. Well, this is for you. Take it. Yin Nuashing threw her a golden bead. What's this? Yin reached out and took it. It was cold to the touch. Light elements rushed into her body, making her feel like she had run wildly. Light element? Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. It was one of the 3 rarest elements among the 9 elements. It was known for its speed and had the title of fastest. Yin Nuashing covered her rosy little mouth with his palm, slapping back the scream she wanted to make. He frowned and said, Don't be so surprised. Woo-woo. Yin stared at him with wide eyes. Her expression was as if she had seen something rare. After a moment, she unhappily shook off his hand. The time limit is only 3 minutes. Run after you set fire. What about you? I'll steal something and hit him with a stick. Hit him with a stick. Yin's little mouth formed an O shape. She looked at Yin Nuashing in disbelief. After a long while, she said, Little brat, you really talk big. That's someone from the realm of 10,000 gods, the same level as my father. Furthermore, people from the realm of 10,000 gods have already given birth to spiritual power. You'll be able to sense your every move. People who came into contact with the realm of 10,000 gods would give birth to spiritual power. However, in the early stages of birth, they would not be able to use this kind of power. However, it could increase a person's perception. Furthermore, with the birth of spiritual power, the mental fatigue would be reduced by a lot. I'm just saying, what if he keeps it? Yin Nuashing curled his lips and said, Then be careful. If you can't do it, come back. Yin stared at him, a trace of worry flashing past her limpid eyes. Yin Nuashing nodded and said in a low voice, Go, burn the tree at the entrance, then burn the door as well. Also, set fire to the pillars of the mansion. Burn those 6 pillars, then throw a pile of fire into the main hall. Also, do you think that fire elements are free? Yin was so angry that her entire body was trembling. After thinking for a moment, she nodded fiercely. Of course. Yin Nuashing grinned, almost angering Yin to death. In the mansion, the Wei family head was talking enthusiastically with the guests around him. His dark eyes were full of smugness. Not good. It's on fire. Just as the hall was filled with joy and harmony, flames shot up to the sky without warning. Outside the transparent windows, many figures could be seen dancing in a hurry. The scorching temperature turned the hall into a place like an oven. Wisps of black smoke rose into the air above the city mansion. Quickly put out the fire. Evacuate the guests. The Wei clan's patriarch stood up abruptly. Just as he finished speaking, a fireball the size of 3 meters rolled directly into the hall. Billowing heat waves hit them in the face, and the clothes of many people in the surroundings burst into flames. Fortunately, the fireball didn't explode. Otherwise, the hall would have turned into a mess. Which bastard dares to cause trouble in my Wei family? The Wei family head waved his sleeves, and an aura surged out. It hit the fireball and extinguished it. At this moment, he also understood that this was definitely not an accidental fire. Someone was definitely deliberately sabotaging it. Boom! Just as the Wei family head shouted, the 6 pillars on the roof collapsed at the same time. They pierced through the ceiling and smashed onto the ground, splashing up a wave of dust. Those who were close to them were directly overturned. The scorching heat waves ignited the robes of those people. Suddenly, there were a few more people on fire in the main hall. Who is it? The Wei family head had just shouted 3 words and was about to walk out when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A sense of danger arose spontaneously. However, before he could turn his head, he suddenly felt an intense pain at the back of his head. Then his vision turned black, and he staggered forward. He turned his head with difficulty. Before his vision turned black, he saw a rather handsome face. The somewhat feminine eyes flickered with an innocent expression. You? The Wei family head's eyes widened. He didn't understand where this person came from. He didn't even feel the fluctuation of energy. However, before he could finish speaking, Yin Nuoxing flashed behind him and knocked him unconscious with the back of her sword. Then, she raised her leg and kicked him hard. Bang! The dull sound of flesh colliding caused Yin Nuoxing to grin when he heard it. The patriarch of the Wei clan rolled out like a stuffy gourd and crashed into a collapsed pillar. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yin Nuoxing glanced at the chaotic main hall. It seemed that no one was paying attention to the situation here. She picked up the black box at the side and disappeared in a flash, leaving behind some gradually dimming light particles. It's really a tragedy for the Wei family to encounter you. On a short mountain outside the city, Yuan looked at the dilapidated ruins of the Wei family. A few wisps of smoke were rising. Then, she looked at Yin Nuoxing, who seemed to be in a daze. She felt somewhat frightened. Who would have thought that a dignified expert of the Myriad God Realm would be knocked unconscious by a stick? This stick strike was a bit too skillful. Thinking of this, Yuan felt some lingering fear, as expected of the fastest light element. In the face of extreme speed, nothing was useful. Let's go, little brat. There's no point in staying here. Yuan sighed and turned her head to Yin Nuoxing with a smile. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head, stretched, and yawned lazily. After a while, he threw the black box to Yuan and said, "Okay, I got this. I should get out of here." After saying that, he patted the dust off his windbreaker and was about to walk down the mountain, but Yuan grabbed his clothes. He had no choice but to stop and look at her with his head tilted. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, little brat. I haven't thanked you yet." Yuan pulled Yin Nuoxing's windbreaker and dragged him to the other side, laughing as she walked. "There's no need." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and muttered, "I'll just do a good deed today." "Of course." Yuan curled her lips and pulled his windbreaker even harder, as if she was afraid that he would run away. "Moreover, my home isn't far. Look over there." Yuan smiled and pointed her jade finger at the night sky, at the place where the green light was shining. Yin Nuoxing followed her finger and looked over. He couldn't help but stare blankly. A towering ancient tree seemed to be standing between the heavens and the earth. Its branches and leaves were tens of thousands of feet long. Its rich vitality transformed into specks of fluorescent light that were extremely bright under the night sky. It was like a beacon in the night sky that could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. Under the ancient tree, there was a small town. It was as if the ancient tree was a cradle, and it was thriving under the protection of its radiance. So big, Yin Nuoxing was entranced by the sight. After a long time, he finally muttered these words. "Let's go." Yuan smiled and dragged him towards the small town under the huge tree. Chapter 5. The small town was nestled next to a big tree, shrouded in green light. The breeze swayed, and the unique smell of the green leaves and the trees permeated the air. The surroundings were peaceful and full of vitality. "Father." Outside the largest mansion in the city, the master of the Yu family, who was dressed in a green robe, was pacing back and forth uneasily in front of the door. His eyes glanced towards the southeast, and his mind was somewhat restless. When he heard the familiar voice, his heart rumbled, and he put down the huge rock hanging in the air. His sorrowful face suddenly swept away the darkness, leaving behind a warm face. He opened his arms to welcome a red figure into his embrace, and said with a smile, "Our precious daughter is back." When the surrounding people heard this, they could not help but laugh, and all of them heaved a sigh of relief. The master of the Yu family had completely ignored the so-called magic weapon, and all he talked about was her safety. "Father, I'm really fine. Your daughter is so smart. How could anything happen to her?" Yuan stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, layers of black lines appeared on her forehead, but she did not jump out to say anything. The Wei family, very good. After listening to Yu Yin's story, the master of the Yu family nodded, and some coldness surged in his dark eyes. "Father, the Wei family, was accidentally demolished." Yuan said this sentence shyly. The surrounding people, including the master of the Yu family, were very shocked. Demolished? Accidentally? What did this girl do when she went out for a walk? How could she demolish the Wei family? Yu hesitated for a moment and then told the whole story. However, before anyone could say anything, Yin Nuoxing spoke first. Don't look at me. You set the fire. You burned the house. I didn't do anything. Everyone laughed embarrassedly, but in their hearts, they muttered, if you didn't knock the master of the Wei family unconscious, how could the fire burn so happily? An expert of the 10,000 God realm was not so easy to deal with. Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. The Yu family patriarch bowed with a smile. Yuan cursed in her heart. She tugged at her father with all her might. To Yin Nuoxing, this form of address was like a sharp thorn in her heart. Now that he mentioned it, Yin Nuoxing gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. She scratched her head with both hands. After a while, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said to the confused Yu family head, Uncle, I am a man. Everyone looked at each other, then carefully looked at him. They were all stunned. Half a minute later, when they indeed saw that he looked like a boy, they could not help but burst into laughter. The head of the Yu family was a little embarrassed. I'm leaving. Yin Nuoxing dragged her battered spirit and silently walked away. Hey, little brat, don't always think about leaving. Yuan grabbed his hand and pulled it back. When a matter is done, I leave in a huff, hiding my identity and name. What you want has been brought back. Why should I stay? Yin Nuoxing sighed and said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Take a rest for a night. It won't take such a long time to travel. After saying that, Yuan ignored his opinion and directly dragged him into the house, leaving a group of people with different thoughts. The head of the Yu family smiled and shook his head. Then, he led the people of the Yu family into the manor. In the hall, 2 black boxes were placed on the table. The head of the Yu family smiled and pushed away one of the boxes, the box that Yin Nuoxing and the others had snatched from the Wei family. He said, one of these 2 boxes is actually a fake. The real one should be this one. What the? Yin Nuoxing was dumbfounded. Her black eyes flickered as she stared at Yuan. The latter also looked over in confusion. Finally, she looked at the head of the Yu family and scolded at the same time. Then why did we go and tear down the Wei family? Haha, isn't this a backup plan? Who knew that you would directly tear down the Wei family? The head of the Yu family laughed and shook his head. He looked at Yin Nuoxing with a strange gaze. The Yu family and the Wei family have been fighting for God knows how many years. However, the situation was broken by such a young man. Now that the Wei family was in chaos for a period of time, the Yu family could directly deal with them. Yin Nuoxing lowered her head and rubbed her palm on the fake box. After a while, she gently opened it. A piece of jade-like white fragment lay quietly in the middle. It was only the size of a palm and did not have the slightest energy fluctuation. It looked like a broken piece of jade. Yin Nuoxing stretched out her hand and picked up the jade piece. She could not help but be startled. She used almost all her strength to pick up the piece of jade that was neither big nor small. Why do you have to put something in a fake box? Yin Nuoxing frowned. She lifted the jade piece and looked at it over and over again. This jade piece weighed at least 50 kilograms. Its surface was pure white and there were no patterns on it. She did not understand why this broken piece of jade would have a weight that was completely inconsistent with its appearance. Add weight. The head of the Yu family did not know either. When he borrowed a magic tool from someone, this jade piece was not mentioned. He was only told that there would be 2 boxes, one real and one fake. Yuan rolled her eyes at him and did not say anything. After looking at it carefully for a while, Yin Nuoxing gently placed it back into the box. The moment he closed the lid, he suddenly felt an ethereal tremor in his soul, which made him slightly stunned. His hand trembled slightly. Under the strange gazes of Yuan and Yin Nuoxing, he picked up the broken jade piece again. However, this time, he did not have that feeling. Frowning slightly, Yin Nuoxing put the jade piece back. Then, he picked it up again and repeated it a few times. He waved it in front of the 2 of them and said, "This jade piece, can you get it to me?" Yuan and Yin Nuoxing looked at each other. They did not know what he wanted this broken jade piece for. The head of the Yu family hesitated for a while. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, it's not anything important anyway. However, what do you want this for? It's just a small piece of jade." "I don't know either." Yin Nuashing shook his head and said uncertainly, "It feels like something strange." "Strange things?" Yu'in furrowed her beautiful brows. She didn't understand what he meant by strange. Yin Nuashing nodded and said, "Maybe I'll find out after I do some research. Let's rest here for tonight. There's no hurry to leave tomorrow," the head of the Yu family said with a smile. Just now, Yin Nuashing had told him that he was rushing to a certain place. The head of the Yu family did not suspect anything. Of course, since he was here, he had to properly entertain him. After all, he had saved his daughter. It would not be right if he did not entertain him. "Thank you, uncle," Yin Nuashing said with a smile. "There's no need." Yuin helped him tidy up a clean room. Then, they sat down and chatted for a while. However, Yin Nuashing did not have the vigilance of an outsider. Or perhaps, he thought that it was something insignificant to others. He quickly explained everything. Or perhaps, he was just narrating it like a story. A towering ancient tree. Yuin raised her head and looked at the ceiling. After thinking for a long time, she shrugged and said helplessly, "Other than Xingling City, where there's such a tree, I don't know if there's any other place that matches your imagination. Other places with trees are probably not suitable for humans to live in. I don't think it's a natural formation, right?" Although he was prepared, Yin Nuashing could not help but feel disappointed. He had already seen the tree in this small city. There was nothing special about it. It was completely different from the one in his memory. Don't be anxious, little brat. Finding out one's identity is an important matter in life. Compared to people like us who stay at home all day and never step out of the house, your life will definitely be more exciting than ours. Yu'in patted his head and comforted him. Yin Nuashing pouted his little mouth and furrowed his slender eyebrows. He tilted his head and looked at her without saying a word. What kind of important matter in life was this? There shouldn't be such a setting, right? Yu'in laughed and pinched his cheeks. After saying good night, she quietly went out. In the middle of the night, Yin Nuashing tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When he thought of the broken jade, he just saw his mind could not calm down. He quietly went to the roof and lay down on it. At this time, there were no white clouds in the sky. Hundreds of millions of stars hung in the sky, flickering with light. A curved, ice-blue moon sprinkled a faint moonlight. After a long time, Yin Nuashing sat up with a quiver. He took out the white jade from the pendant and carefully examined it for a moment in his palm. However, he still did not have any clues. He pinched the broken jade between his two fingers and raised it high under the stars. His eyes narrowed slightly. Rays of starlight passed through the jade piece, illuminating it until it was transparent like glass. He could see that there were extremely complicated runes flickering with a faint light. The faint light seemed as if it would be extinguished at any time. As expected, that feeling was not groundless. I just don't know if it has any connection with me. To be able to carve such complicated runes, it must be a high-level magic tool. Yin Nuashing smiled slightly. Although it was only a corner of the runes, he could more or less guess a little. He immediately engraved the runes that seemed to be extinguished in his mind. At the same time, the white jade piece emitted a strong white light. It broke free from his fingers and directly crashed into his glabella, merging with his soul. Yin Nuashing suddenly opened his mouth wide. However, he covered it with one hand, not allowing himself to make any sound. "What is this thing?" He cursed angrily. Then, he hurriedly checked and found that the white jade piece was quietly residing in the depths of his soul. A faint light shone on his soul, making him feel a little warm. Yin Nuashing looked at the jade piece as if he was facing a great enemy. A person's soul was a very important place. Having something inexplicable barge into it really scared him out of his wits. However, the jade piece did not do anything after entering his soul, leaving him confused. His soul carefully looked at the jade piece that was entrenched in it. After a long time, he finally reached out his hand and carefully touched it. The jade piece suddenly trembled. Yin Nuoxing's right hand involuntarily spread out. With a flash of light, the jade piece suddenly appeared in his palm. After looking at it in astonishment for a while, Yin Nuoxing tilted his head. He reached out his hand and poked the jade piece. With a thought, the jade piece slowly merged into his palm and appeared in his soul. What the hell? Yin Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He felt that the jade piece did not seem to have any evil intentions. His raised spirit relaxed again. His right hand surged with light again. The purplish-black greatsword that was as long as his body floated above his palm. The moonlight scattered on the sword, reflecting a purplish light. When it shone on Yin Nuoxing's face, it looked rather demonic. He held the jade piece in his left hand and the greatsword in his right hand. His two hands slowly leaned together. The jade piece and the sword sheath collided, producing a crisp sound. In the silent night, there was no sound at all. Did I get wrong? Yin Nuoxing twirled his long hair and stuck out his tongue. He reached out his hand and wanted to separate the two objects. However, Yin Nuoxing used all his strength to pry at the jade piece. He realized that the jade piece did not move at all. It seemed to be stuck to the greatsword. Yin Nuoxing thought that he did not use enough strength. He used all his strength to pry at the jade piece. The veins on his arms bulged, and his face turned red. He seemed to be using all his strength. This is... what? What's the situation? Yin Nuoxing was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. He waved his hand and threw the long sword to the ground. Then, he sat at the side, panting. He stared at the jade piece helplessly. The jade piece ignored him and remained still for a long time. Then, it slowly withdrew its light. It actually seeped into the purplish-black greatsword like liquid, causing the latter to shine even brighter. Yin Nuoxing blinked his eyes and picked up the giant sword. He looked at it from top to bottom, but he couldn't see any changes in the giant sword. He hesitated for a while, then kept it in the pendant and sat on the ground. Little brat. Yin Nuoxing had just sat down when a sweet voice called out to him from behind. Why did you come up? It's so cold in the middle of the night. Yuin walked softly to Yin Nuoxing's side. She took out a cotton-padded jacket and draped it over him. Then, she gently sat down beside him and snuggled into the jacket. Yuin seemed to have just taken a bath, and there was a faint fragrance on her body. Her waist-length hair was a little damp, and she was wearing a plain white dress, which made her look a little more elegant. Ahem! Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly and turned his face away slightly. He said, I couldn't sleep, so I came up to get some fresh air. Then why did you come up? Yin Nuoxing asked. I couldn't sleep, so I came up to get some fresh air, Yuin said with a smile. All right, I was just kidding. When she saw Yin Nuoxing rolling his eyes, she could not help but laugh. Then, she said, I just asked my father. He doesn't know about those places either. He only said that if we go to the Divine Prefecture, we might be able to find something. How can we go that far? Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He had heard this news more than once. Well, although it's impossible for mortals to cross a region, that's not necessarily the case. There are specific portals between the 6 regions of the Divine Realm. We should be able to reach the Divine Prefecture after passing through those portals. Really? Yin Nuoxing was slightly delighted. Probably. Where can we find these portals? Hearing his question, Yuin immediately revealed a cunning expression and smiled slyly. What's wrong? Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He had a bad feeling about this. If you stay with me for a while, it's not impossible for me to tell you. Yin Nuoxing was stunned and rolled his eyes. Chapter 6. Accompany you? Yin Nuoxing suddenly felt that his brain wasn't working properly. He asked doubtfully, accompany you for what? I haven't thought about it yet. Yuin smoothed out the hair in front of her forehead and smiled slyly. Can I just ask anyone for this kind of information? Yin Nuoxing shuddered and mumbled. You won't be able to find it. The teleportation device isn't here. Then where is it? Accompany me for a while, then I'll tell you. Then, sister, can you accompany me for a while? No bargaining. How long is a while? I haven't thought about it yet. So it doesn't have a fixed time? When Yin Nuoxing heard this, he jumped up like an angry kitten and stared at Yuin as if he had seen a ghost. Of course, Yuin was happy to see him like this. She covered her mouth and giggled. Then she pulled Yin Nuashing to sit down and pinched his cheeks. "You're so cruel." Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress the urge to leave a row of teeth marks on her fair arm. Ha! Just like that. After leaving for less than a year, Yin Nuashing was once again living under someone else's roof. However, although it was said that they were enduring humiliation and enduring hardships and were willing to sell themselves in order to obtain information, in reality, the two of them didn't go out much. They had always been living in seclusion. Yin Nuashing was too lazy to go out. Even the neighbors didn't know that such a person had come to the Yu family. This made Yin Nuashing a little confused. Logically speaking, a piece of information bought him an unlimited amount of time. No matter what, he should make good use of it, right? What kind of game was this? Xiaoyi's family was missing an older brother. Could it be that Yu Yin's family was missing a younger brother? There couldn't be such a coincidence in this world, right? One day, seeing that Yin Nuashing was a little depressed, Yu Yin smiled and pinched his face out of habit. "Do you think that I have nothing better to do by keeping you here?" "A little." Yin Nuashing unhappily shook off the hand, nodded and muttered, "Don't worry, I have a use for you. Also, I'm not restricting you from going out. Go out occasionally. It's not good for your health to stay at home all the time." Patting his head, Yu Yin gently walked away, leaving him in a daze in the hall. Yin Nuashing was confused. She scratched her head and didn't know why she suddenly said that. Half a month passed. Borrowing the power of Yin Nuashing and Yu Yiye destroying the Wei family last time, the Yu family took advantage of the opportunity to attack the chaotic Wei family. The people in the city also understood the meaning of everyone kicks a man when he's down. The originally deep-rooted Wei family was almost destroyed the moment the people raised the flag of rebellion. The overlord of the city, which had been rooted for hundreds of years, was destroyed in an accident. Some people sighed, and, of course, there were also people who gloated. A month passed quietly. Yin Nuashing was also someone who didn't like to go out. Every day, he would stay in his room and cultivate. Go out and play. You're going to rot if you stay at home. Don't come back for half a day. Yu Yin, who couldn't stand it anymore, dragged him to the door. Her pretentious and delicate look made Yin Nuashing not know whether to laugh or cry. He had never seen someone who insisted on going out. "Let me go. I want to cultivate. I want to be a homebody. I won't go out." Yin Nuashing screamed and hugged the pillar tightly. No matter how hard Yu Yin pulled on his windbreaker and pinched him until his face turned red, he wouldn't go out no matter what. This made her lose her temper. "If you don't go out, I won't tell you about the teleportation portal." Seeing Yin Nuashing hugging the pillar like a sloth, Mei Mao sighed. She slowly narrowed her eyes into a dangerous arc and said with a smile, "Isn't it just going out to play? Let's go out then. What do you want to buy?" Hearing this, Yin Nuashing was so scared that he jumped down from the pillar. Then he patted his chest and laughed. Yu Yin rolled her eyes at him and dragged him out of the door. Then she fiercely slammed the door and tied him up, leaving Yin Nuashing outside to drink the northwest wind. Oh, what a sad story. Yin Nuashing had no choice but to jump around the city with a giant sword, hoping to find something in this small city. Of course, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Other than sweating every day, he didn't find anything else. As a famous city, Xingling City had a vast area. One could imagine how prosperous it was. There were many restaurants, and it was very lively. Although Yin Nuashing didn't like to go to those noisy places, he had to admit that these places were the best places to search for information. As long as he pricked up his ears, any strange news or gossip could enter his ears. Although he listened to the information with some dissatisfaction, it was just as Yu Yin said. No one seemed to mention the words teleportation gate, let alone the relevant information. Even when he asked, no one knew about it. This made him very unhappy. However, he was also a little puzzled. Since he didn't hear any information about it, how did she know about it? Ancient ruins, Yin Nuashing suddenly heard something from a few tables away. He quickly pricked up his ears and quietly changed his seat. Have you heard? A ruin has appeared outside Xingling City. It seems to have been there for a long time. Many people from the major forces are fighting to get in. I don't know what's inside. You're talking about the Sunset Battlefield, right? It's said that two god-level experts fought there in the past and flattened the entire mountain range. So many years have passed, and countless experts have swept that place back and forth, but they didn't find anything. Why did a ruin suddenly appear? It seems that there's a barrier there. So many years have passed, and the energy has dissipated. It's been exposed, and people have discovered it. Ancient ruins, huh? Two gods were buried in that battlefield. I don't know who they are. Do you think a divine artifact will appear this time? Divine artifact? Even if we get that kind of thing, it'll be a hot potato. If we don't have the strength to protect ourselves, we won't be able to keep it even if we get it. Moreover, if we want it, will those major forces allow it? I don't know how many forces will come this time. Something left behind by a god is enough to make them go to war. I just don't know who will be the final winner. Sigh, those things have nothing to do with us. Right now, we should just obediently cultivate and strive to come into contact with the divine soul realm as soon as possible. After watching the five of them leave, Yin took a sip of tea and muttered to herself, "Ancient ruins. Since we have nothing to do, let's go take a look and see if we can find anything interesting." Yin smiled and walked out of the restaurant. "You want to go to the ancient ruins?" In the courtyard of the Yu family, Yuin stared at Yin in astonishment. Her expression was as if she was looking at a lunatic. She had also carefully investigated the ruins outside the city that had been in an uproar recently. People with low cultivations basically could not even enter that former battlefield, let alone go in to look for anything. Therefore, when she heard Yin say that, her first thought was that his brain had been burned out. I'm just going for a stroll. Just treat it as having fun. It's nothing." Yin nodded and smiled. Yuin crossed her arms and looked at him blankly. She circled around him and sighed. She stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and flicked his forehead. She didn't know what to say. "Are you sure you still have your rationality?" Yuin sighed. I'm very sure. This is my rational answer." Yin gaze was firm, but he didn't have any confidence. To be honest, he was just curious and wanted to take a look. If he encountered any danger, he had the light element, so running away wouldn't be a problem. After another sigh, Yuin grabbed his hand and pulled him to the back of the Yu family. Standing in front of an ancient house, Yuin told him to wait outside while she walked in. Yin sized up this house that was suffused with an ancient aura. The plaque on the door was written in an uncommon language, Forbidden Hall. It was suffused with a strange aura. However, Yin didn't recognize anything unusual about this language. He only knew that he recognized it. Not long after, Yuin came out from inside. Her red dress was covered in dust, and her delicate face was also dyed gray in several places. She looked like a little kitten. Yin gave her a glance. His face tightened, but he laughed until his back shook. Not noticing Yin abnormality, Yuin directly put a green bracelet on his left hand. Then, she bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. The bracelet immediately emitted a faint red radiance, which disappeared after a short moment. "What is this?" Yin stopped laughing and used her sleeve to wipe her pretty face that was painted on and asked, "Yeah, I don't know. It said that the ancestors used it to ward off evil spirits." Yuin patted her clothes and reminded him with a serious expression, "Be careful. If something is wrong, come back immediately." Yin nodded and felt a little warmth in his heart. He waved at her and jumped out of the manor, leaving behind Yuin, who had a disappointed and frustrated look on her face. Endless yellow earth stretched as far as the eye could see. Huge cracks extended as far as the eye could see, and it was unknown how many kilometers it extended. There was no vegetation in this place, and there wasn't even a trace of life. On the lifeless earth, some fragments of unknown materials could be faintly seen standing on top of it, emitting astonishing fluctuations. Sunset Battlefield, the place where the self-titled sun god fought with another god. Yin flew on the yellow earth, his gaze constantly sweeping the surroundings. Along the way, he heard many rumors about this battlefield. It was said that dozens of years ago, a god who had cultivated his divine authority to the extreme and called himself the sun god, fought with another god and fell here. It was said that there was a vast amount of energy left in the world, and only gods and powerful cultivators could enter this land. However, when Yin Nuoxing stepped on this destroyed land, he didn't feel anything wrong. It was no different from the places he usually went. This made him suspect that the information he received was wrong. After flying for a long time, a huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. He was stunned and quickly stopped, carefully sizing up this huge pit. The pit was about 10,000 kilometers long and wide, and it seemed to go directly into the depths of the Earth's core. As far as the eye could see, it was pitch black, and there were no other colors. It was so dark that even souls could be sucked in. It doesn't seem to be here. Yin Nuoxing raised his eyes and secretly looked down. Then he flew around the edge of the huge pit, his eyes fixed on the bottomless pit. In the deep and dark pit, a golden light suddenly flashed. Yin Nuoxing suddenly stopped and opened his eyes wide, wanting to take a closer look. Did I see wrongly? After a long time, he still didn't see anything. Only then did he rub his sore eyes and collect his thoughts. He flew towards the place where many people had gathered in the distance. 2 hours later, Yin Nuo planet stopped near the mountain range. Many experts were either floating in the air or riding on exotic beasts. Their eyes were all fixed on an empty space outside the mountain range, waiting for the right moment. That place. Yin Nuoxing hid in the mountain range outside. He saw that the group of experts had spread out over 1,000 kilometers with the empty space as their center. His eyes passed through the tall forest and looked straight at the people in the outermost circle. He carefully walked over. He completely concealed his aura, and even his vital signs were at their lowest. A layer of faint light particles enveloped his body, blocking the detection waves that were scattered around. In this place where there were no relatives or friends, one more person meant one more competitor. He knew what would happen if he was seen by others with his weak strength. Hence, he covered himself up tightly before he even got close. The purplish-black great sword shot out from the pendant without any warning, releasing a faint purplish light that enveloped Yin Nuoxing. It came into contact with the white energy layer that suddenly appeared in front of him, and he crashed into it. Where are they? His line of sight suddenly changed. It was still the same place, still the same position. However, there wasn't a single person in the surrounding sky. It was as if the group of people waiting for him was just an illusion. In the distance, a magnificent palace rose from the ground. Endless ancient buildings stood in the mountain range. The cracks on the walls gave off a feeling of vicissitudes. Ancient ruins? The buildings that suddenly appeared stunned Yin Nuoxing for a moment. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 7. That's right. The barrier is still active. No wonder no one is here. After pondering for a while, Yin Nuoxing nodded his head. However, he still had some doubts. Then how did I get in? Could it be that the so-called barrier is just a decoration? Is it used to scare people? He muttered to himself and shook his head. While he was here, someone must have tried to break through the barrier. However, no one had entered until now. This was enough to prove how strong the barrier was. Suddenly, he saw the purple glow that enveloped his body and the purplish-black greatsword that was floating on his left side. He immediately felt a little stunned. It seemed that the greatsword had broken through the barrier. What is the origin of this greatsword? Even the barrier set up by the gods can't stop it. Yin Nuoxing grabbed the greatsword in his hand. His eyes glanced around before he dashed toward the ancient palace. I don't have much time. I have to take a good look. Thinking of this, his lips involuntarily curled into a slender arc. The palace and the mountain exuded an ancient pressure. However, when it came into contact with a layer of purple glow, it disappeared like snow melting away. Yin Nuoxing secretly felt lucky. If it wasn't for this strange greatsword, he wouldn't even be able to enter today. Yin Nuoxing sighed as he stood in front of the gate that was as tall as the mountain. He carefully sized up the place. After discovering that there wasn't any danger, he boldly strode to the front of the palace. He reached out his hand and gently pushed open the stone gate that was covered in moss. Behind the gate, A pitch-black tunnel that was 100 feet wide extended forward. There were some holes in the wall that were irregularly arranged. It looked like they were some sort of mechanism. Yin Nuashing was stunned. After the stone gate was completely opened, the great sword in his hand suddenly vibrated. The great sword turned its defense line, and the tip of the sword pointed at the pitch-black tunnel in the distance. It seemed that something was attracting it. There's something inside that is related to it? Thinking up to this point, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but feel a little excited. She looked at the passageway, nodded, and quickly ran in. If these things work together, they can definitely turn a person into a sieve. After running for about 2 hours, passing through 2 tunnels and 3 secret rooms filled with mechanisms, Yin Nuashing finally arrived at a spacious hall. She turned around and glanced at the hall with fear in her heart. She patted her chest and ran toward the tunnel in front of her. Occasionally, when he passed by some stone rooms, he would carefully open the doors and stare at the things inside in a daze. Then, he would shake his head and leave without touching anything. Pill Hall. Raising her head to look at the 2 ancient words on the stone plaque, Yin Nuashing was slightly startled. After hesitating for a moment, she still opened the door of the Pill Hall. Boom! A deep rumbling sound came from the ancient stone door. The thick stone door that was covered in moss was slowly pushed to the side. A strange fragrance that had been hidden for countless years suddenly gushed out. She couldn't help but sneeze. Behind the stone door was a stone room filled with rows of cabinets. Wisps of medicinal fragrance leaked out from the cabinets. At the top of the cabinets, there were many white, jade-like scrolls. Presumably, they were some prescriptions. Forget it, I'm not a pharmacist. It has nothing to do with me. After taking a few glances, Yin Nuashing left and closed the door. If the people outside knew about this, they would definitely pull him up by his collar and scold him. Damn it, we finally entered the ruins. Why didn't you take anything? The deeper he went into the ruins, the more Yin Nuashing could feel that there seemed to be a vast energy fluctuation behind the wall. Some of the mechanisms seemed to be waking up. He had to leave enough time for him to make a complete retreat. Secret room. In a huge stone room, Yin Nuashing raised his head to look at the words engraved on the ceiling. Beside him, there was a passage that hung high. It was dozens of meters above the ground. If he didn't sense it with his soul, he probably wouldn't have noticed that dark passage. The spacious stone room was dozens of times bigger than the other rooms. Countless holes filled the walls. A few long swords that looked like mechanisms were placed in the corner. They were emitting a piercing light. There were also a few big bells placed in the 4 directions, guarding this stone room. How do I get past the height of dozens of meters? Yin Nuashing clasped his hands together and prayed. He was praying that the mechanism here wouldn't be activated too early. He raised his head to look at the passage and kept walking around. He didn't want to waste time, but he also wanted to take a look. He walked around half of the ruins, but he still couldn't find the thing that made the huge sword react. Moreover, after Yin Nuashing entered, the huge sword didn't move at all. No matter where he pointed the huge sword at, there wasn't the slightest reaction. This made him wonder if he had come to the wrong place. How could there be no reaction after entering the ruins? After a moment, he thought of something. He placed the huge sword on the ground and lightly stepped on it. He muttered a few words in his heart. Then he pointed at the huge sword and shouted, "Rise." More than 10 seconds passed. The huge sword didn't move at all. A faint purple light enshrouded the sword, making it look very mysterious. After a minute, it still didn't move. It seems like I was thinking too much. Yin Nuashing held his forehead and laughed at himself. He hadn't learned how to fly on a sword before. How could it be so easy for him to step on the sword and fly around? Wong. Just when he wanted to get down and use the light element to rush up, the huge sword let out a soft sound. After a moment, it trembled slightly. Then, carrying Yin Nuashing, it soared into the sky. Ugh! The sudden situation made Yin Nuashing slightly happy, but he immediately realized that the huge sword that suddenly flew up seemed to be unable to be controlled as he wished. He could only stare at the ceiling that was approaching in an instant, and before he could laugh out loud, he crashed into it head-on and immediately let out a shrill scream like a pig that was being slaughtered. Ah! Ouch! The dull sound of the collision was accompanied by the sound of another heavy object falling to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Yin Nuoxing was lying on the ground. He hugged his head and rolled around. His clothes were stained with dirt. He couldn't help but groan. After rolling on the ground for a while, Yin Nuoxing stood up resolutely. He rubbed his aching head and jumped onto the sword. He roared. Again, the huge sword responded and rose from the ground. Dong! The dull sound of the collision was like the sound of a drum. If someone was here, their heart would tighten because of this sound. Ao. Roar again. Ao, woo. F***ck continue. A woo. After trying more than 10 times, Yin Nuoxing was lying on the ground. There was a big bump on his head. His handsome face was bruised and swollen. His nose was bleeding and tears were flowing down his face. His lively eyes were filled with grievance. At this moment, the huge sword flew over and circled around him as if comforting him. Baby, just fly me up. It hurts. Yin Nuoxing wanted to cry. When he saw that the sword suddenly had intelligence, he couldn't help but wail. The giant sword spun twice and seemed to understand what he said. It flew into his hand and used a wave of energy to absorb Yin Nuoxing and directly lifted him up. Moon goddess above, sky sovereign below. Turn, turn. God said we have to turn. Seeing that they were heading straight for the ceiling, Yin Nuoxing was so scared that he started babbling nonsense. Then, he hurriedly closed his eyes. He seemed to have heard the sound of the huge hammer hitting the wall. The huge sword carried him close to the wall and changed direction at the critical moment. It rushed into the tunnel. After rushing into the tunnel, the jade bracelet on Yin Nuoxing's wrist suddenly emitted a silver light, illuminating the dark tunnel. Yin Nuoxing didn't feel the pain that he expected. He slowly opened his eyes. After seeing that nothing was wrong, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the shiny bracelet on his wrist, he couldn't help but be stunned. In the bracelet that was as white as jade, a red line slowly moved. The weak light was extremely dazzling in this dark tunnel. After Yin Nuoxing saw the light, the bracelet trembled slightly. The white light wriggled and spread to his arm and body. Finally, it enveloped him. He looked at the bracelet in surprise. When he didn't feel anything unusual, he heaved a sigh of relief. The huge sword carried him and rushed to the top floor. With the help of the weak light, Yin Nuoxing seemed to see a dark platform to the side. He quickly turned around and patted the huge sword. Hey, there's a... The huge sword ignored Yin Nuoxing's words and flew straight up. It fluctuated for a moment, and a grievance similar to that of a human was transmitted to his mind. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but be stunned when he sensed the emotion transmitted to him. He scratched his head. A sword? How could it transmit human emotions? A few minutes later, the speed of the huge sword slowed down. Yin Nuoxing stretched out his hand and looked around with the help of the light from the bracelet. There was a ceiling above his head. It seemed like this was the top floor of the ruins. The top floor was extremely huge. Just the height alone was 1,000 feet. It was much bigger than the bottom floor. There was a vast energy faintly transmitted from the depths. What caught Yin Nuoxing's attention the most was that the huge sword trembled slightly. An indescribable emotion was transmitted to Yin Nuoxing's mind. That feeling was as if it had seen something that it cared about. It's here? Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing looked inside and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The walls on both sides of the top floor weren't made of green rocks. On both sides, there was a sparkling and translucent orange crystal wall. The flowing light illuminated this place as if it was daytime. He could faintly feel a huge amount of energy flowing within the crystal wall. What a big deal! Looking at the crystal wall on both sides, Yin Nuoxing sighed repeatedly. He couldn't tell what it was. He only knew that it wasn't an ordinary object. He could feel it from the energy flowing within it. As he slowly walked towards the top floor, Yin Nuoxing saw that the crystal walls on both sides had changed from orange to a rich jadeite color, and the energy flowing inside also caused his heart to palpitate. If the energy inside the crystal walls accidentally exploded, he would definitely die. At the end of the passageway, there was a stone door that was only a few feet tall. It suddenly appeared in the middle of the crystal wall, as if it was embedded in the crystal wall. The simple stone door didn't have any flowing light or energy restrictions. Yin Nuoxing gently pushed the stone door to one side. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but be startled when she saw the door being opened so easily. She turned around to look at the passageway that she couldn't see. She swallowed her saliva, grabbed her great sword, and stepped into the stone door. Behind the stone door was a secret chamber that was about 1,000 feet in size. The four walls were shining with a golden light and seemed to be indestructible. Clusters of crystals were placed on the floor like cabbages, and colorful lights were shining on this small world. The spiritual energy had condensed into clouds, and when one reached out his hand to touch it, he would feel that his palm was moist. Yin Nuoxing widened her eyes at the Xian crystals all over the floor. She licked her lips, her cheeks twitching a few times, and laughed dryly. Are these all Xian crystals of the immortal grade? According to its purity, it could be divided into 10 grades. Common grade, low grade, middle grade, high grade, excellent grade, fine grade, top grade, immortal grade, sacred grade, and peerless grade. Depending on its purity, the energy it contained was also different. Apart from being used to speed up cultivation, it could also be used to refine medicines, make talismans, set up formations, forge weapons, and so on. It had many uses. Normally, warriors would carry thousands of kilograms of it with them in case of emergency. However, he couldn't use the Yin Nuoxing at the moment. After all, his cultivation was still too low. If he were to use it recklessly and absorb it into his body, he might end up exploding. With so many Xian crystals of the immortal grade here, it's hard for me to find anything standing in the golden stone room that suddenly lost its 8 colors. Yin Nuoxing could tell from its color that it was a Xian crystal of the 8th grade of the immortal grade, even though he had never seen it before. He estimated that it was no less than 1,000,000 kilograms. The giant sword had been emitting a faint light since it came in, which made him even more sure that what he was looking for was here. After looking around, Yin Nuoxing walked in with the giant sword in his hand. He felt that the sword in his hand was a little hot. If there was no accident, there should be something buried in the depths. Maybe it had something to do with this unknown sword or the mysterious jade slip. Along the way, he saw a dazzling array of drawings and jade bottles on the floor. Whether it was the things recorded or the medicines contained in them, the quality was several levels higher than those that were randomly placed below. Among them, there were some complicated formations, special talismans, and unorthodox prescriptions. How long will it take to find the medicines like this? Submerged in the piles of Xian crystals, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since he came in, the giant sword was still emitting a faint light. No matter where he walked, he didn't see the light on its body getting stronger or weaker. But there are so many mountains here. Was he supposed to dig them out? At this time, the giant sword buzzed softly. Some vague information was transmitted to Yin Nuoxing's mind, which made him frown slightly. You want me to put all these away? Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. When he saw the giant sword nod like a human, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless. These are not my things. How do you want me to put them away? This time, it was the giant sword's turn to be speechless. Okay, I'll put them away. Why find them? I'll throw them out. Okay. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Putting away a pile of formations that were randomly placed, he slowly put the 8 colored mountains into the pendant. His hand reached inside and grabbed something that was a little hot. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly grabbed that thing and fished it out of the pile of Xian crystals. Looking at it carefully, he found that it was an 8-meter-long golden bow. Green patterns decorated it and outlined complicated talismans. It was burning hot when he touched it. He was a little surprised. Between his fingers, there was a golden-green, long arrow of the same length. It seemed to be a set. Looking at the empty space behind him, Yin Nuoxing casually threw the long bow and arrow behind him. Then he reached into the pile of Xian crystals and fished them out. Suddenly, his hand grabbed something cold. Yin Nuoxing was delighted. He grabbed that thing hard and pulled it out of the pile of Xian crystals. Then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, it's this thing. Yin Nuashing smiled. He held a piece of broken jade the size of a palm in his hand. Under the golden light, he could see the formation patterns hidden inside. It was still messy and was made of the same material as the first jade piece. However, the formation patterns inside couldn't be connected. According to his guess, this should be some kind of formation, and it was only a corner of one. The palm-sized jade piece weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Faint light flowed on its surface, looking very mysterious. After he completely engraved the formation patterns inside in his mind, he slapped it on the excited giant sword. After waiting for a while, he saw it fuse into the giant sword. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. After the giant sword absorbed the jade piece, the silver light on the scabbard seemed to be a little brighter. If he had to say, it seemed to be more intelligent. The first jade piece fused into the giant sword gave it a faint consciousness and even emotional fluctuations. What would happen after the second jade piece fused into it? Yin Nuashing was very curious. However, he didn't see any special movements from the giant sword. It just floated in front of him, emitting a light full of intelligence. Boom! As soon as Yin Nuashing stood up, the giant palace suddenly trembled violently. The entire mountain range began to shake with it. Outside the palace, the barrier that enveloped the entire mountain range suddenly appeared. Bursts of starlight pierced through the space and bombarded the barrier. The palace and the ruins are about to be activated. Yin Nuashing stabilized his swaying body. After thinking for a while, he understood something. Suddenly, a touch of paleness appeared on his fair face. Chapter 8. Why are you so fast? I haven't even left yet. Yin Nuashing stood there in a daze for a long time. Only when he was stabbed a few times by the huge sword did he come to his senses. He hurriedly poured out all the things he had just put into the pendant, then walked towards the door. After throwing everything out, the floor in the middle of the stone room suddenly cracked open. A dazzling radiance burst out from within, causing him to hurriedly close his eyes and take 2 steps back. He hurriedly grabbed the huge sword in his hand, ready to deal with any situation that might occur. The radiance gradually weakened, and Yin Nuashing opened his eyes once again. Then, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. On the floor, there was a piece of multicolored jade. It was as perfect and flawless as suet jade, quietly lying on the floor. Its surface sparkled, and multicolored radiance danced around it like fairies. It looked extremely gorgeous and mysterious. What's that? He looked at the ruins that seemed to have calmed down, then looked at the jade piece that had suddenly appeared. After hesitating for a while, he still walked over and curiously stretched out his hand, wanted to pick it up. So heavy. The jade piece that he thought he could easily pick up seemed to weigh more than 1,000,000 kilograms. No matter how hard Yin Nuashing tried, his face turned red. He couldn't lift it up. Phew! After a long time, Yin Nuashing put down the thing that he couldn't lift up. He took a few light breaths and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Forget it. I don't care anymore. Escaping is more important. Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly. He took another look at the jade piece, then turned around and flew towards the door. The light element in his body was also restless. Boom! The palace shook violently for a moment, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Ka-ka sounds came from the walls. The vast energy woke up from its slumber, and the mechanism was about to be activated. He was so scared that he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Furthermore, Yin Nuashing saw an astonishing amount of energy flowing in the space outside the secret room. The energy hidden behind the crystal walls seemed to have come alive, breaking out of its cocoon. Yin Nuashing's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the energy didn't enter the secret room. Otherwise, he would have died here today. I've gone too far. Seeing that his escape route had been cut off, Yin Nuashing broke out in cold sweat. He could not help but punch the ground. Just as he was thinking of a way to escape, the giant sword in his hand suddenly broke free. Then, under his strange gaze, it flew to the colorful jade piece, circled it twice, and pointed at him. You want me to put away? Yin Nuashing probed when she saw the giant sword's actions. Buzz! The giant sword sank a little, as if it was nodding. This made Yin Nuashing a little curious. What was this strange jade piece? Why did this strange giant sword care so much about it? Seeing Yin Nuashing hesitate, the giant sword flew back and pushed him, as if it was urging him. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and nodded. She took off the pendant and placed it on the jade slip. With a thought, she put the jade slip away. Clang! Just as Yin Nuashing put the jade slip away, the door of the secret room suddenly closed. A dull sound rang out, startling Yin Nuashing. However, before he could scream, a 3-meter-tall, colorful stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground in the deepest part of the secret room. Yin Nuashing hurriedly took a few steps back, grabbed a fist-sized crystal, and looked at the pillar vigilantly. What surprised him was that nothing happened after the giant pillar rose. He turned his gaze and saw that on top of the giant pillar, there was an ancient scroll that was flowing with a brilliant light. Several kinds of elemental particles were spinning around it, and an astonishing energy wave was emitted, making his legs feel weak. Behind the stone pillar, the golden wall suddenly peeled off, and a door that was as tall as a person slowly appeared in Yin Nuashing's line of sight. Behind the door was a dark passageway, and the words "Main Hall" floated above the stone door, dazzling his eyes with golden light. Looking at the closed door behind him, and then at the small door that led to the main hall in front of him, Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth and hurriedly walked toward the door that suddenly opened on the wall. Just as Yin Nuashing ignored the scroll and was about to enter the stone door, the giant sword turned around and dragged Yin Nuashing to the side of the stone pillar, then knocked on his head. Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly. He hurriedly put away the scroll according to the giant sword's will, then ran towards the stone door again. This time, the giant sword did not stop him, allowing him to run in. After he entered, the stone door slowly shrank until it disappeared in the end. There was not even a crack in the wall, as if the door had never existed. 2 hours after Yin Nuashing entered the ruins, an army of thousands had gathered outside the barrier. Several hundred strange beasts floated in the air, letting out a low growl or two from time to time. In the distant sky, the sharp sound of space being torn apart suddenly rang out, and several dozen streaks of divine light rapidly flew over. Rumble. Following that, it was as if there was an army of thousands of horses galloping. Behind the dozens of streaks of divine light, waves of roars of savage beasts could be heard. Multicolored light was boundless, and mist was overflowing. Dozens of savage beasts rode on clouds and mist, carrying a cultivator on their backs. Although they were stepping on the sky, the sound of thunder could be heard, as if an army of millions had passed through. Those savage beasts were all mutated beasts left behind from the ancient times. All of them were covered in dense scales and looked incomparably ferocious. Their thick horns flickered with a terrifying light under the sunlight. The cultivator in the middle was carrying a fluttering flag, and a blazing temperature filled the air. On top of the flag, there were 3 words written with monstrous might: Fire God Shrine. Fire God Shrine is so impressive. At the same time, a cold laugh came from another direction, and a rumbling sound came from the sky. A huge monster swept across the horizon. Its wings stirred up a gale that pushed everyone away, and a vast pressure rushed towards the people of the Fire God Shrine in the middle. One of the 8 great ancient families, the Qi family. The people of the Fire God Shrine coldly looked at the group of people on the back of the huge dragon. All of them were on guard, and an austere aura quickly spread out. Both sides were separated by a distance, and their gazes met. The temperature of the air gradually rose, and there was a sign that they were going to fight. Let's rely on our own strength. Let's rely on our own luck. The 2 forces were very powerful. After confronting each other for a moment, they shouted, and both of them snorted coldly before turning their gazes away. This place is really lively. The clear sky suddenly darkened, and the night fell without any warning. A stretch of stars suddenly appeared in the sky, and the vast power of the stars shrouded the heaven and earth like water ripples. Crisp laughter like a silver bell reverberated in this place. Star Palace. The 2 forces slightly narrowed their eyes, and raised their heads to look at the night sky filled with stars at the same time. They couldn't help but frown. The 12 stars in the sky suddenly emitted rays of light, and a group of people walked out from the starlight. They glanced at the two forces from afar, and the beautiful woman in the lead smiled. She didn't say anything, and brought the people of the Star Palace to some distance away to maintain a balance between the three forces. Let us join in as well. Just when everyone thought that everyone had arrived, a wild laughter shook the space a few times. Silver-white lightning suddenly penetrated the space, and the condensed starry sky was torn apart. The dark heaven and earth suddenly became bright again, and a sturdy man holding a silver spear appeared beside the people of the fire god shrine with a dozen or so cultivators. His entire body was surrounded by faint electric aura, and he looked rather powerful. Lightning god shrine. The three forces were stunned for a moment, and then all kinds of different emotions were revealed. The people of the fire god shrine faintly smiled, but the Star Palace and chief family frowned. Heavens, 2 of the 9 great elemental temples came today. Just what is in these ancient ruins that is worth them to mobilize so many people? When the loose cultivators at the periphery saw such a lineup, they were so scared that they almost fainted. The 9 great elemental temples were all transcendent forces in the divine world, and it was rare to see them mobilize so many people. Everyone, why are you wasting your energy here? Why don't we work together to break the barrier? And after we enter, we will rely on our own abilities. The 4 forces confronted each other, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the space not far away, and a group of people wearing purple and gold clothes slowly walked out. The young man in the lead laughed with a voice as warm as the spring breeze. His handsome face and the moving arc of his mouth made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. The Xian family of the 8 great ancient families. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and all of them were a little stupefied. Even 2 of the 8 great ancient families came. What wind is blowing today? Even the Xian family, who hasn't participated in worldly affairs for a long time, has come. The most powerful family among the 8 great ancient families. Just what is it that can attract these big shots of the cultivation world? In less than a day, Star Spirit City will definitely become famous. It actually attracted so many huge forces. It seems like the disturbance here will continue for a long time. Right now, I can only wonder just what is hidden in these ancient ruins. Everyone was far away from the barrier. The concealed barrier contained a powerful pressure, and they basically couldn't get close to it. Only the 5 great forces could withstand it. Everyone, what do you think? The purple-clothed man smiled faintly and said, "Right now, we are the first group of people to arrive. If we join hands and attack, we will definitely obtain the most. We will listen to the young master." The beautiful woman from Star Palace pursed her lips and smiled, then nodded her head. All right. The people from Fire Divine Shrine and Lightning Divine Shrine looked at each other, then nodded their heads in agreement. Since that's the case, let's do it. The people from Qi family shouted and took the initiative to attack downwards. We will forcefully break open the barrier. Those who are not divine kings quickly retreat. The red-haired young man in the lead of Fire Divine Shrine opened his mouth and roared. With a raise of his hand, he smashed down the entire sea of fire, and the blazing temperature evaporated all the water molecules in the air. At the same time, the boundless power of stars and blazing lightning interweaved together and descended from the sky. Carrying a force of 10,000 caddies, they fiercely collided with the barrier. The purple-clothed man also waved his hand and threw out a huge diagram, which enveloped the entire barrier. The huge amount of energy began to break open the barrier. The 5 great figures took action at the same time, and a vast amount of energy seemed to have joined together. The momentum was vast, and it was terrifying. At this moment, everyone's mind trembled. Their bodies swayed, and they involuntarily flew towards the distance. In an instant, they cleared out a space. Suddenly, countless runes appeared on the barrier. Ripples of light flowed, and countless amounts of energy soared, firmly resisting the 5 types of energy. The heaven and earth trembled, and long cracks appeared in the space. It was as terrifying as a big mouth that could devour people. Are they trying to break open the barrier? Are they trying to tear down the ruins? Yin Nuoxing, who was in the palace, was flipped upside down on the ground once again. At this moment, he also understood something and immediately started cursing. Why is this crappy passage so long? After Yin Nuoxing finished cursing, he got up and used all his strength to rush forward. In a passage that was covered in moss, one golden light after another streaked across. Boom! The energy fluctuation permeated into the palace, and the entire mountain range started to shake along with it. Bah! Can the people outside be gentler? Yin Nuoxing fell flat on his face. A large piece of dust fell from the ceiling, causing his face to be covered in dust. After rushing out of the passage, Yin Nuoxing immediately lay on the ground after rolling out of the passage. Then the entire palace started to shake violently. When the tremor stopped this time, he slowly stood up, patted the dust off his body, and slowly sized up the place. The main hall was tens of thousands of meters long and wide. The ancient stone pillars stood erect, and the impact didn't leave a single mark on them. The prehistoric aura filled this space, and a thin mist shrouded this space. There wasn't much energy in this empty space, but on the high platform in the middle, there was an extremely dense energy. That energy seemed to have turned into a thin barrier, isolating the platform from the outside world. The high platform was 1,000 feet long and wide, and it was 100 feet tall. It was like a black rock that had been cut and embedded in the ground. There was no trace of polishing, and it looked indestructible. Is this the main palace? Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and slowly walked towards the high platform. He could not help but tighten his grip on the huge sword. A faint golden light flowed on the barrier, and the runes in the barrier gently churned. The surrounding space showed signs of slight distortions. Yin Nuoxing circled around the barrier and hesitated whether he should enter. However, the sudden tremors caused him to stumble over. The huge sword and the jade bracelet on his left hand suddenly exploded with an intense light, enveloping him tightly. At the same time, the light tore a gap in the barrier, and Yin Nuoxing swayed and crashed into the gap. After Yin Nuoxing entered, the gap in the barrier quickly closed. He took a few steps forward unsteadily before stopping. He instantly held his breath, and his eyes quickly scanned his surroundings cautiously. He held his huge sword horizontally in front of his chest, as if he was facing a great enemy. When Yin Nuoxing stepped in, the world instantly calmed down. It was as if the fluctuations from the outside world could not be transmitted in. The expected attack did not appear, and there were no so-called mechanisms. There was also no oppressive aura in the space. Dozens of golden statues stood on the stone platform. They were at least 20 feet tall, and they formed a circle with their faces facing outwards. They held 18 different types of weapons in their hands and emitted an intimidating cold light. They were motionless, and they did not move even after he barged in. It was as if they had been there since ancient times. The back of the statues was completely covered by a black fog. Even his soul power could not penetrate it, and he was unable to sense what was under the black fog. However, Yin Nuoxing instinctively felt that it was a little dangerous. Yin Nuoxing took 2 steps forward, and an invisible wave suddenly spread out from the black fog, freezing his body. However, before he could be shocked, the jade bracelet and the huge sword exploded with an even more intense light, and instantly broke the restriction. He also cautiously took a few steps back and stared at the black fog without blinking. I didn't expect that the tomb I set up would still be opened by you. After a moment of silence, a faint voice slowly reverberated in this area that was 100 feet in size. Yin Nuoxing sucked in a breath of cold air. How many years had it been? How could there still be a living being here? Furthermore, from what it said, it seemed to be the owner of this ancient palace. The 2 golden statues suddenly walked to the side, and the black fog slowly dissipated. A huge green-red lotus appeared, and a skinny person sat cross-legged on it. He was dressed in an immortal green robe, and his pale white hair fell to his shoulders. His face was like a skeleton, and his eyes emitted a faint green light, like will-o'-the-wisps. Upon closer inspection, the two pupils were strangely diamond-shaped, and not round black pearls. Chapter 9. It's not you. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the skeleton's mouth. Yin Nuashing was stunned and looked at the skeleton in confusion. The person who looked like a skeleton also looked at him in surprise for a long time. Then he fixed his gaze on the dark purple sword and exclaimed, "This is the Netherworld Ruins sword." The skeleton waved his hand, and Yin Nuashing and the sword flew over. They stopped a few meters in front of the skeleton. "Senior, do you recognize this sword?" When Yin Nuashing heard the skeleton say the name of this unknown sword, he immediately forgot about his situation and asked hurriedly. The skeleton habitually stroked his beard that was no longer there. He looked at him strangely and said calmly, "The Netherworld Ruins sword, the first famous sword on the divine weapon ranking, divine sword record. Who in the realm of the gods wouldn't recognize it, what?" Yin Nuashing was shocked. But now, its spirituality has dissipated, its spirit root has shattered, the weapon spirit has dispersed, the karma has disappeared, the runes have shattered, and the talismans have collapsed. Its power is less than a billionth of its original power. It can be said that it is now useless. The skeleton looked at it carefully and said with a bit of heartache, "Kid, you're really wasting God's gift. How could such a precious divine sword be reduced to such a state?" Yin Nuashing opened his mouth wide and couldn't say anything for a long time. This had nothing to do with him. The sword was right beside him. Who knew what had happened to it? However, the Netherworld Ruin sword suddenly emitted a strong light, as if it was refuting. It seems that it is not completely dead. Moreover, it is not something that ordinary weapons can compare to. The skeleton looked at the Netherworld Ruin sword in surprise and said, "Kid, where did you get this sword?" "I don't know. For as long as I can remember, this sword has always been with me." Yin Nuashing shook his head. "No memory?" The skeleton took a deep look at him. After a long while, he slowly said, "As far as I know, this sword only recognizes one person as its master. There is no news of this sword changing masters. That person seems to be... is... who?" Yin Nuashing asked anxiously when she saw that he had stopped talking. Maybe this had something to do with his background. She was naturally a little anxious at this moment. "I forgot." The skeleton shrugged and said helplessly, "It's been so many years. I'm just a remnant of my soul. My memories of the past have been worn away by time." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing tilted her head with a dejected look on her face. Although she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. She pulled a long face and didn't know what to say. The skeleton smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to summon a green scroll from behind him. He smiled and said, "It's good that someone has come. Before my soul is obliterated, I can still find someone to inherit my lost technique and not let it be lost. I originally planned to wait for the first person to come in to receive my teachings." The skeleton stroked the scroll and said with a hint of gratification, "That pair of eyes?" Yin Nuashing asked. "You even guessed it." The skeleton nodded in surprise and said, "The evil spirit I has the ability to see through all things and decipher all methods. You can understand the rest yourself." After saying that, he flicked his finger and a ray of light flew into Yin Nuashing's glabella. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the huge amount of information, engraving it in her mind. In less than 3 minutes, Yin Nuashing stood up abruptly with an anxious look on her face. "You're done so quickly?" The skeleton was a little stunned. "No, now is not the time for deep comprehension. I have to leave quickly. Someone will come in soon." Yin Nuashing looked left and right to find a way out. "Don't worry." The skeleton waved his hand and placed her on the ground. He smiled and said, "They won't be able to come in for a while." "All right." Yin Nuashing nodded and began to comprehend the main points of cultivating the evil spirit eye from the information. At the same time, her body blossomed with 4 colors of light. Among them, the golden color was the brightest, followed by the red and metallic luster, and the green color was the weakest. She was unable to observe the changes in her body. Her body and mind were deeply immersed in the state of comprehension. However, the skeleton at the side suddenly jumped up and almost threw the scroll in its hand. For the first time, a trace of seriousness appeared on its withered face. For elements, heavy light, light wood, metal, and fire balance. The skeleton sucked in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and said, "Abnormal. It's a pity that I don't have that. Maybe this little guy can use the evil spirit eye to the extreme. I'm now very curious about his identity." The skeleton scratched its head. Its green eyes suddenly narrowed and turned into two diamond-shaped pupils that rapidly rotated. It wanted to see through Yin Nuashing completely. 10 minutes later, the green light weakened. The skeleton frowned and muttered, "The past has been sealed. Regardless of whether it's the past or present life, it can't be seen through. Even the future can't be predicted. Just who is it that would go through so much trouble to seal a person? Even the evil spirit eye can't see through it. I don't think there's anyone in this world who can see through it. AI." The skeleton sighed. He reached out and sucked the nether void sword into his hand. The nether void sword immediately exploded with powerful energy. It continuously attacked the seemingly withered but powerful ghost claw, trying to break free from his grip. It's been weakened to this extent. I didn't expect it to still have such power. The skeleton raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm just helping you repair your spirit root." Hearing this, the nether void sword immediately quieted down. Seeing this, the skeleton's withered hand surged with green light. It seeped into the nether void sword and drew in the remaining spirit root fragments, slowly reconnecting them. The nether void sword also emitted a faint glow. It absorbed the surrounding energy and appeared to be even more sentient. As expected of the number 1 divine sword, I can't completely repair it with the remaining energy I have. After a long while, the skeleton raised his head and returned the nether void sword to Yun Nuashing's side. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he felt that his body had used up almost all of its energy. Boom! His soul peeked outside the palace. The barrier that sealed this mountain range was filled with cracks as thick as an arm. It looked like it wouldn't be long before it was completely destroyed. "Is she coming in?" The skeleton chuckled. A strange look flashed through his eyes. With a thought, the energy in the ruins began to boil. An astonishing, murderous intent emanated from this ancient palace. Phew! At this moment, Yun Nuashing, who had been meditating for a long time, slowly opened her eyes. Gorgeous four-colored energy shot out from her eyes. Then, the color in her eyes fluctuated rapidly. Finally, they were filled with gold. One of her diamond-shaped pupils was red, and the other was silver. There was also a faint flicker of green. It looked very demonic. So gaudy. Yun Nuashing, who had just woken up, said this sentence the moment she opened her mouth. When the skeleton heard this, it almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Why is Senior's different from mine?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked into his eyes. "It's not that mine is different from yours. It's that yours is too special." The skeleton covered his chest and rolled his eyes. You're innate with the 4 elements. Don't you know?" Seeing his baffled expression, it was the skeleton's turn to be stunned. "The evil spirit I is condensed from the pure elemental energy in my body. I've only devoted my life to the research of the wood element. I didn't take the risk of incorporating other elements into my body. Therefore, my eye has always been green, hindering its development. But you're different. The 4 elements are enough to make it reach the pinnacle, especially the rarest light element. With it, your path of cultivation will be like a tiger that has grown wings. You'll be invincible among the younger generation." After Yin Nuashing heard this, he nodded his head in confusion. The skeleton smiled. Stroking the scroll in his hand, he sighed and casually tossed it to Yin Nuashing, saying, "A complete divine great array and some talismans. You also have the wood element in your body. You'll be able to bring out its power. After you're familiar with it, you'll be able to combine it with other elements to sublimate it." Yin Nuashing took the scroll and opened it to take a look. He was immediately wild with joy. He knew that an expert of this level wouldn't have any junk on him. The things he casually tossed out might cause a perilous situation in the world of cultivation. Carefully holding the scroll in his hand, his eyes that had already returned to their original pitch-black color glanced at the slightly small platform. Then, he looked behind the skeleton. There a pitch-black mass was still bobbing up and down. Astonishing energy was constantly rolling, causing Yin Nuoshing to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Speaking of which, brat, when other people barge into the ruins, they'll plunder everywhere. They can't wait to take the entire ruins for themselves. You, on the other hand, not only did you enter first, you didn't even touch anything. You only took that jade piece. Suddenly, the skeleton laughed. Looking at Yin Nuoshing, his gaze was full of laughter. Hearing the skeleton mention this matter, Yin Nuoshing's handsome face turned red. Somewhat unnaturally, he turned his head and said awkwardly, after all, those things aren't mine. How can I casually touch them? But you took that jade piece, the skeleton teased. That's what the void underworld wants. Hearing that, Yin Nuoshing couldn't help but touch his face. He stuttered for a long time, unable to say anything. The wondrous items in the world belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Don't be so nervous. The skeleton couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Yin Nuoshing's awkward expression. He continued, even if you empty the entire ruins, I won't blame you. But those things that were put out are nothing. The skeleton shook his head with a smile. His withered fingers took off the jade bracelet on his hand. With a wave of his hand, he tossed it in front of Yin Nuoshing and smiled. The truly precious thing is still here. Yin Nuoshing hesitated for a moment when she saw the jade bracelet floating in front of her. Only when she saw the skeleton nod his head did she gently put it away into the pendant. She smiled sweetly. Thank you, Senior. The skeleton casually smiled, after which it turned its head and looked at the large cluster of pitch-black fog behind it. After thinking for a long time, it beckoned with its palm and summoned the fog to its front. Both of its hands swiftly danced and formed seals one after another. As the skeleton's hand seals changed, an enormous pressure immediately gushed out and wrapped around the black fog, exerting its strength to suppress it. Under this pressure, the black mist suddenly tumbled like boiling water. As it continued to be squeezed, the mass of mist became smaller and smaller in front of Yin Nuoshing. The energy fluctuations it emitted also became more and more terrifying. In just a short while, the huge mass of black mist was compressed by the skeleton into a round ball the size of a head. It was pitch black and smooth, and one could even see their own mirror image when looking inside. After compressing the black mist into a ball, the skeleton waved his hand, and the black ball went into Yin Nuoshing's pendant. The skeleton sighed and said, from the time I achieved great success until the day I died, I couldn't figure out what this thing was. It gradually became a knot in my heart. I won't be able to fully comprehend it in this life. If you have any opportunity in the future and understand what this thing is, remember to burn a piece of paper and tell me. I will. Yin Nuoshing nodded. Since she had accepted his gift, she had to do something for him. After thinking for a while, Yin Nuoshing raised her head to look at the skeleton and asked, Senior, I still don't know your name. This old man is Muhan. People call me Muingzi. My title is Wood God. Of course, it's self-proclaimed. At this point, the skeleton faintly revealed a kind of pride. One of the two gods in the battlefield of the setting sun? Yes. Muingzi nodded and said with a smile, you have to cultivate the evil spirit I will. If one day I don't hear its name in the underworld, I'll jump out and beat you up. After saying that, Muingzi pretended to beat Yin Nuoshing. Hee, your peerless technique will definitely not decline. Yin Nuoshing shrunk her neck and hurriedly nodded in promise. She looked like she was just short of raising 3 fingers to swear. All right, little guy, you should go out. Someone should be coming in soon. I have to prepare. Hearing this, Muingzi slowly nodded. He rubbed his chin and raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall and saw something. Suddenly, a hint of fierceness surged in his eyes as he said, Senior, "You're not leaving?" Yin Nuoxing hurriedly asked after hearing this. "I'm already dead. What's left is merely the soul imprint I left behind when I was alive. After so many years, I've reached the point where I'm like a lamp that has run out of oil. Otherwise, how can anyone find this place? The moment I step out of the palace, this mountain range will collapse with me. My only regret is that no one has inherited my evil spirit eye. I'm unwilling to accept this, so I persisted until now. I don't wish for it to lose its rightful glory with me. Today, you've beaten me to it and obtained the inheritance. I fulfilled my long-cherished wish. I'm so satisfied that I can die." Senior, Yin Nuoxing was speechless. He couldn't stop matters of life, old age, sickness, and death. Even if he wanted to save Mu Yingzi, there was nothing he could do. "There's still some time. Do you want to go take something else?" Mu Yingzi teased. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly waved his hand. He had already received Mu Yingzi's lifelong inheritance. If he took anything else, the group of people outside who were persistently attacking the barrier would probably spit out blood from anger when they saw that this place was just an empty shell. Mu Yingzi also knew this. He smiled and shook his head. He took off a green ring from his left hand. With a wave of his sleeve, he put it on Yin Nuoxing's hand and said with a smile, "All right, this old man's belongings are all with you. Don't think of taking anything else from me." Yin Nuoxing curled his lips and muttered in his heart, "You're clearly the one who gave it to me." Mu Yingzi saw through his thoughts and laughed loudly, making him feel very awkward. "Let's go." Mu Yingzi smiled. He waved his hand and wrapped Yin Nuoxing with a green energy. Suddenly being wrapped by the energy, Yin Nuoxing felt a wave of energy being emitted from his body. It was as if he was going to be sucked into a space. "Senior, take care." Feeling this suction, Yin Nuoxing also knew that Mu Yingzi was going to send him out. Before disappearing, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly said this. He glanced at Mu Yingzi one last time. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space. A wave of suction suddenly surged and instantly swallowed Yin Nuoxing. Mu Yingzi smiled in relief as he looked at the place where Yin Nuoxing disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the pitch-black ancient palace. He pressed his palm against the void, and all the mechanisms in the palace were activated. The sound of energy churning could be heard from the walls. Inside the ancient palace, murderous intents filled the air. Even a God King level character would die if they were to come here. Bang! At the same time, in the sky outside the palace, a crisp sound came from the barrier. It was as if the sky had shattered. The 5 waves of energy were pushed back. The violent energy swept through the heavens and the earth. Some people who were close to the barrier were crushed. They didn't even have time to scream. Charge! The ruins have opened. Chapter 10. The instant the barrier was penetrated, cheers suddenly rang out in the world. It was as if they didn't see the previous miserable situation. Some people couldn't wait to rush towards the shattered barrier. The shattered barrier slowly dissipated in the air. A mountain range suddenly appeared in the empty land. The grand and ancient palace also gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight. When the palace appeared, a desolate and majestic aura descended from the sky. Under that aura, everything was silent. Even people as strong as the purple-clothed man and the others felt a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Not good, retreat quickly. The purple-clothed man's flying figure couldn't be completely stopped for a moment. Just as he rushed into the barrier, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. The dense aura of death around him made him shudder. With a loud shout, he rolled up his sleeves and led everyone from the Xian family to retreat to the horizon with all their might. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Leave this place. On the other side, the people from the Fire Divine Palace, Lightning Divine Palace, and the others clearly sensed something. Almost all of their faces surged with fear. At that moment, they let out a strange cry. With a whoosh, they led their people and rushed away with nearly 10 times the speed they came with. When the people who were rushing over saw this, although they didn't know why they were running away, they knew that something bad was about to happen. At that moment, they didn't care about the ruins that were close at hand and hurriedly ran with the 5 great forces. After the barrier dissipated, the space suddenly lit up with many sparks. Looking from afar, even the appearance of the ruins became blurry. If one looked carefully, they would discover that it wasn't the appearance of the ruins that became blurry. Instead, different degrees of distortion appeared in the entire space. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky. It was as if 10 suns had exploded at the same time. Overflowing energy covered the entire world with a rain of fire that could destroy the world. At that moment, the emerald forest that was close to 10,000 miles away from the ruins was also raised into a flat land with no end in sight. Even the ground had sunk down by several tens of meters. The ground was so flat that there wasn't the slightest obstruction. Those cultivators who couldn't escape in time were directly smashed by the energy and instantly turned into existences akin to dust. Not even a trace of them was left behind. If one were to look down from the sky, they would be able to see pitch-black cracks spreading out like a spiderweb with the ruins as the center. Even the clouds in the sky were torn apart by the shock waves. At that moment, the Sourcepeak region seemed to have experienced an earthquake. What brilliant fireworks! Thousands of miles away, Yin Noashing stood at the top of a large tree and watched. His eyes were filled with shock. The energy produced by the energy storm made his heart jump even though he was thousands of miles away. His handsome face became much paler, but he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Don't tell me they were all wiped out? Yin Noashing patted her rapidly beating chest and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She took a few deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. The violent energy wreaked havoc for dozens of minutes before slowly calming down. In the sky, the pitch-black space and the scattered dark yellow cracks were quietly closing up. The might formed by the 5 of them had long been destroyed. In the center of the mountain range, the palace was like a primordial beast. An ancient and vicissitude of power descended from the sky, covering every inch of land within a radius of 500 kilometers. Many cultivators simply knelt on the ground, unable to resist. Their faces turned purple, and even the divine essence within their bodies was suppressed to the point where they could not move. Just a barrier alone is already so powerful. In the distance, the woman from the Star Palace muttered. Her charming face was completely pale, and there was a dazzling bloodstain on the side of her red lips. Clearly, she did not completely avoid the wave of impact just now and suffered quite a bit of damage. Everyone, do you still want to continue? The purple-golden-robed man laughed dryly. His chest rose and fell unsteadily. The clothes on his body were torn into pieces, and his exposed skin was lacerated. Even the wounds were burnt and no blood flowed out. Just now, they had taken the lead to charge in and received the strongest impact. However, looking at their calm appearance, they did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. The master of these ruins must have surpassed Shun Ming when he was alive. No, he must have even been an expert of the Underworld King level. We were too careless. The sturdy man from the Lightning Divine Hall frowned and said angrily, although the lightning element was not as fast as the light element, it still swept away the people from the Lightning Divine Hall, Fire Divine Hall, and Xian family in an instant. However, the purple-robed man was too close to the ruins. Even if he used speed, he could not escape the fate of being injured. The leader of the Fire God Shrine, the red-haired man, sighed. He turned around and said to the 2 of them, quickly return to the shrine and report to them. Ask them to send experts to support us. Something of this level is not something we can touch. The appearance of an Underworld King-level ancient ruin could not be concealed. It would definitely shock the entire Sourcepeak region. Soon, more and more sects would dare to come. Among them, there would definitely be many forces comparable to the Divine Hall and the 8 ancient families. The Xian family had no choice but to ask for reinforcements. How about we break into the ancient palace together and take the lead in retrieving the treasure? The people from the Qi family looked at the people from the Xian family, then looked at the Fire Divine Hall and the Lightning Divine Hall. Finally, they asked the people from the Star Palace. We haven't even entered the ruins, and there are already such heavy casualties. Do you think that there are not enough people who have died? The red-haired man frowned. Looking at the empty sky, he felt a bit of sorrow in his heart. Aside from their 5 families, there would not be more than 100 people alive. Furthermore, they did not want to give up on this opportunity. However, they clearly knew that with the strength of their own people, they might not be enough to kill in the ruins. If you're afraid, then you should leave as soon as possible. Just stay on the side and watch us collect the treasure. Hearing the red-haired man's words, the people from the chief family immediately sneered. I want to see how many of you can come out alive. The red-haired man clenched his teeth and fiercely glared at the people from the chief family. Then, he led the crowd and retreated far away. The sturdy man from the lightning divine hall looked left and right. He also glared at the people from the chief family. Then, he brought his people and retreated with the people from the fire divine hall. Brother Chi, let's just forget about today's matter. For something of this level, only the elders of the family can barge in. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The purple-clothed man from the Xian family sighed. He took out a pill and casually threw it into his mouth. Then, he gave him an apologetic smile. Then, he brought his people and retreated in the direction of the 2 divine halls. On the side, the people from the Star Palace also retreated far away. After seeing such a tragic scene, they also did not want to stay here any longer. Only the 20 people from the Chi family remained. Even the loose cultivators chose to leave. They knew that preserving their lives was more important. If they lost their lives, then no matter how precious the things were, they would be meaningless. The people from the Chi family clenched their teeth. They hatefully glared at the 4 forces and unwillingly flew in another direction. Phew! Luckily, they all left. When Yun Nuoxing saw that the crowd had dispersed, he lightly heaved a sigh of relief. He was someone who had walked around the ruins and knew how frightening the series of energy mechanisms inside were. However, he was a little disappointed in his heart. He thought that he would be able to see everyone enter, but after discovering that there was actually nothing very valuable, he flew into a rage. He looked in the direction of the Star Spirit City. This place was actually quite far from the Star Spirit City. Yun Nuoxing flew for half a day with great difficulty before arriving here. The explosion just now did not affect that side, but it definitely attracted the attention of others. Let's go back. That guy should be worried. Inexplicably, he thought of the scene where Yun put on the jade bracelet for him. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes, sighed, and prepared to return to the Star Spirit City. The people from the Lightning Divine Palace, Fire Divine Palace, and the Xian family walked together. When they passed by Yun Nuoxing, they slowly stopped. The red-haired man looked at Yun Nuoxing in astonishment. He frowned, and his red eyes revealed a puzzled expression. This caused the other 2 to frown as well, and they followed his gaze. Seeing that there were suddenly a few more black figures beside him, Yun Nuoxing was startled. He slowly raised his head and saw more than 80 pairs of eyes sizing him up. He was startled for a moment, then cold sweat flowed down his body. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized that these people were 3 of the 5 groups that were leading the 5 groups just now. Oh damn. Seeing that they were sizing him up in a strange manner, Yun Nuoxing grimaced and hurriedly jumped down from the tree. When he landed on the ground, he slipped and fell to the ground. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Be careful. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing had fallen, the red-haired man was startled. He threw away the strange thoughts in his mind and hurriedly descended to the ground. He extended his hand to help him up. Mother! Seeing that the shadow was extremely huge, Yun Nuoxing, who was lying on the ground, hurriedly turned his head. Seeing that the red-haired man had extended his hand to him, he was so frightened that he spat out his tongue. He let out a weird cry and hurriedly pushed the light element in his body to the limit. He turned into a gorgeous light and disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind the red-haired man who was still in a daze as he extended his hand. Light element. That muscular man from the Lightning Divine Palace chased after him. Seeing that speed that left him in the dust, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He muttered, I've seen a ghost. I dare guarantee that I have never seen such a beautiful lady in the Light Divine Palace. In the distance, Yun Nuoxing vomited blood. Among the 9 elemental god palaces, the Light Divine Palace had the fewest members. That was because there were very few people who possessed the light element. It was likely that there were less than 100 of them in the entire divine world. That year when the light god created the light divine palace, he was nearly alone. Brother Ardent Fire, what did you see? The violet-robed male stepped forward and watched as Yun Nuoshing disappeared into the horizon. Only then did he turn around and ask the red-haired male. That appearance, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Ardent Fire rubbed his chin. After thinking for a long time, he did not have any clue. He asked the two of them, "Do you have any impression of her? I didn't even see her clearly before being scared away by you. How do you want me to recognize her?" Hearing that, the muscular man rolled his eyes. The moment he came down, Yun Nuoshing flew away with all her might. "I've never seen her before. I've never heard of such a person in the Star Spirit City. Being able to become a deity, and a deity who possesses the light element. Her name should have shaken the entire region." The violet-robed male shook his head. In this land, those below the initial deity rank could not enter. Thus, he had determined that Yun Nuoshing was a deity. He could not help but ask, "Brother Ardent Fire, I'm afraid that you have seen wrongly? Could it be that there are hidden existences in the light divine palace?" "Impossible." Ardent Fire shook his head and answered resolutely. "Furthermore, that little lady isn't a deity. She doesn't have any divinity fluctuation. This shouldn't be. In a sunset battlefield, those who aren't deities can't step into it?" Hearing that, the muscular man frowned. If she wasn't a deity, how could she step into this region enveloped by divine energy? Hearing that, Ardent Fire nodded his head. This caused the two of them to be confused. The former thought for a long time before looking towards the Star Spirit City. He turned his head and said to everyone, "I'm going to search the Star Spirit City. You guys wait for the deity's palace's support first." After saying that, without waiting for the two of them to reply, he turned into a fiery red shadow and hurriedly chased after Yun Nuoshing. "Hey, wait for me. Everyone from the lightning divine palace, listen up. Go and search." Seeing Ardent Fire fly away, the muscular man was stunned for a moment. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly instructed and chased after Yun Nuoshing. "Brother Fire, Brother Thunder." The violet-robed male stretched out his hand. After being stunned for a moment, he turned his head and said, "People from the Xin family, go and search as well." After saying that, he also chased after Yun Nuoshing. The group of people from the Fire Divine Palace who were riding on strange beasts looked at each other in dismay. After a moment, two of them hurriedly flew towards the other side to request for support from the deity's palace. The rest of them scattered and flew towards the Star Spirit City. Boom! East of the Star Spirit City, in the backyard of the Yu family, Yun Nuoshing's head crashed into a tree. Immediately, he felt as if his head was about to be smashed into pieces. As for the tree, under the violent impact, it snapped and fell down together with Yun Nuoshing. So painful. The muffled sound of the impact reverberated in his ears. Yun Nuoshing's face was filled with pain as he sprawled on the ground. His head was in incomparable pain. In just one day, his head had crashed countless times, and he didn't know if it was damaged or not. Unfortunately, using all of his strength to activate the light element was something that his small body couldn't endure. When he arrived at the Yu family, his consciousness was already extremely blurry. If it wasn't for the intense pain that woke him up a little, he would have fainted long ago. If he knew that there was a group of people following behind him, he would probably immediately fly out of the Star Spirit City and leave without looking back. Little brat. From afar, Yu-In, who heard the commotion, ran over. When she saw Yun Nuoshing sprawled on the ground, she was startled. She hurriedly helped Yun Nuoshing up and looked at him in astonishment. Her jade-like hand was placed on his pulse, and her charming face became even more gloomy. "Let me sleep for a while." After being woken up once again, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes with difficulty. His delicate face was completely pale, and his lively eyes were very dim. After saying that sentence, he completely fainted this time. This made Yu-In speechless. She hurriedly carried him and ran towards the room. Chapter 11. I'm just a small splash in the eternal river of time. No matter how hard I struggle, I will eventually return to the sea. You're leaving? Will you come back again? I don't know, but do you believe in fate? If our fate hasn't ended, we will definitely meet again in the future. At that time, at that time. No, it's nothing. We'll talk about it then. Some images appeared in his mind. On an empty flat ground, there was a small river flowing not far away. Inside the flat ground, there was a long grassy slope. When the breeze blew, the grass rippled and slid into the distance. On the flat ground, a group of people looked nervously at the back of the figure standing at the front. Some of them looked a little gloomy, and their eyes were filled with reluctance. The leader of the group, a young man, walked forward and patted the back of the figure as he muttered, "I've watched you walk step by step from a most ordinary person to where you are now. It's time for me to leave. There's nothing to be sentimental about. I'm just the most unexpected passerby in your life. To everyone, I'm just one of the people who hurriedly passed by in their lives. Oh, by the way, I've written about you in a diary or a story. If you're interested, you could take a look. Look back on what has happened to you so far." The figure turned around, and his face was covered by his long hair. He took out a thick book from his arms, rubbed it twice, and handed it to the young man. The young man solemnly took it and then looked up at the figure. "Goodbye." The figure turned his head and looked at the people behind the young man. His gaze paused for a moment and then turned back to the young man. One could vaguely see the corners of his mouth curl up. "Puffed. It's a little strange for this sentence to come out of your mouth. You've never left before saying goodbye." The young man couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, one day, we'll meet again." Yanuashing regained consciousness in the light. When he woke up again, he was lying on the bed. The warm and soft bed made him want to sleep forever. He couldn't help but shrink his body, but he found that he didn't have any strength in his body. The room was filled with a faint fragrance. He looked around in confusion, not knowing where he was. At the last moment before he fainted, he seemed to see Yin. "Dream," Yin Nuashing murmured weakly. He seemed to have had a strange dream just now. That dream felt very real to him, as if it had happened not long ago. However, when he tried to think about it, he could not remember anything else. Even that dream was gradually fading away. Creak. The door slowly opened with a soft sound, and a slender figure carefully walked in. As if she was afraid of disturbing the person on the bed, she didn't make any sound as she walked. "He's awake?" When the woman walked to the bedside, she noticed that Yun Nuashing's eyes were slightly open. She paused for a moment, then quickly sat down by the bedside. She pressed her ice-cold hand on his pulse and carefully checked it. "The elemental energy in your body has been exhausted. Your vitality has been greatly injured, and your soul energy has been exhausted. Until now, you still haven't recovered. You've been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. What exactly did you do?" The red-clothed woman was a little angry as she looked at the boy on the bed in confusion. Just a little. I used all my strength to use the light element. I didn't expect that it would be like this." Hearing the familiar voice, Yun Nuashing sighed and smiled weakly. In the end, it was because he saw the group of people from Fire God Shrine and Lightning God Shrine. If he wasn't scared by him, he wouldn't have run for his life and wouldn't have been so weak that he had to lie down for 7 days. "You, in the end, are still a little brat. You don't have any sense of propriety when you do things. You've scared us to death. Your breathing and pulse are so weak that we can't even feel it. If it wasn't for the fact that your body still has some warmth, we would have held a funeral for you." Yu-Yin rolled her eyes at him. Her jade-like hands were placed on his chest, and strands of warm elemental energy were transferred into Yun Nuashing's body through her jade-like hands. The warm energy entered Yun Nuashing's body and dispersed into his limbs and bones, allowing his ice-cold body to regain some feeling. His stiff fingers were no longer stiff to the point where he couldn't move them. Hee. Yun Nuashing smiled apologetically at Yu-Yin. This feeling of being cared for by someone made him reminisce. It was the same when he was in the Qin family. Thinking of this, he thought of little Yu. He wondered how they were doing. Back then, he said that he was going to return to the Zhu family, but he didn't leave a clear location. He didn't know where to find them in the future. After a long while, Yu-Yin retracted her hand, pulled the blanket up a little, and said helplessly, you should just obediently lie down and rest." After saying that, Yuin stretched out her jade-like fingers and lightly flicked Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Then, she slowly got up and walked out. Tilting his head and watching Yuin leave, Yun Nuoxing slowly pulled his hand out of the blanket and placed it on the pendant. He took out a jade bottle, poured out a pill, and threw it into his mouth. These were all given to him by Mu Ingzi before he left. However, he didn't have the time to distinguish what these things were for. The pill turned into a warm current that dissolved in his body when it entered his mouth, causing Yun Nuoxing's eyes to light up. A wave of energy spontaneously rose within him, and after 10 minutes, he felt the elemental energy in his body rapidly fill up with elation. As expected of a pill left behind by a god, just one pill is enough for me to fully recover. At the late stage of the Pantheon realm, I used all my strength to activate the light element, but it was exhausted in an instant. Yun Nuoxing sighed. Although the light element was said to be the fastest, its consumption was probably the fastest as well. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to squander such extreme speed. I wonder how the ancient ruins are doing. Is Senior doing well? 7 days had already passed, and the ancient ruins that had appeared should have been tossed around. He just didn't know how the results were, and how many people were angered to the point of vomiting blood. Senior's collection seems to have a lot of incredible things. Yun Nuoxing patted the pendant. Thinking about how a god's lifetime collection had fallen into his hands, he felt a little strange. Those people outside had fought with all their might to enter, but he had entered effortlessly with the power of the Nether Void Sword. At this moment, he couldn't help but smile. "What are you smiling for? So disgusting." At the door of the room, Yuin walked in with a tray. Seeing Yun Nuoxing smiling foolishly, she stopped in her tracks. Mei Mao looked at him suspiciously, put down the tray on the table, and took his pulse again. Nodding, she said, "You much better now? Can you get up and eat?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. Just as he was about to sit up, he thought of something and pretended to struggle for a long time without moving. Immediately, he winked at Yuin and said with an embarrassed smile, "You can go out first." Yuin saw that Yun Nuoxing couldn't get up for a long time and laughed. Taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't move, she pinched his cheeks and helped him up. Smiling, she said, "If you can't get up, just say it. Why are you still acting like an outsider? But, come, sister will feed you." Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to say something, Yuin stuffed a bun into his mouth first, making him unable to spit it out or eat it. "Sigh, I'm pretending to be sick. Even if I have to hold back my tears, I have to finish pretending." After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With a red face, he let Yuin finish feeding him. After eating, Yuin put Yun Nuoxing back on the bed. Taking out a dark green elixir from her ring, she gently stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing that he swallowed it, she walked out with the tray. "She makes me feel like I'm paralyzed." Seeing that Yuin left and didn't come back for a long time, Yun Nuoxing finally jumped up and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out an immortal-grade crystal the size of a fingernail from his pendant and placed it in the air. His hands formed a seal to heal his injuries, and he allowed the 8-colored energy to enter his body and slowly cleanse it. After a long time, the crystal suddenly merged into his glabella. The 8-colored light emitted from his body and dyed the room colorful. The tyrannical energy caused the surrounding space to ripple. The Netherworld Ruins sword was shocked. It hurriedly rushed out of the pendant and shot out threads that connected to his body, absorbing the overflowing energy. After a while, the energy of the crystal slowly faded and the room calmed down. Seeing this, the Netherworld Ruins sword circled around him twice before returning to the pendant. Quasi-mortal 6th transformation. Are you kidding? I've been suppressing it with all my might. Yun Nuoxing frowned and muttered, "It seems I can't use these things casually in the future. It won't do me any good to raise my cultivation level too quickly." Using only a fingernail-sized immortal-grade crystal allowed him to raise his cultivation level by an entire level. If he directly refined a large piece, he would probably be able to ascend to the heavens. He didn't know how much energy an immortal-grade crystal contained, so he took it out to test it out. He thought that such a small piece would be enough for him to completely recover, but he didn't expect it to actually help him break through and jump a big step at that. At this time, the Netherworld Ruins sword jumped out and vibrated slightly, trying to express something. "You said there won't be any side effects?" Yin Nuashing was suspicious. Then he thought of something and couldn't help but murmur. "I heard Uncle Chin say that the faster I pass the mortal stage, the better it will be for my future, but it's definitely boring to directly refine it. I'll keep these for later use." "It's decided." After thinking about it, Yin Nuashing nodded. The Netherworld Ruins sword circled around him twice before returning to the pendant. "I don't know why those people are looking for me. I don't know them." Thinking about what happened 7 days ago, Yin Nuashing suddenly had a lot of questions. He didn't know what kind of power those 3 groups of people were from, nor did he know when he got involved with them. Could it be that they know I entered the ruins? He muttered and then shook his head. The barrier could cover the sky and the sun. Not even a trace of energy could leak out, let alone see him come out. Muingzi had personally sent him out, so it was impossible for him to be seen. Yin Nuashing rolled off the bed and went out through the window. He gently floated to the roof and looked up at the starry sky. Once he entered the quasi-mortal stage, he had the ability to use the wind element to float in the sky for a while and walk for a certain distance. If he wanted to truly fly in the sky and control the wind element to dance in the sky, he had to have the strength of the mortal stage. Although it was only a difference of 1 word, it was actually a world of difference. Only when he stepped into the mortal stage could his cultivation journey truly begin. The Netherworld Ruins sword moved according to his will. It flew out of the pendant and floated in front of him. Yin Nuashing reached out to grab it and was about to pull it out of the scabbard. Suddenly, it exploded with a strong light. It quickly shook off his hand and retreated, as if it was very afraid of his actions. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and looked at it, not knowing what was going on. Chapter 12. The Netherworld Ruin sword flew back to Yin Nuashing's side and made some gestures with great effort. Then, it used its divine sense to explain the situation to him. "You're saying that the Netherworld Ruin sword can't be unsheathed? Why?" Yin Nuashing scratched his head and asked in confusion. The Netherworld Ruin sword vibrated as if it wanted to express something anxiously. It rapidly circled around him, but it couldn't say anything. "You subconsciously feel that it can't be unsheathed?" Yin Nuashing rubbed his dizzy head and tried to translate the sword. The Netherworld Ruin sword made a crisp sound as if it was confirming something. "What?" Yin Nuashing frowned and scratched his head in confusion. How could it be used if it couldn't be unsheathed? Was it supposed to be used together with the scabbard? You really want me to use the scabbard?" Yin Nuashing was speechless. Okay. I want to unsheath it. Okay, You can't unsheath it unless you have no other choice. What do you want me to do?" Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. After arguing on the rooftop for a long time, the Netherworld Ruin sword finally flew back to Yin Nuashing's hand in satisfaction. A faint purple light lingered around the sword, and one could almost feel its emotional fluctuations. How good would it be if you had your memories? Yin Nuashing sighed. He didn't even have any clues to his origins. His only hope was the giant sword that had appeared with him, the pendant in front of his chest, and that blurry memory. However, he had already rejected one of the 3. The pendant didn't have any spirituality and was only a spatial artifact used to store things. This eliminated another condition. Now all that was left was that memory. The towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, and their dazzling light was like a rainbow, illuminating the sky beautifully. Every time she thought about it, her head would hurt so much that it felt like it was being torn apart. Yin Nuashing had a pained expression on her face. She quickly gave up on thinking about it and sighed. How far could she go with a vague memory? Patting her aching head, Yin Nuashing stood up, weighed the Netherruin sword in her hand, and casually swung it a few times. Holding the sword in her right hand, her body danced under the scarlet moonlight. Wherever the sword passed, the leaves were silently cut open. The long sword drew a beautiful arc in the air. The purplish-red light made him look very ethereal, hazy like a dream, ethereal and out of this world. Sword flowers bloomed under the moonlight, graceful and gentle. His light movements did not make any sound, as if he could ride the wind and fly away at any time to become an immortal. If he didn't point it out himself, it was likely that everyone would think that a fairy was dancing on the roof. She had sparkling white skin, red lips, and white teeth. Her ink-black hair danced with her windbreaker. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and her blurred appearance made people's hearts palpitate. Phew! Yin Nuashing gently exhaled. Her narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and a sharp aura rose from the ground. Her slender eyebrows were raised, and she grabbed the Netherruin sword with both hands. She swung it up and down, and it was like a stormy sea with an irresistible force. Evil winds howled, and ghosts and gods cried. Her sword techniques were like layers upon layers of waves. Her wild aura matched with the curve of her lips, and she was extremely domineering. At this moment, it was as if she was the ruler of the world, and nothing could stop her. Her style changed too quickly. Yin was hiding in a dark corner not far away, and she was secretly watching. She had seen Yin Nuashing dancing like a fairy when she had just come up, and she was watching with interest. Who would have thought that in the next moment, she would become wild and unrestrained? It was so fast that she couldn't react. After a long while, Yin Nuashing suddenly stopped. The Netherruin sword stopped at her will, and the many illusions also disappeared in an instant. Her body remained in the posture of the giant sword slashing downwards. The light in Yin Nuashing's eyes slowly faded, and in an instant, they returned to a pair of clear eyes. She slowly straightened her body, and her chest rose and fell gently as she stretched her body. Little brat. Yin suddenly jumped out from the side, and her jade-like hand slapped him on the shoulder as she shouted in shock. Ghost! Yin Nuashing's body trembled violently, and goosebumps appeared on every corner of his body. His heart suddenly stopped for a moment, and he was so scared that he jumped off the building and fled. Yin was stunned for a moment, and her beautiful face was a little strange. She didn't expect such a big reaction from him, and she couldn't help but laugh. Little, yeah, head. A few minutes later, Yin Nuashing jumped up from downstairs with a gloomy face. His appearance of gnashing his teeth made Yin's smile widen. However, he looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old, and Yin's real age was only around 20 years old. When he said this, it made him sound like an old man. Ahaha, I'm older than you, so you have to call me big sister. Yin laughed as she pulled him over, and her jade-like hand scratched his head as she laughed. Yin Nuashing pushed her away with a red face, and asked in embarrassment and annoyance, What's the matter? From today onwards, your time belongs to me. Yin smoothed out the black hair in front of her forehead and smiled as she stuck out her pink tongue. Yin Nuashing was taken aback. Fire Cloud Palace was a faction in the east of Star Soul City. All of its disciples possessed the fire element, and it was considered rather famous in the entire Star Soul City. It was a faction of the Fire God Temple that was located in the northwest of the Sourcepeak region. They were the ones who quickly reported the appearance of the ancient ruins, allowing the latter to be the first to rush over from the Divine Continent. Otherwise, if they were to wait for the news to reach the Divine Continent before coming over, they wouldn't even have a hair left. And after the storm of the ancient ruins, Fire Cloud Palace had calmed down. The outside world had also regained its peace, leaving behind a few behemoth-like factions to constantly explore. Who the F***CK is so wicked as to leave an empty palace to scare people? Why the F***CK did they have to create such a powerful barrier? F***CK, the ruins are empty. There isn't even a dog inside. F***CK, your mother. Who is it that saw the ruins and released the news? Step forward, and I guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Hey, bastard, come over here. F***CK, back when the ruins were opened, you were the one who blew me up. Now, I want to settle the score. Of course, although the storm had passed, the effects it left behind were not trivial. Rumor had it that the first major faction to charge in The chief family of the 8 ancient family clans rummaged through more than half of the palace, but failed to find anything. They were so infuriated that they nearly flipped the palace over, but they were eventually chased out by a mechanism in the palace. Yin Nuashing was somewhat surprised. When he entered, it was still intact. Could it be that someone had secretly snuck into the ruins like him? As for the Fire God Temple, Lightning God Temple, Xian family, and Star Palace that had yet to enter, they could not help but roar with laughter when they saw the chief family rolling out in a sorry state without leaving behind any mounts. It infuriated the chief family so much that they spat out a mouthful of blood and left without turning back. When the 4 factions saw this, they decisively retreated, leaving a few itinerant cultivators standing in their spots. "Hey kid, did you enter the ruins that day? What was it like inside?" Yin and Yin Nuashing stood on the Netherruin sword as they streaked across the horizon. As for Yin, she was hugging Yin Nuashing tightly, afraid that she would accidentally fall. "When was it my turn to enter? That day, they nearly killed me when they cracked the enchantment. I only took a glance from afar before retreating." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes as he struggled gently in Yin's embrace. "Really?" Yin was doubtful. "I'm not lying to you." Yin Nuashing held his head up, but he was grumbling inwardly. "It would be strange if I told you that. If the outside world were to know that I had inherited Mu Ingzi's lifelong heritage, I would probably be skinned alive. Speaking of which, why are we going to Fire Cloud Palace?" Yin Nuashing hurriedly changed the topic, afraid that she would continue probing. "I'm a disciple there. I came out on a small vacation, so it's time for me to return." "Wait, you want me to accompany you? Could it be?" "Yeah, I want you to accompany me for a few days or months." "Ah!" Yin Nuashing screamed, nearly throwing them off the Netherruin sword. "Kid, you won't grow up if you keep making a fuss over nothing." Yin pinched his tender cheeks. "No, want. Ah, 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 ah." A meteor streaked across the horizon, filled with horrified screams. Floating outside a mountain range, Yin stopped him. She took out a fiery red token from her ring. On it was written the word fire in flamboyant calligraphy. She held the token in her hand and gently placed it on the void in front of her. A blazing flame emanated out as the light expanded. The space in front of her began to ripple like water. Space gently fluctuated as a spatial tunnel slowly appeared in front of them. Yin Nuashing was taken aback as he reluctantly flew in with his sword. And with him entering, the spatial door dissipated into nothingness once again. A world of its own. As soon as he entered, Yin Nuashing felt that the air had become much hotter. The fire element in his body immediately became active, and the rolling hot energy continuously surged into his body, causing his newly stabilized strength to have a tendency to increase again. This is a superior faction of Fire Cloud Palace, the Fire God Temple. It's about the size of a city, but it's very well hidden. If not for some special method, even experts at the godly monarch level would not be able to find this place, explained Yin with a nod. Screech. Not long after Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing appeared in the sky, there was a screech from afar. A few gigantic firebirds tore through space and flew over. There was a person standing on each of their backs as they looked warily in their direction. "Yin," the red-dressed woman leading the group, cried out in delight. She stopped in front of Yin and Yin Nuashing on her firebird. "You are back. Did you enjoy your vacation?" Is this sword kinesis flight? Where did you learn it? Hey, is this your sister? She's so cute. How old is she? Does she have a boyfriend? Do you have a Dao companion? Where did you go during your vacation? Did you bring back any specialties? Is there anything for me?" The red-dressed woman seemed very excited as she kept talking to Yin. "Are you trying to choke me to death by asking so many questions at once?" Yin covered Yin Nuashing's mouth and shook her head helplessly. "Junior sister Yu, introduce your sister to us." The few youths behind the red-dressed woman stared at Yin and Yin Nuashing as they said with a smile. Yin Nuashing closed her eyes and did not say a word for once. It was as though she was silently admitting to it. "Don't laugh at her. My sister is afraid of strangers. Shinran, bring us to the Grand Elder first." Yin waved her hand, and said to the red-dressed woman, "All right." Shinran smiled faintly and dismissed the crowd with a wave of her hand. She led Yin and Yun Nuashing to the side, leaving behind looks of anticipation. "Little sister, what's your name? How old are you? I've never seen you in the Yu family before. What's your relationship with Yin? Are you her cousin?" Along the way, Shinran pulled Yun Nuashing and asked incessantly. Yin, who was standing on the Netherworld ruin sword, was a little scared. She was afraid that Yun Nuashing would suddenly attack her. Her jade-like hands tightly held onto her arm. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and turned to look at Shinran. She imitated a crisp and soft female voice and said, "My name is Uxin. I'm 16 years old this year. Yin is my older sister. We don't usually live together. This year, I came to play with her." PFFF. When Yin heard this, she spat out a mouthful of saliva. She covered her rosy little mouth with her jade-like hands. She wanted to laugh, but was holding it in. Her delicate face looked very funny. Yin Nuashing elbowed her lower abdomen. She glanced to the side and did not say anything. When Shinran heard this, she excitedly touched his face and muttered to herself in delight, "Why is your friend so strange?" Seeing Shinran trembling with laughter, Yun Nuashing could not help but send a voice transmission to her. It was unknown what she was thinking of. "Aha!" Yin stroked her head and laughed awkwardly. She said, "Sister you have to be careful in Fire Cloud Palace. We have far fewer girls than boys. With your beauty that can topple countries and outshine the moon, you will be snatched by many boys. That's enough from you." Yin Nuashing sighed and rolled his eyes at her. After crossing layers of fiery red mountain ranges, violent volcanoes, and scorching deserts, Yin Nuashing finally could not help but ask, "Why is it so far?" "I already said that it's about the size of a city. From the entrance to the core region, it's equivalent to flying from the east to the west. How can it not be far? The light elements will be depleted in one go." Yin Nuashing mumbled. He could only push the light elements to their limits in an instant, allowing him to approach the speed of light for a short period of time. However, he would be completely drained. "I won't be carrying you back," said Yin with a smile. "You are so ruthless, huh?" After flying at high speeds for nearly 5 hours, a red palace the size of a mountain finally rose from the distant horizon. At a glance, it made one's blood boil. "I suddenly have something to say." Suddenly, Yin seemed to think of something as she turned her head. Mei Mao stared at Shinran and asked curiously, "Why do we have to fly so far? Where's the teleportation portal?" Shinran exclaimed as she scratched her silky hair in embarrassment. She lowered her head and said, "Well, I ruined it." "What?" Yin was shocked. The last time I was carrying an energy source when I was traveling, I wasn't careful." Shinran turned her head away with a red face and stuttered. "You blew it up, right?" Yin rubbed her smooth forehead, not knowing what to say. "How many times has it been already?" She couldn't help but scold. "How many times have I told you? You can't. I know. Men, I'll be more careful next time." Shinran was afraid that she would continue and quickly nodded. "There will be a next time? What exactly do you want me to do?" Yin Nuashing transmitted his voice to Yin as he looked at the approaching palace. "There's something I need your help to activate. You'll know when we get there." Yin rubbed his head and smiled. "What is it?" Yin Nuashing asked. "A mysterious magical tool." Yin shook her head mysteriously to keep him in suspense. Yin Nuashing knitted his brows and snorted lightly. He stared at the palace and didn't say anything else. In the distant palace, an old man with red hair and a red beard stood at the edge. His fiery red eyes pierced through space and directly saw Yin Nuashing and the others in the distant horizon. His gaze was locked on him for a long time before he slowly nodded and turned around to walk into the main hall. "The final requirements have been gathered. It's about time to start. Old Four, quickly go and prepare." The old man's voice reverberated in the main hall. A group of people dressed in fiery red clothes hurriedly retreated when they heard this. They then methodically arranged something. The old man only turned around when he saw the crowd disperse. He continued to look at Yin Nuashing with undisguised envy in his eyes. "Light element. He's really an enviable kid." Chapter 13. The fire element here has already reached a very high level. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and was slightly delighted. The hot air entered his body through his nose, and the surging energy made all the cells in his body cheer in joy. Cultivating here will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Yin Nuashing muttered to himself as he licked his lips. What little brat are you tempted? Yutni noticed his expression and couldn't help but smile. Let me tell you first, under normal circumstances, people who aren't elders aren't allowed to enter this place. No matter how talented you are, you can only obediently sit outside and meditate. Yu Yin's tone was somewhat regretful. Isn't the treatment given to those old men too high? Yin Nuashing stuck out his tongue. He thought that anyone could enter this place to cultivate. That way, he would be able to sit down and borrow it for a while. You're thinking too much, aren't you? Yui knew what he was thinking, so she knocked his head. Yin Nuashing mumbled, we might need your light element in a while, so you should prepare first. I haven't agreed to help you yet. Yin Nuashing muttered unhappily. Information about the teleportation gate. Yu Yin smiled slyly. Yin Nuashing was silent for a long time. Then, he glared at her and said, You're ruthless. All right, just help your elder sister this one time. Yu Yin smiled and licked her red lips with her dark red tongue. Then, she moved her little mouth close to his ear and said softly. There was a hint of pleading in her words. This scene was exceptionally alluring. Yin Nuashing shuddered and hurriedly said, I know, I'll help. I'll help, all right? So don't come so close. The three of them landed below the palace. The huge firebird flew to one side, and Yin Nuashing put away the Netherworld Ruin sword. Little sister Uxin, can you teach your elder sister how to fly on a sword? Seeing this scene, Shinran stretched her fair face in front of Yin Nuashing and said fawningly, Let's talk about it when we have time. Yin Nuashing jumped back and answered vaguely, Love-struck fool, let's go. Yu Yin dragged Xian, ran into the hall with a dark expression. Yin Nuashing shrugged and slowly followed behind them. Inside the ancient palace, huge stone pillars seemed to be supporting the heaven and earth. Lines of runes covered the entire palace, extending from the pillars all the way down to the huge formation on the floor. Blazing energy was spreading out from the formation like waves of water. A head-sized golden magic tool floated above the formation eye. It emitted a faint glow, isolating the surrounding blazing energy. Around the formation were many Fire Cloud Palace elders sitting cross-legged. Wisps of energy flowed out from their bodies and surged into the massive formation in front of them. On the innermost staircase of the palace, a red-haired elder stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were fixed intently on the massive formation. Only when Yin Nuashing and company entered did he shift his gaze away from the formation and look at them. Then he nodded at them. Upon seeing the red-haired elder nod, Shinran turned her head and beckoned to Yin Nuashing. Then she walked straight to the staircase and bowed to the red-haired elder. She said reverently, Grand Elder. Yeah, the Grand Elder nodded. He turned his gaze and looked at Yin Nuashing. His burning eyes flashed a look of surprise. After a moment, he said, You are that young girl who possesses the light elements. Yeah. A dark cloud hung over Yin Nuashing's face. When she saw the Grand Elder hesitate for a moment, she knew that he was doing it on purpose. When Shinran heard the Grand Elder's words, she immediately widened her eyes in astonishment. She hurriedly looked at Yin Nuashing with a look of incredulity. If not for the odd atmosphere, she would have probably lunged forward to question her. She had never seen anyone possess the legendary light elements from the moment she was born. Time is of the essence. I won't say much. The Great Elder nodded. He closed his eyes and tapped his temple with his finger. Then he slowly pulled out a silver-white thread. After pulling out the thread, the Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes. He twirled the thread a few times with his finger and rolled it into a ball. Then he pointed his finger that was wrapped with the thread at Yin Nuashing's head. When the aged finger tapped on Yin Nuashing's head, the thread on his finger fused into his mind, leaving him stunned. Just as he was about to say something, a memory that did not belong to him surfaced in his mind. The sudden memory made Yun Nuoxing widen her eyes. When she saw the Grand Elder's solemn expression, she ignored everything else and hurriedly calmed herself down to watch. However, her brows furrowed deeper as the memory played back. After a long while, Yun Nuoxing said solemnly, "What a dangerous item." In the memory fragment, a group of people attempted to forcefully open the resplendent artifact. However, due to the lack of the light elements, the forceful attempt resulted in a pure light elemental energy counterattack. It caused quite a bit of damage, flattening a few mountain ranges. The instantaneous energy was in no way inferior to the full-powered strike of a God-Dark expert. The Fire Cloud Palace Elder, who was helpless against it, could only choose to seal it and conceal its traces, waiting for someone with the light elements to open it. It was not that they had not thought of using the Fire God Temple to seek out the people from the Light God Temple, but with the Light God Temple in seclusion, it was unknown when they would meet again. It would be very difficult to find them before then, so they put the matter aside. And there were other fragments in the memory that told him how to safely open the artifact. What's the use of this light divine artifact? Yun Nuoxing frowned. "Follow me." The Grand Elder sighed and looked at him. He took the lead to walk into the pitch-black passageway behind him. Behind him, Yun Nuoxing and company exchanged looks before hurriedly following. The passageway was extremely silent. Only the rustling of footsteps could be heard. The walls of the passageway were embedded with bright crystals that illuminated the passageway with hazy light. Yun Nuoxing's gaze inadvertently swept across the Grand Elder who was leading the way. Then, he turned to look at Yuin, who had a smile hanging on her face. He felt a little nervous. It could be said that he did not know any of the three people in the passageway completely. Maimao caught a glimpse of Yun Nuoxing's frown. As though sensing his nervousness, Yuin gently patted him on the head before shaking her head with a smile. She said with a voice transmission, "Kid, relax." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. However, he gradually relaxed as his heavy footsteps became a lot lighter. After walking for about 10 minutes in the passageway, a blinding light finally appeared at the end of the passageway. And upon seeing the light, the few people in the passageway quickened their pace. Moments later, they finally arrived at the end of the passageway and took a step forward. The blinding light sprinkled down from the sky, causing Yun Nuoxing and company to hurriedly close their eyes. After a long while, they slowly opened their eyes. They were a little shocked when they saw the scene that appeared in front of them. At this moment, there was a vast grassland in front of Yun Nuoxing and company. It was surrounded by blue skies and white clouds. Not far in front of them was an extremely large lake. The lake extended all the way until the end of their line of sight. In the middle of the calm lake, there was a gigantic iron pillar that was so huge that it made people speechless. Yun Nuoxing's gaze slowly rested on the iron pillar that was suffused with a metallic luster. Although it was called an iron pillar, it was more appropriate to call it an iron tower. They looked from bottom to top until their line of sight was perpendicular to the ground, but they still couldn't see the top of the huge iron tower. Wisps of ancient aura came from the distant horizon, causing Yun Nuoxing to involuntarily gulp. This is the pillar of creation. We don't know exactly what it is, but under the orders of our ancestor, we have been guarding this place and waiting for a person to return. Before that person returns, it has to be sealed. After dozens of eras, the seal that our ancestor set up has a flaw. It's missing the most important element of light. We can't just rely on the meager amount of energy of heaven and earth to make up for it. Therefore, we found this divine artifact to reactivate the part of the seal dominated by the element of light. The pillar of creation? Yun Nuoxing asked. Yes, but we still don't know what it is after studying it for so many years. We're just following orders to guard it. What will happen if it's not sealed in time? Yuin asked. It said. The great elder rubbed his forehead. After thinking for a moment, he said, It should cause the entire Sourcepeak region to collapse. Hiss. After hesitating for a while, Yun Nuoxing and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. It's not that easy to break it. Even if there's no light element, there are still other elemental formations. Losing one formation will only cause the seal to loosen a little faster. After all, it was personally set up by the founder, so it's very sturdy. The great elder glanced at the three of them and calmly comforted them. Yin Nuoxing patted her chest. After thinking about it, she also felt that this was the case. The seal had only loosened a little after dozens of eras, so it shouldn't be broken so quickly. It's fine as long as there's light element? Yin Nuoxing asked. Yes, but you have too little light element. It's not enough to repair the seal of the Pillar of Creation, so you need to undo the seal of the light divine tool and use it to strengthen the seal. The great elder nodded. If the people of the Temple of Light were to come, this seal would be easily undone with a wave of their hand. All right, I'll do my best. Yin Nuoxing sighed. This was a matter that concerned the entire Sourcepeak region. She couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. Although, by the time the seal was automatically undone, they might have already turned into dust. When Yin Nuoxing and the other three returned to the fiery hall, several other huge formations had already been set up in the hall. They covered the ceiling and the ground of the hall. Blazing energy reverberated in this space, illuminating it with a fiery red light. TSK, TSK. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but click her tongue in praise after taking a few glances. Apart from a formation master, no one else could open and maintain these huge formations at the same time. Just as Yin Nuoxing was surprised, a young-looking person ran over and reported, "Great Elder, it's ready. Do you want to wake up the leader? If you can wake him up, then wake him up. We'll wait here for a while." The great elder nodded. That person also ran over to the other side of the hall. "Little girl, you just have to enter the formation later and use the method I taught you to output light element. The formation will take care of the energy burden for you. No matter how much energy it takes, we can handle it." The great elder turned to look at Yin Nuoxing and reminded her. "All right." Yin Nuoxing nodded in agreement. Then, she quietly operated her evil spirit eye and stared unblinkingly at the many formations that covered the entire hall. This formation is sucking in all the energy of the world and forcibly locking it in this formation. Even the spiritual energy of the dragon vein is being drawn in the superposition of 18 formations. If it wasn't for the large consumption of light element, I would definitely be stuffed to death. However, the energy here is all fire elemental. Those arrays can transform the fire elemental energy into non-elemental energy. Yin Nuoxing looked up from the bottom. With the help of the evil spirit eye's characteristics, he was able to see the functions of those arrays. Just as his gaze moved to the top, he was suddenly stunned. The evil spirit eye stared blankly at the array at the top. Elemental conversion. In the small formation at the top, the fiery red element quietly turned into a brilliant gold as it passed through the formation. It was only a little bit faint, but it seemed to be able to illuminate the entire hall. What a big move. I wonder if I can use my evil spirit eye to analyze and learn the elemental conversion. Yin Nuoxing gently rubbed his 2 fingers. Now is not the time to unseal the light divine tool. His thoughts were focused on the array. He had a total of 4 elements in his body, but the light element was the most abundant. The other 3 elements were much less. If he could inscribe this array, he would be able to use the other 3 elements at will. Chapter 14. Young Lady. Just as Yin Nuoxing was immersed in observing the array, a young voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. It gave him such a fright that he immediately closed his evil spirit eye before turning his gaze to the side. Beside Yin Nuoxing, there was a man in red who had appeared out of nowhere. His light red hair was casually draped over his chest and back, and his pitch-black eyes were burning with flames from time to time. His slightly sharp chin was slightly lowered, and his delicate and pretty face had a faint smile, which made people have a good impression of him. Sectmaster. The Grand Elder bowed slightly at the young man who had suddenly appeared beside him. "This is the Sectmaster? He looks even younger than my father." Yuin mumbled into Yin Nuoxing's ear. She had never seen the Fire Cloud Palace's Sectmaster before and never expected him to be such a young man. Heh. With the Fire Cloud Palace's Sectmaster's strength, he naturally heard her. He looked at Yin and chuckled. People at their level had lifespans hundreds of times longer than ordinary people. Even old monsters that had lived for a long time might only be a young man. Blinking his eyes, Yin Nuashing looked at the ridiculously young sect master. Just like the Grand Elder, he could not tell the duo's strength. Their bodies were flowing with a baffling luster that blocked the prying of the evil spirit eye. However, since he could become the leader of a sect and be famous in a region, he was likely an expert at the god level. Yin Nuashing stared at the sect master with widened eyes. He opened his mouth and produced a weak sound from his throat. However, he did not know how to address him. His mind spasmed as he shouted, "Hello, Uncle Poi." The Grand Elder, who was watching the array in the hall, spat out a mouthful of water. Shinran and Yin staggered and nearly fell to the ground. They lampooned inwardly. "Uncle, your sister. Who knows how long this fellow has lived? He's more than enough to be your ancestor, yet you call him uncle." When the sect leader heard this, his face twitched violently. After a while, he let out a bitter laugh and waved his hand. He was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Little girl, if you are ready, then enter the formation. We will do our best to protect you." Yin Nuashing nodded awkwardly. He had blurted out the way he had addressed her. After all, he didn't know what to call her. Nodding his head, the soles of his feet lightly touched the ground. His body agilely leapt up and slowly landed in the eye of the array. The jade bracelet on his left hand suddenly emitted a pure white light that enveloped Yin Nuashing, isolating her from the scorching heat in the surroundings. This caused him to be somewhat astonished. When he was in the ruins, this bracelet had also lit up, but he was still unable to see what material it was made of, regardless of whether he used his evil spirit essence or not. After being astonished for a while, Yin Nuashing shifted her gaze and looked at the light divine tool that was close by. The so-called divine tool was a mirror. Its bronze frame was engraved with complicated patterns. The entire mirror was resplendent in gold. A vast amount of light energy flowed within this head-sized mirror. The energy that leaked out made even Yin Nuashing, who also possessed the light element, feel apprehensive. Using his evil spirit essence, he could see many azure veined patterns engraved on the surface of the mirror. Tens of thousands of veined patterns extended from the center of the mirror. If he looked carefully, he could see that there was a ring of gray energy that blocked the energy transmission of the vein patterns. After looking at the Grand Elder's memories, Yin Nuashing also understood that the so-called unsealing was to eliminate that ring of gray energy. If the energy contained within explodes, I'm afraid I won't even have a corpse left. Imagining the worst-case scenario, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but shiver. She hurriedly took out the nether void sword from her pendant, weighed it in her hand, and hung it on her back. "This is..." Firecloud Palace's sect master looked at the purplish-black, gigantic sword and was slightly taken aback. He carefully sized up the gigantic sword as his narrowed eyes flashed a heavy look. Similarly, the Grand Elder wore a heavy expression. He could clearly sense that the moment the nether void sword appeared, the entire array's energy stirred. However, it quickly calmed down. However, the tiny fluctuation did not escape their perception. They instinctively felt that it was no ordinary item. "Sect Master, do you recognize this sword?" asked the Grand Elder out of curiosity when he heard the Sect Master's muttering. "I don't." The Sect Master shook his head and said, "I only have a feeling that the sword contains an extremely terrifying energy. However, I feel like it's incomplete." Yin Nuashing did not hear what they were saying. He was focusing his mind as all the essence energy in his body surged rapidly. He was even stirring the pure energy around him. As he had fire elements in his body, the surrounding energy drilled into his body without him needing to deliberately stir it. The purified, non-elemental energy also surged into his body with the fire elements. The feeling of being filled with energy made Yin Nuashing have the urge to engage in a great battle. As for the elders who were waiting outside the array, they didn't know of this. They thought that Yin Nuashing was accumulating strength. Putting his palms together, Yin Nuashing's mind stirred. Faint light elements surged out from his palms and slowly extended out with Yun Nuoxing's will. His mind was constantly replaying the construction process of the array formation in his memories as he stirred the light elements to draw on his palms. This child's perception is not bad. Seeing Yun Nuoxing make his move, the sect master and the others were silent. The Grand Elder looked at Yun Nuoxing's slow but precise construction of the array formation in his palms and couldn't help but nod his head. His voice carried a hint of praise. If he is properly nurtured, he might be able to become an array master. This kind of thing is rare nowadays. The sect master also smiled. The array formation in the main hall was completely constructed by one person. The others were only maintaining the array formation's energy consumption. Even for them, if they wanted to activate the array formation, they had to use the array diagram. Phew! 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. He slowly opened his closed eyes and lowered his head to look at the palm-sized array formation with exaggerated patterns. He nodded in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the array formation left his hand and flew in front of the mirror. Yun Nuoxing's hand seal changed, and the array formation gradually enlarged. When it was the same size as the mirror, it slowly moved forward and enveloped the mirror. Swallowing his saliva, Yun Nuoxing's right hand surged with resplendent light elements. The light elements hovered for a while before transforming into a thin needle. It approached the array formation bit by bit. After lightly touching it a few times, it plunged into the array formation's eye. Then, Yun Nuoxing's will followed this strand of light elements into the mirror. With his eyes tightly closed, Yun Nuoxing controlled the light elements from afar and poured them into the array formation. Feeling the rapidly fading origin energy in his body, he couldn't help but frown. His soul mobilized the rich energy in the array formation. He first refined it in his body before sending it into the array formation. Seeing that his mind was connected to the divine weapon of light, the great elder couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. His eyes were fixed on a mirror that was only the size of a head. Previously, they couldn't connect to the divine weapon of light and forcefully opened it and suffered a backlash. This time, seeing everyone's serious expression, Yun couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Mei Mao stared nervously at Yun Nuoxing. Yun, you guys go out first. We'll take care of things here. The bishop looked at Yun and said softly. Hearing this, Yun shook her head and said softly, I brought him here. I want to stay and take care of him. Seeing Yun's stubborn look, the bishop sighed and nodded lightly. He was actually afraid that he wouldn't be able to take care of these two girls when the divine weapon of light backfired. With Yun and Xin Rant's current strength, they would be turned into ashes if they came into contact with the energy. Looking at the blocked energy patterns in the mirror, Yun Nuoxing frowned. He quietly observed for half an hour before taking action. His mind methodically controlled the flow of light elements in the patterns. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was facing a great enemy, the nether void sword emitted a wave of energy that calmed his tense soul. The light elements slowly flowed in the mirror. Seeing that nothing unexpected happened, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, they still paid close attention to the situation inside the array. If anything went wrong, they would immediately take action. However, after everyone paid close attention to it for a while, nothing out of the ordinary happened, causing the nervousness in everyone's heart to slowly dissipate. The light essence smoothly entered the mirror, and as if a lock had been unlocked, a caw-caw sound could be heard. The great elder couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew that the divine artifact was slowly being unsealed. It seems that it's only a matter of time before the divine weapon is activated. The bishop nodded, and a gentle smile appeared on his tense face. He said to the great elder and the others, "This young girl, I'll leave her in your care. I'll go back and continue my seclusion. Call me when it's time to confer the divine weapon of light." After saying that, he didn't wait for anyone to reply and directly disappeared, leaving behind the great elder with a bitter smile. Yun was still worried for a long time. After observing for a while and seeing that nothing unexpected happened, she relaxed and sat cross-legged on the spot, waiting for Yun Nuoxing to wake up. Seeing that Yin hadn't left, she could only suppress the thought of running away and sit cross-legged. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Yun Nuoxing frowned. That mirror seemed to have formed some kind of invisible connection with him. It wasn't the kind of connection that appeared out of nowhere, but the kind that seemed to have just awakened. It was a connection that felt like seeing an acquaintance. Could it be that this mirror has something to do with me? Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. What exactly did he do in the past? At the same time, he also had some hope in his heart. He hoped that he could obtain some information about himself from this mirror. He was becoming more and more curious about his past. No, it's the light elements. After letting his imagination run wild for a long time, Yun Nuoxing was disappointed to find that the so-called familiarity was only the connection between the elements. He couldn't help but sigh. He thought that he could obtain some useful information from this mirror. After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Nuoxing also stopped letting his imagination run wild. He slowly refined that circle of gray energy. The speed was so slow that he wanted to curse. He still needed to wait for a long time to fully activate this artifact. After all, rice had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, and the road had to be taken step by step. No one expected to succeed in one go. Now that he had a good start, he just needed to wait slowly. However, Yun Nuoxing's temperament made him endure. This was a matter of life and death. Fortunately, he steeled his heart and endured it, slowly refining that bit of gray energy. And this wait lasted for half a month. During this half a month, Yun Nuoxing didn't have the slightest bit of rest. The soul-burning technique was constantly in operation, constantly absorbing the energy in the large array and then continuously transferring it into the small golden array. Of course, he couldn't keep this up forever. Even though there was unlimited energy outside his body for him to use, in the later stages, the energy output from his palm began to be intermittent. The speed of absorption obviously couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. A thick layer of dark circles appeared under his eyes, and his raised palm was trembling. Clearly, his spirit was reaching its limit. Shaking his head vigorously, Yun Nuoxing gasped for a few breaths. Absent-mindedly, he took out an 8-colored energy crystal the size of a thumb from his pendant. The sudden energy fluctuation made the great elder, who had his eyes closed, suddenly open his eyes. When he saw the 8-colored crystal, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was about to shout, Yun Nuoxing had already stuffed the crystal into his glabella. Boom! The wild energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, rushing through his meridians with all its might, causing Yun Nuoxing's meridians to swell with pain. The soul between his eyebrows had a tendency to swell, and his tired mind instantly perked up. Oh, damn it! However, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but slap himself in the face when he saw the boundless energy. He had forgotten that this energy had allowed him to soar by an entire stage. Now, he had thrown in again. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He desperately drove the energy out from every corner of his body and then poured it into the array. Even so, the replenishment speed of the energy was several times faster than the consumption speed. Suppress. Fortunately, the elders outside the array had been paying close attention to the situation inside the array. When Yun Nuoxing acted recklessly, they hurriedly controlled the array that was suspended in mid-air and descended on Yun Nuoxing's head. Strands of fiery red energy surged out and suppressed the rampaging energy in Yun Nuoxing's body. At this moment, the Netherworld ruins sword shot out a few purplish-black energy chains and bound Yun Nuoxing's body. Then, everyone saw waves of 8-colored energy surge out of Yun Nuoxing's body and enter the Netherworld ruins, soared through the chains. After absorbing the overflowing energy, the Netherworld ruins sword couldn't help but touch Yun Nuoxing. A faint ripple passed into his heart, as if it was blaming him. Yun Nuoxing laughed embarrassedly and continued to concentrate on releasing the energy. Another 10 days passed, and the energy in the array had dropped to an extremely low level. The red light that surrounded the array had already dimmed, and only a flickering array was left. Even the heaven and earth energy within a 5-kilometer radius had almost dried up. The elders in the hall were a little dumbfounded. They didn't think that unsealing the array would consume so much energy. This guy is assimilating the energy in the environment. At this moment, the sect leader was also startled awake by this situation. When he saw this scene, his eyes widened in shock, and the book in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. In that instant, all the meridians in Yun Nuoxing's body flashed with a golden light. However, it quickly disappeared. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly, and they thought that it was an illusion. The sect leader's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open for a long time. He blinked hard, shook his head, and widened his eyes again to look at Yun Nuoxing. However, the golden light had already disappeared. Did I see wrongly? The sect leader picked up the book and muttered to himself. Then, he hurriedly disappeared, leaving behind a confused crowd. Chapter 15. Crack. The final sound of a lock being unlocked came from the mirror that was emitting a resplendent golden light. An invisible ripple was emitted from the mirror, and the 18 energy arrays shattered the moment they came into contact with this ripple. Only a mirror that contained a powerful aura was floating quietly not far from the ground. The light it emitted was extremely dazzling, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. Success! Yun Nuoxing heaved a long sigh of relief when he sensed that the seal on the divine light weapon had been successfully removed. After he let out a long sigh of relief, he fell straight to the ground, giving everyone a fright. Yu-Yin hurriedly rushed down the stairs when she saw Yun Nuoxing lying weakly on the ground. Her speed was extremely fast, but she was unable to catch him before he fell to the ground. "Little brat, are you all right?" Seeing Yun Nuoxing sprawled out on the ground, panting softly, Yu-Yin carried him up with heartache and asked anxiously. Her voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear it. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes weakly. He was slightly taken aback when he saw the nervousness on Yu-Yin's face. He opened and closed his eyes many times, but in the end he closed them weakly. He nodded and muttered, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest." He had been continuously refining that wisp of gray energy for more than half a month, and it had consumed too much of his energy. Although the depletion of his yuan power could be recovered by the array, the exhaustion on his mind and soul could not be removed. Now that Yun Nuoxing had completely relaxed, the exhaustion that he had been suppressing suddenly appeared. However, he still maintained a little bit of consciousness and did not allow himself to fall into a deep sleep. The Great Elder was overjoyed. He nodded and waved to everyone. Then, he hurriedly walked down the stairs and walked to Yun Nuoxing's side. He pressed his old palm on his forehead, and after feeling that there was no major problem, he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Have a good rest. Leave the rest to us." Yun Nuoxing's eyes remained closed when he heard that. He gently shook his head. The only reason he did not fall asleep was to see if the pillar of creation had been sealed. Thus, he opened his mouth and muttered, "I'll go take a look too." The Great Elder could not help but be startled when he heard that. He frowned and saw that Yun Nuoxing's eyelids were trembling, but he still forced himself to open his eyes. The Great Elder sighed and said, "All right, I'll let you take a look." After that, the Great Elder gently held the divine light mirror and nodded at Yu-Yin. Then, he walked towards the passage that led to the pillar of creation. Yu-Yin also understood the Great Elder's intention. She carried Yun Nuoxing and walked towards the passage. As for Shinran, she was not interested in this. She said that she was going back to sleep and left the main hall. When Yu-Yin carried Yun Nuoxing to the grassland, the hierarch had already come out of seclusion and was flying towards the huge lake with the Great Elder and the others. The hierarch looked around and found a slightly inclined slope. He put Yun Nuoxing down and was about to call out to him when he realized that he had fallen asleep. His even breathing made Yu-Yin unable to wake him up. Little fool. Sitting beside Yun Nuoxing, Yu-Yin could not help but grumble as she stroked his head. He was clearly exhausted, but he insisted on taking a look at the pillar of creation seal. Yet, he fell asleep the moment he arrived. How was she supposed to take a look at it? Above the tranquil lake, everyone stood opposite each other. The hierarch stood right in the middle. The mirror in his hand was overflowing with light elements. The boundless energy caused the surrounding space to vibrate violently. This was actually a world of its own. It was a special space that formed a new world that was completely different from the outside world. And the pillar of creation stood in this new world. Although it was still in Fire Cloud Palace, it was impossible to see the pillar of creation from the outside. The hierarch raised the mirror with both hands, and with a thought, the divine light mirror flew into midair. The boundless light elements produced ripples when they passed through space. He could not help but feel alarmed. The Grand Elder formed seals with both hands at lightning speed as energy matrices of various colors spiraled out from the bottom of the metal tower. They crisscrossed around the tower and headed straight for the invisible top. The hierarch flicked dozens of energy matrices at the gigantic pillar. The scorching fire elements caused the temperature of the lake below to rise rapidly. Faint steam emanated, but the surface of the lake remained extremely calm. There wasn't even a single bubble. The hierarch took a deep breath and focused his mind once again. He focused his mind on the mirror. As the seal had been removed by Yun Nuashing, the divine light mirror could be used by anyone. His soul fluctuations constantly scanned the energy matrices manifested on the metal tower. After a while, the mirror trembled and automatically flew to a certain place. The hierarch also hurriedly followed it. He focused his eyes and saw that the place where the divine mirror was located was covered with colorful spell formations that extended to other parts of the huge tower like veins. In the middle of the spell formations, there was a huge hole. There were 8 colors, but only the golden light element was missing. With a thought, boundless light elements spread out from the mirror and drilled into that hole. They began to draw a specific array formation inside the gigantic pillar, combining with the other 8 elements to complete the seal. The hierarch let out a sigh of relief and connected the light elements to the array formation of the other 8 elements. Repair, after an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuashing slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the sky. There were many white objects floating in his line of sight. Moments later, his blurry vision gradually became clear. Only then did he see that those white objects were white clouds floating in the sky. "Little brat, you're awake?" On the side, Yuen turned her head and saw Yun Nuashing open his eyes. She was slightly startled and said while covering his forehead with her jade-like hand, "Are you all right?" Feeling a warm little hand on his forehead, Yun Nuashing blinked and turned his head to look at Yuen. A cool breeze blew from afar. Her silky long hair swayed like a waterfall along with her fiery red robe. Her delicate face was tranquil and beautiful. Yun Nuashing looked at her in a daze for a while. She was a little surprised that something was wrong with this scene. Yun Nuashing looked away. Her black hair fell down and covered her eyes. After a moment, she nodded slightly and then asked casually, "Why did you ask me to come over in the first place?" Before he began to unseal the light divine tool, the Great Elder had told him that if he was afraid of danger, it was fine if he didn't help. It didn't matter if the seal wasn't repaired for tens or hundreds of millions of years. They could wait until the next time the 9 deities' majesties gathered and asked the people of the Light Temple to reseal it. Then, you must have some reason for asking him to come here, right? Gently withdrawing her jade-like hand, Yuen thought for a while and said with a smile, Because you're bored? You won't believe me if I say that, right?" "I believe you." Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and nodded. Yuen stared blankly for a moment. After a short moment, she covered her mouth and laughed. Stroking a strand of black hair that had fallen in front of her forehead, she looked at him and said, "The Great Elder once said that whoever can bring someone who possesses the light element can become a core disciple. Well, at that time, I was too playful and gave up that chance. Now, I have to think about my own future, right? I thought you sold me." Hearing this result, Yun Nuashing didn't say anything. Every man for himself. This was very normal. Yuen rolled her eyes at him. "Is there anything else you want to do?" Yuen heard this sudden sentence and was stunned. For a moment, she didn't react. "I said, is there anything else you want to do? Didn't you ask me to accompany you?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why didn't this seller have any memory? Oh, Yin suddenly understood. Looking at Yin Nuoxing, she slowly said, in the center of Taiyuan Domain, Xingming City. That's the most central location of Taiyuan Domain. The teleportation gate you want is there. Eh? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Why are you suddenly giving me this information? The next journey. Yin stretched out her slender finger and pointed at his lips, smiling sweetly. You have to bring me along. Huh? Yin Nuoxing jumped up and lowered his head to look at Yin with a strange expression. I know you won't refuse. It's settled then. Yin said craftily. Her white and flawless teeth were sparkling and translucent under the sunlight, making Yin Nuoxing lose all his temper. Yin Nuoxing stretched out his hand to touch her smooth forehead, then touched his own forehead. After a long while, he asked suspiciously, I don't have a fever? Or am I hallucinating after waking up? Screw your fever. Screw your hallucination. Yin rolled her eyes and waved her small fist at him. She wanted to go with him. Was it strange to say that? You're a girl. Why are you running around outside? Isn't it better to stay at home? You don't have a reason to go out. Also, didn't you just say that you caught me because of the core disciple position? Why? Yin Nuoxing frowned. He wanted to go to Divine Continent to find his memories. She was a girl. Why was she running around outside? What about the position? Little girl, aren't you going out too? Yin teased. If you mention it again, I'll get angry with you. Aha! Yin pulled Yin Nuoxing to sit down, patted his head, and said in a gentle voice, I've been in Xingling City for almost 20 years and have never taken a step out. I once thought that if there's a good opportunity, I also want to go out and see the outside world. Although the position is very important, I still want to go out and see the outside world. Yin Nuoxing sat down, patted his head, and said in a gentle voice. Yin Nuoxing opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. He turned his head and looked at her without blinking. After a long time, he turned his head away and sighed, saying, I still need you to lead the way. How can you not come? Yin was stunned and smiled silently. She thought that Yin Nuoxing would definitely refuse. How far is Xingming City from here? Yin Nuoxing calculated in his heart and planned the rest of the journey. Due to a free combination of factors, there was an extra person, so the journey would more or less change. Yin's hand that was gently caressing Yin Nuoxing's eyes paused. After a long time, she said with uncertainty, It's very, very far. With our current level, it's impossible to go to that place without a teleportation gate. Yin knitted her brows. Not to mention the realm of the gods, just the Taiyuan region alone was vast and boundless. Even Star Spirit City was only located in a small area in the northwest. Although it was said to span several 100,000 li, this number was only a drop in the ocean for the Taiyuan region. Mortals could only travel between 1 or 2 neighboring cities in their entire lives. Wanting to cross to another Taiyuan region with a fantasy. Even a primary god expert would need hundreds or even thousands of years to travel across the entire Taiyuan region. Yin Nuoxing, on the other hand, was only a quasi-mortal rank 6 cultivator. He was still a few levels away from primary god. Roads are meant to be walked. No matter how far it is, this land is continuous. Sooner or later, we'll be able to walk across it. Yin Nuoxing wasn't worried and said lazily, You make it sound so easy. Yin rolled her eyes at him. Chapter 16. Buzz. While the two of them were chatting, the pillar of creation in the distance suddenly emitted a soft sound, and colorful runes appeared on its surface. Thousands of bright golden threads intertwined with the other 8 energy threads and extended toward the top. Did it succeed? Looking at the dazzling iron tower from afar, Yin Nuoxing sized it up curiously for a while. He couldn't help but smile when he thought about how he had contributed to the conferring of this title. If there's nothing else, let's leave too. I want to go back and take a nap. Yin Nuoxing stretched with all his might, and the bones in his body crackled nonstop. Just as he opened his mouth to yawn, he suddenly discovered something. He hurriedly opened his eyes wide, and a trace of shock surged in his eyes, causing him to be so shocked that he couldn't finish his yawn. Bang! A sound that sounded like a heartbeat suddenly reached his ears, and the organs in his body resonated with that sound. Under the ground, a net-like blood-red light suddenly flickered. The net-like threads were arranged very chaotically like the roots of a big tree, but also like the blood vessels in the human body. There was no pattern to it at all. The blood-red veins had the bottom of the pillar of creation as the center point, but they extended all the way to the end of the line of sight. Yin Nuoxing could vaguely feel that something seemed to have awakened, and it was slowly emanating from the ground and rising to the ground. Little brat, seeing Yin Nuoxing's pale, handsome face, Yuan frowned, thinking that he hadn't recovered yet. She hurriedly reached out to hold his shoulder and said nervously, "Are you really okay? Your face is as pale as paper." After being called back by Yuan, a chill ran from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. Yin Nuoxing shuddered violently and hurriedly pulled Yuan, pointed to the ground, and said hurriedly, "Did you see anything just now?" Yuan was shocked by Yin Nuoxing's anxious look. Although she was a little confused, she did not ask anything. She looked at the ground seriously, but in her line of sight, other than green grass, there was still green grass. She said directly, "Other than grass, what else can there be? You didn't see it?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing frowned. He still vaguely remembered those veins. It was definitely not an illusion. He was sure that he had seen something, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that the strange energy he had just vaguely sensed had disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. "See what?" Yuan looked at Yin Nuoxing in confusion. She didn't know what he was talking about. When Yin Nuoxing saw that Yuan didn't seem to be lying, she looked down at the ground suspiciously. Then, she raised her head and looked at the clear blue sky. The iron tower that occupied a large area in her line of sight was wrapped in colorful energy lines. The top of the tower seemed to reach all the way to the sky. Yin Nuoxing sighed and shook her head. After a while, she muttered to herself, "No, maybe I'm just being paranoid." When Yuan heard this, she rolled her eyes at him. When she saw that his expression had returned to normal, she retracted her hand. Just as Yin Nuoxing was scratching his head in distress, a golden light flashed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, it left a dazzling light in the sky. It cut through space and flew in front of him. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He glanced at it and realized that it was the golden mirror. He immediately looked at Yuan in confusion. She also looked at him strangely. Her face was blank. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Then, they both looked at the divine mirror at the same time. They didn't know what it wanted to do. When an ordinary artifact reached the divine level, it would give birth to an internal deity. It would have its own will, just like the Netherworld ruin sword. However, the latter was more special. As a weapon that was created, it had an unusual spiritual energy. Many of its actions and expressions were human-like. It was more like a person than a weapon. According to ancient records, when a weapon or artifact reached the highest level, it could even give birth to its own soul and have its own thoughts. At that time, it would become a different kind of living creature. It could even take human form. Buzz. Ignoring Yin Nuoxing's strange behavior, the divine mirror of light shot out a thumb-thick golden light. The dazzling golden light made him close his eyes. The golden light split into 3 golden threads. 2 of them wrapped around Yin Nuoxing's palm and wrist. The last one drilled into Yin Nuoxing's palm. The sudden action of the divine mirror of light gave Yin Nuoxing a fright. When the golden light drilled into his palm, he didn't feel the pain he expected. Instead, there was a faint warmth. The light element in his body also became somewhat active. It involuntarily surged toward his arm. Yin Nuoxing shook his hand. The 3 golden threads seemed to be stuck to his palm. There was no sign of them loosening. Damn! Seeing that he couldn't shake off those threads of light, Yin Nuoxing became anxious. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. His left hand exerted all his strength to pull out those light patterns. However, those thin threads seemed to have an unshakable weight. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't move them in the slightest. The threads of light spread up his arm, drawing a complicated and dazzling golden pattern on his forearm. It looked very mysterious. After a short moment, Yin Nuoxing whose struggles were useless, sat down on the ground. He could only stare at the golden pattern carving gorgeous runes all over his forearm. After a long time, the golden pattern that spread to the end of his forearm retreated like a receding tide. A thumb-sized mirror appeared in his palm, where the golden light was connected to his palm. If one looked carefully, the pattern was exactly the same as the divine mirror of light. After doing all this, the divine mirror of light seemed to be very satisfied. It circled around Yin Nuoshing twice before landing on his palm. The dazzling rays of light also slowly receded. Yin Nuoshing blinked and stared blankly at the mirror in his palm. At this moment, the divine mirror of light looked no different from an ordinary mirror. There wasn't the slightest bit of energy fluctuation. Yin Nuoshing was baffled. He didn't know what had just happened. He just suddenly felt that this mirror didn't resist him at all. It was as if he could command it as he wished. Furthermore, there was a familiar aura flowing on the mirror. That faint aura seemed to belong to him. "You're lucky, little fellow." The sect leader suddenly appeared from the space at the side. He stared at the mirror in Yun Nuoshing's palm for a moment, then looked at him and said with a hint of envy, "What do you mean?" Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the sect leader. He asked curiously, "This is a master recognition ritual. It's proof that the divine artifact has found a home for itself. It's the divine artifact's choice." The Grand Elder walked out from the side and sighed. He said, "From now on, unless you die, no one can snatch this divine artifact of light. It's equivalent to being bound to your life." "Then what if it collapses?" Yin Nuoshing was enlightened as he asked again. "The divine artifact's essence will return to your body until you recover," said the sect leader. He stared at the divine mirror of light without blinking. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. Few people in the world had the good fortune to possess such a divine artifact. That's not right. This belongs to Fire Cloud Palace. How can I?" Yin Nuoshing nodded in a daze. Then he suddenly thought of something and jumped up. Ignoring everything else, the important thing was that the divine mirror of light wasn't his. It was used by Fire Cloud Palace to seal the pillar of creation. Upon hearing that, the sect leader paused before giving a wry smile. The Grand Elder also had an odd look. It left Yin Nuoshing at a loss as to whether he should laugh or say anything. All he could do was stand there in a daze. The trio exchanged looks, unsure of what was on each other's minds. "Then, I'll give it to you." Moments later, the sect leader shook his head with a smile and said, "Treat it as your reward for helping seal the pillar of creation. We didn't need this item in the first place. Without the light elements, it can't be powered. If you hadn't come, we would have returned it to the Light God Temple." "Returned it?" Yin Nuoshing was taken aback. "Yes, it doesn't belong to Fire Cloud Palace. It was something our disciple accidentally found while traveling. We also ordered people to retrieve it," said the Grand Elder. The Great Elder said, "Originally, if there were no accidents, we planned to return it to the Light Shrine when the 9 Divine Majesties meet again. Since you've taken a liking to him, we'll give it to you. However, if you meet anyone from the Light God Temple in the future, let them take a look at this mirror. This mirror seems to have something to do with them," said the sect leader. "Don't worry, they won't take it back. They aren't unreasonable people." Upon seeing the slight change in Yin Nuoshing's handsome face, the sect leader could not help but add with a smile. Yin Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was truly afraid that the members of the Radiant God Hall would find out that their divine artifact was in his possession and send someone to take it back. Moreover, it was actually very simple to take back a divine artifact that had recognized its master. All he needed to do was wipe that person away. After feeling relieved, Yin Nuoshing carefully sized up the mirror. After some thought, he directed it with his mind. The divine mirror of light slowly dimmed before transforming into a point of light that shrunk into the mark in his palm. With a thought, he summoned the divine mirror again. Yin Nuoshing cocked his head as he stared at the divine mirror that floated half a foot above his palm. The divine mirror moved according to his will as it slowly floated into midair. With his middle finger and thumb together, he snapped his fingers. The divine mirror of light suddenly emitted a resplendent beam of light, causing everyone beneath to narrow their eyes. A golden energy beam that was hundreds of feet long suddenly shot out from the divine mirror. The golden energy beam tore through space, and the boundless energy left the sect leader perturbed. It was unknown how far it shot out before it slowly dissipated. Good stuff. Yin Nuoxing's eyes lit up as he stared unblinkingly at the divine mirror of light that had returned to his palm. The corners of his mouth curled up into an extreme arc. Speaking of which, I don't think I saw the pillar of creation when I was outside. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. Such a massive pagoda would be an extremely eye-catching existence, no matter where it was placed. However, he had never seen such a massive object outside. Furthermore, he did not know that this was a world of its own. This is a world that Fire Cloud Palace and the Fire God Temple have reinforced for generations. It's a world created by the Fire God Temple's ancestor. The outside world naturally cannot see it, explained the sect leader with a smile. What grade is this mirror? Asked Yin Nuoxing again. Upon hearing that, the sect leader was taken aback as he rubbed his temples. Moments later, he said, a conservative estimate is that it should be a high-grade divine artifact. High-grade. Yin Nuoxing's eyes lit up when he heard that. Yuin could not help but draw a cold gasp. A high-grade divine artifact was an artifact that could only be forged by a high-grade god. If it was sold, there would definitely be countless people fighting over it. You punk. Upon seeing Yin Nuoxing's excited look, the sect leader scolded jokingly. You're no longer a young girl? Yin Nuoxing pricked up his brows and looked at the sect leader with a strange smile. I still have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Don't call me if there's nothing. The sect leader was taken aback for a moment as embarrassment suffused his delicate face. He hurriedly said something and instantly vanished from his spot. Not even his shadow could be seen. Everyone. Chapter 17. Thank you, my young friend. Take it that our Fire Cloud Palace owes you a favor. With the sect master escaping, the Grand Elder helplessly took over the conversation and said with a wry smile. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and smiled. He did not say a word. He had already accepted the divine artifact, so it was hard to say who owed whom a favor. He could not tell which was more valuable, a divine artifact or a seal. Grand Elder, I wish to go out for a walk, said Yuin as she took a step forward. Then, you don't want the spot as a core disciple. The Great Elder frowned. Previously, he had taken a fancy to Yu Yin's talent, but because this girl was too playful during the assessment, she did not participate. This caused a group of elders to be so anxious that they almost turned the main hall upside down. This time, they finally had a chance, so why? Grand Elder, don't worry. I won't go crazy this time, said Yuin as she covered her mouth and laughed. After some thought, she recounted the matter to the Grand Elder. It's a good thing for you to go out for training. The Grand Elder nodded when he heard that. His knitted brows slowly relaxed as he thought for a moment and said, Then, do you plan on the spot? Let me think. Yuin scratched her hair and said with a smile, I'll give it to Shinran. Puffed. Just as her voice faded, the group of elders behind the Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of water. As for the Grand Elder, he staggered as his fiery red brows trembled. His wrinkled face looked like a bitter gourd. If we let that little she-devil enter the core cultivation area, she'll turn the world upside down. Grand Elder, think carefully. Never let that demoness in. She will overturn that place sooner or later. Grand Elder, think carefully. Fire Cloud Palace has been overturned countless times. At the very least, leave a piece of peaceful land for those disciples. Grand Elder. The group of elders tried their best to send voice transmissions to the Grand Elder who was standing right in front. They stared with dead fish eyes as cold sweat streamed down their faces. Their lips were constantly trembling. Little girl, you say, can we choose someone else? The first elder wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't. Yuin stuck out her tongue cutely and pulled Yin Nuoxing towards the passageway, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. We'll leave Shinran to you, Great Elder. We'll be leaving now. We'll come back to visit when we have time. No. The group of elders pounded the ground in pain as they lamented. They even pulled out a handful of their hair. They could already see the outcome of Fire Cloud Palace's core cultivation grounds. Actually, Shinran's talent is also very good. She will be under the care of our elders in the future. This old man is leaving. The great elder let out a hollow laugh for a while. Then he suddenly roared at the top of his lungs. His body trembled, and he instantly disappeared from where he was, just like the sect master. No, great elder. No. It's over, it's over. My herbal field, my laboratory. I would like to apply for a transfer. Retire, and return home. What exactly did she do? Upon hearing the tragic wails and howls behind her, Yin Nuoxing finally couldn't help but ask Yuan. Yes. She tore down a teleportation portal, blew up a laboratory, buried a volcano, flattened a canyon in the cultivation grounds, accidentally blew up a palace, sucked dry a precious fire grove, burned the first elder's golden crow pet to death, refined the second elder's herbal field, broke the third elder's weapon, etc. Yuan counted with her slender fingers. Yin Nuoxing shuddered. It was no wonder the elders feared her. How was she a demoness? She was practically a little devil that had committed countless sins. It was already a miracle that she wasn't banished from a sect. Actually, Shinran's talent for cultivation is very good. Otherwise, the sect master wouldn't have tried so hard to keep her. Even so, the sect master moved his palace away in the middle of the night. Yuan shook her head and smiled. Even the sect master was scared away. Yin Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and said, "Is there anything you need to tell us? We're leaving soon. Let's make some preparations first." Yuan nodded and said, "There's nothing to prepare. I just need to say goodbye to everyone and go home to tell my father that I'm leaving." He's willing? Thinking that Yuan had only been away for a day, the Yu family head was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He couldn't help but ask. He's not willing. Yuan stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "But he'll still let me go. There's no other reason other than that he's my father. I know that. Because we're family." Yin Nuoxing's pitch-black eyes were a little dim. Every time he heard someone say something like that, his imagination would run wild. Right now, he wasn't even sure of his own identity. The only memories he had of his home were that tree and that blurry voice. He couldn't even tell the gender of that voice. "Little brat, how about you call me Big Sister?" Sensing his disappointment, Yuan rubbed his head and said with a smile, "No." Yin Nuoxing frowned and shook off Yuan's hand unhappily. "Come, open your mouth. Call me Big Sister." Yuan used her jade-like finger to lift up his chin. Her rosy little mouth lightly opened as she spoke with a hint of teasing. "Big Sister." Yin Nuoxing's handsome face turned red, and he muttered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Hey. What? Little brat, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. Say it again." This time, it was Yin's turn to be stunned. When she came back to her senses, she shouted excitedly and shook his shoulder with her jade-like hands. "No. What? What?" Yin Nuoxing turned his head away angrily. "Say it again." "No." The two of them laughed and chatted as they rushed into a teleportation door that was flashing with silver light. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a palace. Although it wasn't as grand as the elder's residence, it was still considered impressive. Inin, just as the two of them landed on the ground, a fiery red shadow rushed over and crashed into Yu Yin's arms. Two slender arms wrapped around Yu Yin's slender waist and hugged her as she spun around fiercely. Yuan was stunned when something suddenly crashed into her arms. Before she could react, she saw that the scene in front of her had been pulled into several thin lines and was spinning rapidly. Mournful screams could be heard intermittently. "Ah, little brat, save me. Ah." Seeing the two of them spinning at high speed like a top, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly walked to the side and maintained a distance, acting as if he didn't see anything. Chapter 18. Little brat, you're not loyal. Yuan roared in anger and embarrassment. She hurriedly used all her strength to break free from Xian Rance, hugging Sister Killer Hug, and fell towards Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and reached out to support Xian Ran. He placed a finger on Xian Rance's smooth forehead and a faint wood element surged into Xian Ran's mind, calming her down. Ineen, you're despising me. Xian Ran looked very hurt. She suddenly looked towards Yin Nuoxing and grinned. She rushed over and said with a smile, Little sister Yu Xian, come and give me a hug. Yin Nuoxing suddenly shuddered and laughed dryly. He quickly moved a few dozen meters away and transmitted his voice. Don't, I'm scared. Stop fooling around. I'm here to talk to you about something. Yin covered her forehead with her hand and shook her head, though was still a little dizzy. A ray of light floated out and restrained Xian Ran. She gave Xian Ran a knock on the head and slowly began to talk. Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them talking. This which was really lively. Yin Nuoxing quietly walked to the side and walked around in boredom. He ignored the many girls in the building who looked out of curiosity after hearing the noise. It was only now that he realized that this was the girls' dormitory. His eyes flickered and he obediently looked up at the sky with an expression that said, I'm deep in thought. After about 10 minutes, Yin Nuoxing helplessly sighed when he saw the two girls crying and laughing at the same time. Parting was the most hurtful thing, but everyone had their own path to choose. Therefore, all the banquets in the world would end one day and everyone would leave. This was just a small microcosm. After all, if they left like this, who knew how long it would be before they could see each other again? Let's go. After a while, Yin walked over to Yin Nuoxing with red eyes and nodded at him. Do you want to stay? Yin Nuoxing unhappily helped her dry her crystal-clear tears and sighed. There's no need for that. Everyone has their own will. With my personality, I'm destined to be restless for the rest of my life. As for her, she just wants to stay here and accompany her family. The best memories are none other than the times when we were happy. If we once had them, why should we want them to last forever? Yu Yin's face was gloomy, but she still forced a smile. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. It's not like they're going to part forever. Little sister Yu Xian, remember to come and play with me in the future. When the two of them stepped into the portal, Sheena shouted in a nasal voice and waved her hands vigorously. It was impossible to tell that she had just cried. Yin Nuoxing cursed angrily. Unfortunately, they'd already been transferred to a new area. His voice did not reach her at all. Hence, he looked angrily at Yin, who was secretly laughing, and said angrily, You haven't explained to her? Ahaha, I didn't. I wanted you to leave a graceful back for others to reminisce about. Ahaha, isn't that good? Yin roared with laughter. Not good. Yin Nuoxing clenched his teeth. After walking out of Fire Cloud Palace, Yin Nuoxing took out the Nethervoid Ruin sword and stepped on it. Then, he pulled Yin up and drove the sword to transform into a stream of light that vanished into the horizon. When they passed by the ancient ruin, Yin Nuoxing stopped for a moment. Now that the enchantment was gone, the suppression had vanished completely. It no longer prevented anyone from entering. A month had already passed. Even though everyone knew that the ruin was an empty shell and that there was nothing valuable inside other than a bunch of mechanisms, there were still many people who refused to give up and came running. They hoped that they could obtain something from a hidden chamber in a corner. Of course, most people came out in a sorry state. There were also a number of people who stayed inside and did not come out. After opening his evil spirit eye, Yin Nuoxing looked straight into the depths of the palace. There, a barrier automatically cracked open as an aged figure slowly appeared and waved at him. Yin Nuoxing grinned, revealing his sparkling white teeth. He also waved his hand before rapidly flying towards the Yu family. Kid, who are you waving to? Yin hugged him tightly and asked casually. Senior. Yin Nuoxing shrugged his shoulders and did not elaborate. Yin looked at him, perplexed. In the Yu family, the family head dressed in a green robe sat quietly in the manor. There was no expression on his determined face as he stared at the sky. His heart did not seem as calm as it seemed on the surface. Father. Yin jumped down from the sky and landed in front of him with a sly smile. Inin. The Yu family head immediately jumped up and grabbed her shoulders. He did not say anything for a long time and only stared at her. I'm back. Yin smiled and pulled him to sit down. She told him about the events of the past month. Phew. Yin Nuoxing exhaled and looked into the distance. With a thought, the Netherworld Ruins sword flew towards the distance. He also had a place that he wanted to check out. A few hours later, in the westernmost part of Star Spirit City, in a desert, Yin Nuashing stopped in midair and looked at the boundless desert. He patted the Netherworld Ruins sword and asked, "Netherworld Ruins, do you still remember where we woke up?" The Netherworld Ruins sword trembled, indicating that it had forgotten. "That's true." Yin Nuashing tilted his head. It had been more than 2 years. He could not remember it. Moreover, the desert was filled with endless sandstorms. How could there be any traces left? Yin Nuashing stood up, and the divine light mirror appeared in his right hand. He shone it around and whispered, "Time rewind." The golden mirror flickered with a faint light and changed for a while. Scenes flashed across it. Time quickly rewound. After a while, it stopped at the day 2 years ago. This place was still filled with sandstorms. In the distance, a green pillar of light shot into the sky and kicked up a lot of sand. Without needing him to say anything, the Netherworld Ruins sword carried him and flew towards the green pillar of light in the mirror. "This is—" Yin Nuashing frowned when they arrived at the bottom of a sand dune. In the mirror, he and the Netherworld Ruins sword slowly descended from the green pillar of light. Then, the pillar of light disappeared and everything returned to normal. Go a little further. Yin Nuashing was puzzled. He urged the divine light mirror to continue rewinding time. Dark clouds gathered and the pillar of light shot into the sky. He landed and was picked up by the Qin family patriarch's caravan in the desert. That was the whole story. Netherworld Ruins. What was that green pillar of light? Yin Nuashing was puzzled. The Netherworld Ruins sword trembled. It still did not know. Who am I? Where did I come from? What am I supposed to do? Yin Nuashing muttered to himself. He felt a little uncomfortable. Up until now, things had gone beyond his imagination. Although he knew that he had fallen in the desert, what he saw today was not within the scope of his imagination. Let's go. One day, I will solve all of this. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. He sat on the Netherworld Ruins sword and flew quickly towards the Qin family. The Qin family seemed a little desolate. There was not a trace of life. The huge manor was overgrown with weeds, and there was not a single person to be seen. Yin Nuashing landed in the backyard. Seeing that it was too quiet, he could not help but shout, You, Uncle Qin." The surroundings were silent. There was not a single sound. Yin Nuashing was startled. He quickly walked into the hall. There was a thick layer of dust on the table. He could see a clear trace when he brushed his finger across it. There were spider webs on the eaves. It seemed that no one had cleaned it for a long time. Yin Nuashing walked to the room he used to live in. Then, he walked through Qin Yu and the others' rooms. They were still clean, but there was a lot of dust. What's going on? Where did everyone go? Yin Nuashing frowned. He walked out of the Qin family slowly and went to the manor next door. He gently knocked on the door. After a long time, the wooden door slowly opened with a creak. An old man walked out, leaning on a walking stick. His beard hung down to his chest, and his white hair hung loosely behind his back. His face was flushed red, and he had a rather youthful appearance. "Uncle, do you know where the family next door went?" Yin Nuashing bowed and smiled. "The Qin family? They were taken away by a group of people a few months ago. They said that they wanted to move to another place to live." The old man's eyes were bright. He looked at Yin Nuashing and was slightly stunned. He said uncertainly, "You are that child of the Qin family? You remember me?" Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He had lived here for a long time and was quite familiar with the people on the streets. However, he thought that he had been forgotten after a few months. "Of course I remember. This old man has a good memory." The old man nodded. His face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Wait a moment." The old man smiled and patted him on the shoulder. He walked back into the house. After a long time, he came out and put a piece of paper in Yin Nuashing's hand. He smiled and said, "Everything you want to know is written here. Read it yourself." "Thank you, Uncle." Yin Nuashing solemnly took the paper and nodded. After bidding farewell to the old man, Yin Nuashing returned to the Qin family's manor. He went to the back mountain of the Qin family and sat down by the cliff. His legs dangled in the air. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and opened the folded paper. What? So he went back to the zoo family. I was scared to death. Yin Nuashing finished reading and heaved a sigh of relief. He recognized that it was little Yu Yu's handwriting. It was neat and delicate. We will have a chance to meet again. Big brother, see you in the future. Signed, Yu Yu. There was a cute, smiling face next to it. This little girl. Yin Nuashing smiled. He took out a jade box and folded the letter. He put it inside and kept it in his pendant. It's time to go. Yin Nuashing stretched and looked into the distance with a faint smile. Yin Nuashing returned to the Yu family's town under the purple moonlight. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The red and blue moons were chasing each other to the top of the sky. His eyes were a little intoxicated. 2 round moons were suspended in the sky. One was on the left and the other on the right. The deep red and icy blue colors intertwined to form a mysterious and gorgeous purple moonlight. It scattered on the ground and looked very moving. So beautiful, Yin Nuashing murmured. The netherworld ruins soared under him trembled. It carried him and flew high into the sky, directly passing through the clouds. The moons were very close to him. It was as if he could reach out and touch them. Yin Nuashing also reached out his hand in a daze. He wanted to touch the round moons. Buzz! The netherworld ruins sword hummed at the right time, waking him up from his intoxicated state. If he reached out his hand again, he would fall. Yin Nuashing stuck out his tongue. His pitch-black eyes curved into crescents. His entire body was enveloped in the purple moonlight. He looked very beautiful and charming. If Yuin saw him, he would probably call him a little girl again. Yin Nuashing looked at him longingly for a while. Then, he rode the netherworld ruins sword and landed in the Yu family's residence. I thought you left me behind. In the hall, Yuin saw him and immediately used choking. There was a hint of resentment in her voice. Cough. I was wrong. I shouldn't have cough. Left without saying goodbye. Cough, cough. Uncle Yu, save me. Yin Nuashing grabbed the slender jade arm tightly around his neck and gasped for air. Yulong watched from the side and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You, if you don't let go, I'll cough, you leave. Yin Nuashing shook his head painfully. TCH. Yuin let go of him and walked to the side to sit down. Huff. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath until his lungs were about to burst. Then, he exhaled and took a few more deep breaths. Cough. Cough. Yin Nuashing wiped the tears squeezed out his throat and said fiercely, Little girl, do you want to kill me? Aya, you're so strong. You won't die if you don't breathe for a while. Yuin waved her hand and said nonchalantly, Yin Nuashing was about to charge forward and fight with his life. In the middle of the night, the 2 moons set in the west. There were still a few hours before dawn. Yin Nuashing lay on the rooftop and looked up at the starry sky. His eyes were filled with undisguised yearning. Netherworld ruins. Had you ever thought about taking a stroll in the starry sky? The netherworld ruins sword indicated that he had. That must be a very pleasant thing to do. Traveling through the boundless starry sky. Yin Nuashing murmured as he gently stroked the netherworld ruins sword in his arms. The netherworld ruins sword indicated that it understood. What are you muttering to yourself about? Yuin walked up without him noticing. She rolled her eyes at him and lay down as well, using Yin Nuashing's arm as a pillow. Are you done crying? Yin Nuashing turned his head and teased. When did I cry? Yuin curled her lips. Your eyes are red, and there are traces of tears at the corners of your eyes. Your voice is slightly hoarse. When Yuin heard this, she hurriedly coughed and wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. You're exposed, little brat. Yuin gritted her teeth and squeezed out 3 words. Then, she opened her mouth and bit him on the shoulder. Are you a dog? Let go. Yin Nuashing yelled as he shuddered in pain. Who told you to laugh at me? Yuin happily let go of Yin Nuashing, leaving a large bite mark on his shoulder. Are you really coming with me? Yin Nuashing turned his head and asked again. I've decided. I'll accompany you to Xingming City. As for the journey after that, we'll decide when we get there. At the very most, I'll just pat my butt and come back when I'm feeling homesick. Yuin also tilted her head and looked at the pair of pitch-black eyes as she seriously replied. Yin Nuashing helped her stand up. He took out a fiery red scroll from his pendant and placed it in her hand without saying anything. This is... Yu Yin gently opened the fiery scroll. Mei Mao's eyes suddenly lit up a little as she asked strangely, "Where did you get such a high-level item?" "In an ancient ruin," Yin Nuashing muttered in his heart. Then he stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, "I'm not telling you." "Could it be?" Yin opened her cherry lips in shock. Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was covered by a white palm. "You didn't guess anything. You don't know anything. You only picked up a secret scroll that was specially used for the fire element. You don't know anything else." Yin Nuashing glared at her and said with narrowed eyes. Yin gently pushed that hand away and smiled sweetly. Her smile was like the light in the dark night. In an instant, even the moonlight quietly retreated. "All right, I don't know anything." Yin smiled. Mei Mao's long and narrow lips curved into a crescent moon shape. 2 dimples appeared on her white cheeks. It was dazzling. "I'll learn from you." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at her and walked to the side. With a clatter, he took out a pile of weapons. Greatsword, longbow, mountain-splitting axe, mirror, bell, chain, staff, dagger, spear, and halberd. "Which one should I use as my main weapon?" Yin Nuashing looked at the pile of weapons with a headache. These were all thrown to him by Mu Yingzi before he left. There was a huge pile of weapons in the bracelet and ring and a mountain of pills. There were so many strange things that it made him dizzy. Yin Nuashing's hand brushed across the weapons that were filled with spirituality. Finally, his hand stopped on the halberd. He smiled and said, "This is it, Buzz." Suddenly, the Netherworld ruin sword jumped out from the pile of weapons and approached him. It emitted a strong light and an oppressive aura. It looked like it was resisting. "Then I'll use the axe." Yin Nuashing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and immediately changed to another weapon. Buzz. The Netherworld ruin sword came closer and closer. It was almost touching his face. "Then I'll use the sword." Yin Nuashing broke out in cold sweat. He quickly changed his mind and grabbed the Netherworld ruin sword in his hand. "Buzz." The purple light suddenly became very gentle and satisfied. Then it domineeringly entered his windbreaker and hung on his back. F***CK. I can't use the Netherworld ruin sword. How can I fight? Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly in his heart. How can there be such a domineering weapon? Mirror as support. Longbow as long range. Chain. Yin Nuashing picked up the chain. Suddenly, the chain emitted a golden light and wrapped around his arm. Runes rippled and finally merged into his body. A golden chain imprint appeared on his arm. It was like a small dragon roaring at the sky. It was very lifelike. Yin Nuashing, could it be that this is also a divine weapon? Why do all kinds of weapons want to enter my body? F***CK. Isn't this the longbow that I saw in that golden place? It looks the same. It doesn't look like a replica. Yin Nuashing picked up the 8-meter-long longbow. He was slightly taken aback. There were many exquisite patterns engraved on the divine bow. There was a long golden red branch extending from each end. Forget it. Let's not care about him. Shaking his head, Yin Nuashing shook those thoughts away. After seeing that there was no movement, he heaved a sigh of relief and gently pulled the bowstring. Buzz. Clang. The essence energy in his body was suddenly pulled. It flowed out from his palm and gathered on the bowstring. The surrounding heaven and earth energy was also pulled and flowed into the longbow in a whirlpool. A long golden arrow suddenly appeared. Wherever the arrow was pointed, even the space around it rippled slightly. No arrow? Yin Nuashing was shocked. He felt the energy flowing out of his body and was even more shocked. After he had used up almost 90% of his energy, the energy stopped flowing. However, that arrow was only a blurry shadow. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. He wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of his weapon. He faced the night sky and between the 2 moons. He gently released his finger. Swish. The arrow shot out fiercely. The sound of the explosion was extremely ear-piercing under the night sky. The energy ripples formed a whirlpool and tore a small crack in the sky. The arrow pointed straight at the sky. The energy formed a tail that was thousands of meters long. After a moment, it reached its limit. Then boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the night sky. It was as though the sun had exploded in the sky. The dazzling light caused people to habitually close their eyes. The huge airwaves tore the clouds apart and wrinkled the space like a towel being twisted. At this moment, everyone in the city was awakened. They widened their eyes. Under that energy, their legs couldn't help but tremble. The energy storm lasted for a few minutes before dissipating. The purple moonlight descended again and comforted the frightened people. Appeal, appeal! On the roof, Yin Nuoxing knelt on the ground and panted heavily. It was as though he had lost all his energy. His handsome face was pale and covered in cold sweat. The longbow fell to the ground along with his powerless voice. As expected, it turned into a ball of light and shot into his body. Then, a pattern that looked like a pair of wings appeared on his back. Exhausted by one arrow, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He kept his weapons while trembling. He didn't dare to touch them again in case something else entered his body. He took out a pill and swallowed it. The rolling medicinal power turned into a warm current and replenished his exhausted body. Why are they all divine weapons? Yin Nuoxing rubbed his eyebrows and smiled bitterly when he felt better. He felt like he had become an armory. Little brat, what's wrong? Yin, who had finished cultivating, was stunned when she saw him kneeling on the ground. She hurriedly walked over and asked. She had just woken up, so she didn't see the brilliant fireworks. Are you worried about me? Yin Nuoxing grinned. Although he was weak, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? Why is your face so pale? Yin frowned and ignored his words. She supported him and asked, It's nothing. I was just cultivating and used up a lot of energy. I'll be fine after some rest. Yin Nuoxing was supported by her weakly. He struggled to stand up, but he realized that he couldn't use any strength. He frowned and bit his lips with his white teeth. He looked very pitiful. Little brat, did you reincarnate into the wrong body? Even Yin's heart couldn't help but tremble when she saw him. She quickly suppressed it and knocked him on his forehead and rolled her eyes. What's wrong with me now? Yin Nuoxing felt wronged. He clearly didn't have any self-awareness about his appearance. The next day, everyone from the Yu family came out. Hundreds of green robes were very dazzling. They all had a solemn expression on their faces, and their eyes were very solemn. At the front of the crowd, the head of the Yu family held onto Yin and constantly reminded her. His originally black hair had some white spots, as if he had aged a lot overnight. His resolute eyes had also lost their unwavering tenacity and were left with infinite gentleness and reluctance. In the sky, Yin Nuoxing sat on the enlarged Netherworld ruin sword. Now, it wouldn't be a problem for two people to lie down side by side. He ignored the envious gazes of the entire city and looked down at the people who were constantly saying goodbye. He sighed in his heart and was slightly envious. He didn't even have someone to say goodbye to. Father, goodbye. Go back. I'll be back sooner or later. Perhaps she didn't want to cry in front of Yin Nuoxing, but Yin held back her tears. They kept rolling in Mei Mao and refused to fall. Yin, be careful. You've never been out of the house your whole life. Father is worried. If you're tired, come back. The head of the Yu family still couldn't help but have two cold streaks of tears on his face. Young miss, you have to be careful when you're outside. Be careful not to be deceived. That little girl is a good companion. You have to be careful along the way, said an old man from the Yu family. Yin Nuoxing staggered and almost fell. Young miss, be careful. If you encounter danger that you can't handle, quickly retreat. If you want to cry, just cry. Yin tried her best to hold back her tears. However, Yin Nuoxing couldn't stand it anymore and directly transmitted her voice to the ground. Screw you. Yin roared under everyone's shocked gazes. However, her tears really did burst out. She hugged the Yu family's dragon and cried softly. Netherworld ruin, why don't we leave? Yin Nuoxing sighed. Buzz. The Netherworld ruin sword responded. If they left, they would be cut into pieces. She can't catch up. Yin Nuoxing muttered, Look at her. It's as if I took her away by force. How can I endure this, Buzz? You're actually envious, aren't you? No, definitely not. Yin Nuoxing replied resolutely. Buzz. Liar, why would I cheat a sword? Yin Nuashing said guiltily. After a long while, Yuin finally cried enough. She waved goodbye to the envious Yu family members. She took one last look at her father and finally turned around. Yin Nuashing shot out a chain from her sleeve and wrapped it around her slender waist. She pulled her onto the Netherworld ruin sword. Little brother, help me take care of her. Before they left, the head of the Yu family couldn't help but transmit his voice to his ear. Don't worry. Yin Nuashing smiled and transmitted his voice back. Then, she urged the sword to fly into the distance. Chapter 19. Looking at the rapidly retreating scenery, Yin Nuashing turned to look at Yuin, who was still a little sad, and handed over a handkerchief. I'm not crying. It's just that the strong wind irritated my eyes. Yuin took the handkerchief. She didn't forget to deny it, even as she wiped her tears. Okay. The wind is strong. The wind is strong. You're not crying. Yin Nuashing laughed dryly and played along with her stubbornness. Then, he said, What's the direction of Xingming City for the rest of the journey? All the way. Toward the east, Yuin said with a sobbing nasal voice. Yin Nuashing sighed when he heard this. What kind of person was this? However, he didn't say anything at this time. He knew that Yuin needed some time to adjust her emotions. Perhaps it would be a good choice to let her have some peace and quiet. When he thought of this, he shifted his butt and left her sobbing behind him. He couldn't help but shake his head. Yin Nuashing looked up at the two suns and determined the direction. Then, he waved his hand and adjusted the trajectory. He steered the Netherwind's sword and flew rapidly in the direction of the two suns. Buzz. As he flew, the Netherruin sword hummed softly. An energy barrier slowly opened, blocking out the cold wind that was blowing at him. Yin Nuashing's eyes darted around when he saw this. He grinned and said, It's a good helper for traveling. The Netherruin divine weapon is yours. Uffed. Yuin couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. There was still a little disappointment on her pretty face. She hadn't completely wiped away her tears, but she seemed to have recovered some of her energy. Let's go to a nearby city to rest first. I'm hungry. Yuin sat down beside Yin Nuashing and gave him a punch. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. When he woke up in the morning, he saw that she was gorging on food. Now, she was saying that she was hungry even though they had only been out for less than 2 hours. However, when he saw that Yuin had recovered so quickly, he didn't say anything. He knew that this foodie wanted to turn her grief into appetite, so he nodded and said, Okay. Perhaps it was a problem of direction, or perhaps there weren't that many cities along the way, but the Netherworld ruin sword speed could be described as chasing the stars and chasing the moon. Moreover, it didn't require Yin Nuashing to maintain its energy consumption, so it could travel 100 million kilometers in a day. However, the two of them only approached the city in the afternoon. At this time, their stomachs were already rumbling. Yin Nuashing directly found the largest restaurant in the city and settled Yuin down. Then, he took out a pearl from his pendant and ordered a feast. He wasn't hungry for the time being. After all, his cultivation was much higher than Yuyin's, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to go without food for a few days. Right now, he was holding a teacup and looking at her with interest. She didn't look ladylike at all. The people around her trembled when they saw her for the first time and averted their gazes. Enjoy yourself first. I'm going out for a walk. Yin Nuashing took a sip of tea. When he saw Yuin looking like a starving ghost, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He reminded her to slow down, and for safety's sake, he left the Netherworld ruins sword behind. Only then did he walk out alone. He wanted to gather some information in the city and, at the same time, find a place with a lot of people. He wanted to see if there was anything special happening in the outside world. He was saying, Don't worry, I'll eat. I'll get my money back. Yuin mumbled as she wiped her mouth. Speak human language. Yin Nuashing's face was filled with black lines. Walking slowly on the street, Yin Nuashing casually bought a stick of candied hawthorn. He held it in his mouth, grinding his teeth back and forth, causing the long bamboo stick to shake up and down. With both hands in his pockets, he wandered aimlessly in this nameless little city. It was unknown if it was his slightly elegant posture or his feminine face, but he attracted the attention of the people on the street. Many people stared at Yin Nuoxing in astonishment when they saw him, and then hurriedly ran towards the street he came from. Yin Nuoxing saw those people leave quickly, as if they had encountered something shocking. He couldn't help but turn his head, but he didn't see anything special behind him. Moreover, the way they looked at him wasn't with a smile, nor was it the special way they looked at a little girl. It was more like they had seen something valuable, and their eyes were shining. Who is this little girl? She's so beautiful. But why is it worth the Fire God Shrine's people to pay such a high price to find her? The Fire God Shrine didn't send out any news themselves, nor did they say anything about this person. According to the rumors, the Fire God Shrine met this lady by chance in the ancient ruins outside the Star Spirit City. They seemed to say that she looked like a person, and this bounty was to confirm the news. Just to confirm a piece of news, they're already so generous. As expected of the Fire God Shrine, they have a lot of resources, so there's nothing they can do about it. Also, look below. The people who signed the contract are the Fire God Shrine, the Thunder God Shrine, and the Xin family. This lady is most likely in trouble. She's been targeted by the three great forces, so her future days won't be easy. What do you know? Didn't you see the most important sentence written at the top? Harming this person is equivalent to becoming their enemy. Even if we send her over, she must be unharmed. I'm going to faint. What is their relationship with this lady? Could it be that the Fire God Shrine's goddess ran out? After sending away half the people on the street, Yin Nuoxing passed by the bounty board and heard these words. She bit down on a gourd and went over curiously. Her gaze swept across the 2 to 3 meters long board, and then her handsome face instantly became incomparably dark on the bounty board. A missing person notice that occupied the largest board was very eye-catching. On it was a person who couldn't be seen clearly. He was dressed in black, and his head turned back to reveal a rather handsome side face. There was a faint femininity to it, and his slender eyelashes were slightly curved. Just the side of his face was enough to trigger endless reveries. However, from the looks of it, his palm was supporting himself on the ground, as if he had just fallen and was a little panicked. And below this missing person notice was written, Bounty, 1 million gold coins, or 50 kilograms of high-grade mysterious crystals. Isn't that F** king me? Who the hell said I'm a lady? I'm a man. After seeing the picture clearly, Yin Nuoxing almost choked to death on the candied gourd that he bit down on. He couldn't help but roar in his heart. Although the side profile was very blurry, he still recognized himself at a glance. That appearance was the same as when he was chased by the person from the Fire God Shrine in the forest and fell to the ground in fright. As for why they were looking for him, Yin Nuoxing couldn't quite understand after thinking for a long time. Light element? That day, he used the light element to escape, but his ears were still sensitive enough to catch some information. The only thing that could attract the attention of the Fire God Shrine was the light element, right? Bah, who cares why they're looking for me? In short, I can't stay here for long. The best plan is to leave. Shaking his head and throwing away those strange thoughts, Yin Nuoxing spat and quickly took out a hat to put on. His gaze swept around. Fortunately, he was squeezed into the crowd and no one noticed him. At this time, Yin Nuoxing thought that when those people saw him just now, it was as if they saw money. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that they really saw money. Once this bounty notice came out, he instantly became a moving treasure. Those people who left in a hurry either when to call for help or when to call for help. I just saw that little girl walking in this direction. Why is she gone? A subtle voice accurately reached Yin Nuoxing's ears from afar, causing him to immediately jump up like a kitten with its fur standing on end. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a group of people in fiery red robes walking quickly towards him from the end of the street. The leader even scratched his head in confusion. Seeing this group of people, Yin Nuoxing immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly squeezed to the other side of the crowd. Yin Nuoxing had seen those people before. They were the attire of the Fire God Shrine's disciples that he saw outside the ruins. You really saw it, right? At this time, The fire god shrine's disciples who rushed over after receiving the news had an ugly expression because they didn't see anyone. They stared at the person who led the way with a sharp gaze and frowned slightly. I really saw it. There's no mistake. Hearing this, the person who led the way laughed bitterly. Yin Nuoxing's unique symbol was very easy to recognize. It wasn't very clear in the bounty painting, but it was still very easy to recognize. The leader of the fire god shrine frowned. Seeing that he didn't seem to be teasing them for no reason, he could only shake his head helplessly. He turned around and said to the people behind him, "If he's really here, he shouldn't be too far away. Go and look for him." Yes. When the people of the fire god shrine heard this, they respectfully replied and quickly walked towards the streets and alleys. As for the person who led the way, when he saw the ugly expressions of the people of the fire god shrine, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to say a word. When a young man spoke, he scrambled away. Seeing that the few of them had left, the young man sighed and took out a painting that was exactly the same as the one on the bounty board. He looked at it carefully and couldn't help but mutter, "The Divine King ordered us to search for the cities near Star Spirit City. I wonder who this guy is. Sigh, it seems that I won't be able to have a good rest this month. This damned place doesn't even have a teleportation gate." After muttering to himself, the young man's sharp gaze quickly swept across the surrounding crowd. Then, he sighed, put away the painting, and walked towards another street. Feeling that the young man had left, Yin Nuoxing suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd and looked around. After seeing that there were no red clothes, he was relieved and quickly walked away. As Yin Nuoxing was wearing a hat, he attracted a lot of attention as he walked on the street. Although his original intention was to not let people pay attention to him, because of his unique attire, he attracted even more attention. Basically, when he passed by, there would be people looking at him, which made him even more nervous. He couldn't help but speed up a lot, and the long hair on his back was already fluttering in the wind. After walking and running back to the restaurant, Yin Nuoxing found Yuan, who was slowly eating and drinking in the vast sea of people. When he saw the red clothes, he couldn't help but jump back a step. Perhaps it was because he was full, but Yu Yin's eating speed slowed down and looked very elegant. When Yin Nuoxing saw Yuan, the latter also raised her head and looked at the strange man in the black hat. She couldn't help but be stunned, and her chopsticks almost slipped out of her hand. Her astonished look made the former roll his eyes. When Yin Nuoxing sat down, Yuan asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" You went out and came back with an ugly hat. Yin Nuoxing had just taken a sip of tea. When he heard this, his chest felt stuffy, and he immediately choked and coughed violently. It took him a long time to return to normal. On his forehead, 2 blue veins bulged, making Yuan blink curiously. With a sigh, Yin Nuoxing put down the teacup and told her what had just happened. Cough! When Yuan heard it, she almost spat out a mouthful of tea. She covered her mouth with her delicate hand to prevent herself from laughing out loud. Yin Nuoxing's face turned green. "How did you offend the people of the Fire God Shrine?" After pouring another cup of tea and taking a sip, Yuan also asked through voice transmission. "I didn't offend them. That day they saw me outside the ruins by chance, and then it became like this." Yin Nuoxing felt wronged. Who did he offend? Yuan smiled. Mei Mao walked around a few times, and after a long while, she said through voice transmission, "It doesn't matter. You have the light element, so you won't be caught so easily. Ask around about the motive of the Fire God Shrine along the way. In the worst case, you can just capture a disciple of the Fire God Shrine and interrogate him." Cough. This time, it was Yin Nuoxing's turn to choke. Capture a disciple of the Fire God Shrine? The Fire God Shrine, one of the 9 great elemental shrines, was a famous force even in the entire divine realm. It was fine if they had a bounty on them, but now they didn't hide and wanted to go there himself. Big Sister Yuan, how are you today?" Yin Nuoxing swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, "Screw you, Big Sister's head is fine." Yuan, who knew what he meant, rolled her eyes at him and said, "Rather than being in a passive state all the time, it's better to take the initiative so as to avoid being caught unprepared when we encounter a situation in the future." That seems to make sense. Yin Nuashing nodded. There's no time to lose. Let's. After stuffing a steamed bun in her mouth, Yuan patted her lily-white hands and slowly stood up. Now, Yin Nuashing stared blankly. Let's run away quickly. They've already come looking for us. PFFF. Yin Nuashing was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of rice. Did you put on an "I have a countermeasure" expression just to say this? Don't. Let me eat something first. I'm also hungry. Looking at the unfinished banquet, Yin Nuashing quickly picked up his chopsticks and wolfed down his food. Chapter 20. Outside the city, Yin Nuashing took out the Netherworld Ruins sword. The two of them continued to head southeast. Yuan kept an eye out for other cities, while Yin Nuashing focused on finding things related to disguise himself in the pendant. He could not always wear the title of extremely ugly, nor could he choose to live in seclusion deep in the mountains because of such a trivial matter. However, he did not pay much attention to Mu Yingzi's belongings back then. Now that he wanted to find something specific in there, it was really no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. All sorts of strange things were piled up like a small mountain. They kept flying east on their flying swords. Along the way, they saw either mountain ranges or mountain ranges. Occasionally, they would fly over a desert filled with withered bones. There was not even a single city in sight. This made Yin Nuashing feel a little strange. In his impression, the vast Taiyuan region should be filled with groups of cities. Why was it that when they flew around, they only saw mountain ranges? There were not even a few people in sight. I'm not sure about the other four main regions, but the Taiyuan region is actually filled with wilderness. There are not as many places to stay as you think. Also, very few people come to these places. The only vitality is the constant roars of beasts echoing in these places. Although these places are not suitable for people to live in, it's not a problem to raise thousands or hundreds of magical beasts and monsters. Yuan explained along the way like a tour guide. Mortals have only seen a few cities in their lifetime. I'm not describing these places, but other places with a dense human population. In the westernmost part of the Taiyuan region, there are very few cities. It's already difficult for ordinary people to live in one place. Don't even think about going outside. Because of this, Star Spirit City is divided into West City and East City. I remember that little brat. You seem to have come from the West City of Star Spirit City. Look at you. You look like a young master of a large family. You don't look like someone who has lost their memory at all. Tell me, which family did you luckily adopt you? How did you know? Yin Nuashing turned around in shock. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yu Yin's sly gaze. He was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it, he felt that it was not difficult to figure it out. After all, he had told Yu Yin about him before, but he did not tell her everything. Shaking her head, Yin Nuashing sighed and said, "The Qin family in the West is quite famous there. It should be the #1 family there. TSK, TSK. Qin clan, you're really lucky." Even in the entire Star Spirit City, the Qin clan is an extremely influential clan. It has been rooted in the Star Spirit City for a very long time. It's been so long that even my father can't remember it. However, in the Star Spirit City, it has always been one of the top few existences. Yuan said with some admiration in her voice. Huh. Upon hearing this, Yin Nuashing tilted her head. When she first lived with the Qin family, she did feel that this family was extraordinary, but she didn't think of anything else. Little brat, did you receive any precious cultivation methods, secret skills, or secret techniques from the Qin clan? Show them to me, your elder sister. Yuan smiled slyly. F***CK. Didn't I give you a book? No. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes in annoyance. What she said was the truth. Ever since he left the Qin clan, he had snuck away. He had accepted the kindness of others to take him in and had given him a place to stay since he had nowhere to go. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for anything else. Seeing that Yin Nuashing was angry, Yuan couldn't help but pinch his cheeks and say in annoyance, "Tisk, I'm just joking. Why are you so fierce?" Yin Nuashing pouted and flung away that pure white hand in annoyance. Riding on the Nether Void sword, he sped towards Xingming City. At night, he would look for a campsite in the mountain range. Occasionally, he would have to battle with the wild beasts in the mountain range. Every time he killed a magical beast, Nuashing would bury its corpse on the spot, leaving a small mound. He would also have to pay his respects. According to Nuashing's own words, this was so that their souls could safely go to the underworld. This kind of action caused Yuin to roll her eyes. But after a while, she also knelt down to pay her respects. It looked a bit comical and very solemn. If you die, where do you want to bury yourself? After burying another pile of bones, Yuin clasped her hands together and bowed. She looked at Nuashing, who had a pious expression, and asked. Hearing this, Nuashing turned his head and looked at Yuin. He then looked up at the sky. After a long time, he lowered his head and looked at her with a smile. He asked, Then where do you want to bury yourself? Me? Just bury me in the ocean. Hee hee. Yuin pursed her lips and smiled. Then she shook her head and said, What about you, little brat? Nuashing took a deep breath and said, Bury me at the top of a mountain, under the grass, beside a clear lake. That's not bad. It's very elegant. However, that kind of... Yuin smiled. If that day comes, I want the entire world to forget about me. Nuashing looked at her and suddenly said very seriously. Yuin was stunned for a moment. That serious look on his face made it seem as if he wasn't afraid of death, a word that everyone feared. Birth, old age, illness, and death are the laws of nature. From the day everyone is born, they are born facing death. When they are alive, they can live happily for the rest of their lives. When they die, they will have no regrets. Saying this, Nuashing's eyes revealed some indifference. There was a bit of vicissitudes in his eyes, as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. It made Yuin suddenly feel that this little brat in front of her had become very unfamiliar. Little brat? Seeing the indifference on his beautiful face, Yuin frowned and couldn't help but poke him a few times. Nuashing turned his head. The vicissitudes of life in his eyes disappeared in an instant. Looking at the jade-like fingers poking his face, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. The benefits of living in the wilderness for more than a month were also great. His cultivation had completely stabilized at quasi-mortal rank 8. He should have been at rank 6, but after activating the Divine Light Mirror, he had expended a lot of energy and his strength had advanced by 2 layers. And Yuin had also stepped into the late stage of Myriad God Realm with the help of Nuashing. According to her, Elder Sister's talent is at the monstrous level. It's just that I was a little lazy in the past. Then what level am I? Nuashing grinned. Abnormal. Yuin directly threw this word at his face. Later on, every time Nuashing and the others landed to rest, they would look for mountain ranges with abundant energy in order to find some materials. And in this search, the two inevitably fought with some tyrannical people in the mountain ranges. As they swept through and killed their way through, the two of them didn't know what their harvest was. Although they had collected a basket of spirit herbs, the two of them didn't recognize them and had never come into contact with a field of materials. And once, Nuashing took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword, and with a sweep of the sword, a mortal rank 12 demonic beast was annihilated. After flattening several mountain ranges, he helplessly put it away and no longer used it because it couldn't achieve the effect of tempering. In the end, he had to find a new place to sleep. Yuin was dumbstruck as she looked at the Netherworld Ruins sword hanging on Nuashing's back. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. And after witnessing the might of the Netherworld Ruins sword, Yuin was also happy to pick those seemingly dangerous mountain ranges and bring Nuashing down to search for spirit herbs. However, these mountain ranges weren't as peaceful as they looked on the surface. There were many ferocious beasts hidden in those ferocious mountain ranges, and there were even immortal rank demonic beasts. If it wasn't for the light element leading the way, they would have been in big trouble. But this time, Nuashing was unconscious for a long time. With this kind of fighting and noise, and the constant search for heaven and earth spiritual treasures, the boring journey had become much lighter. However, the time had been extended by a lot because of this. According to the calculations of the Yun-Nuwa planet, this kind of noisy journey had at least extended the time by 3 times. This life of eating and sleeping in the open lasted for nearly 3 months. Finally, the The two of them saw a very prosperous city. The feeling of returning to the mortal world made the two of them quite excited. After staying in the deep mountains and forests for so long, their entire bodies were a lot more numb. They were not immortals who did not eat the food of mortals and needed to be tainted by some smoke and fire. Don't tell me we're taking the path of an ascetic monk? In a restaurant's private room, Yin leaned lazily on a chair and weakly asked Yin Nuoxing, whose head was on the table. Her loose clothes covered her alluring body, inadvertently revealing her snow-white skin, causing Yin Nuoxing's gaze to be a little dishonest under the brim of her hat. It's best not to. He stared for a long time until Yin tidied up her clothes. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. Yin Nuoxing sighed and kept rolling his head on the table. These 3 months had really taken away half of their lives. Countless battles had caused his hand to habitually maintain the posture of holding a sword. The black clothes on his body were stained with a faint earthy smell. After adjusting his hat, Yin Nuoxing took a sip of tea and went out for a stroll like last time. Yin stiffly raised her chopsticks. After not using these tools for a long time, she seemed a little rusty. In the past few months, she had been holding the grill and eating meat in big mouthfuls. She was already used to that rough posture. Now that she raised 2 wooden sticks, Yin and Mei Mao were at a loss. Fortunately, they weren't really cut off from the world. After being stunned for a while, they returned to normal. Yin Nuoxing wandered aimlessly on the street. He was wearing a black hat and a long black windbreaker. His slightly strange dressing made many people look over in surprise. Ignoring those gazes, Yin Nuoxing looked around. To his disappointment, he didn't see any shops selling candied haws. Every time he passed by a city, he would buy a stick of candied haws. As he walked on the street, he would hold the stick of candied haws in his mouth and occasionally bite off a piece. He seemed very satisfied. He liked to eat candied haws very much, and this was also a habit. When he was still in Xingling City, Little Qin, you would often drag him to eat candied haws. Over time, he also liked it. This could also be considered as the kind of thing that reminded one of the person when seeing something. Walking from the roadside stall to the market and then to the shops, Yin Nuoxing paid attention to the items used for disguise, but most of the situations disappointed him. There didn't seem to be any items used for disguise on the market, and in the auction house, it was also in a state where there was a price, but no supply. However, he still persevered in his search. After wandering around for half a day, although he didn't find any disguise items, he changed his hat. It was printed with silver patterns, and when he wore it, he looked very young and energetic, which made him take a fancy to it at first glance. In this small city, he didn't see any disciples of the fire god shrine, but on the most lively bounty board, Yin Nuoxing's portrait was still hanging high up. It was the most eye-catching, and when he saw it, his expression was a little strange. There were a few times when he wanted to walk up and take down the portrait, but in the end, he resisted. Looks like I can only choose the second path. After not gaining anything for a long time, Yin Nuoxing walked back to the restaurant with a tired face. He touched the pendant on his chest, sighed, and muttered,